Today we are going to see. What if Dean Winchester had to give up his daughter to save her? Part 2. So let's get started. Alex age 18. Sprite, whiskey, and a maraschino cherry. Hey. Alex turned to see who owned the unfamiliar voice that had just shouted a greeting over the pounding music. He landed in the middle. That was the absolute best way to describe him. The way he presented himself was slightly nerdy, with dark hair that curled in every direction and could be called neither long nor short, and a pair of glasses that didn't sit in quite the right spot on his nose. However, it was obvious that the bone structure of his face was symmetrical, and both sharp and soft at the same time. He was not particularly tall, but you couldn't call him short, either. Probably hanging around 5'11". He was thin, but not gangly, and although he hunched a little, it was clear he was broad-shouldered. He wore an argyle sweater vest over a dress shirt, the rolling up of his sleeves made the look seem almost cool. His expression suggested he was friendly and confident, but at the same time she could spot a little bit of nervousness from coming up to talk to her. She immediately liked him. Hey, Alex shouted a reply. This party is really loud. I know, right, he said. It's the first one I've been to. I don't think I want to go to another one anytime soon. Same, said Alex. I'm used to the quiet. Most of the time. I'm Peter. Alex. They shook hands. I hear Sarah's friend, Miles, makes really good mocktails. Do you want one? Lex looked around at the would-be mixologist in the corner peddling red plastic cups. She could see the bag full of shooters on the floor behind him. She turned back to Peter. I don't think there's a lot of mock in those. Really? Peter looked over at Miles, looking surprised but doubtful. Alex pointed at the bag on the floor just as Miles pulled something small out of it, keeping it tucked discreetly in the palm of his hand until he obviously poured it into a drink. Wow, said Peter. I guess it's true what they say about college. In the 2.5 months I've been here, I have found that to be the case. Replied Alex. You're a freshman, too, said Peter. I am. Okay, I was balling 2 weeks in. How about you? Alex had to laugh at this unashamed honesty from the young man she had just met. You know, I kind of was, too. Called my uncle and everything. It's super stressful. Really? You called your uncle? Peter asked. Not your mom or your dad? Well, he's won the whole college thing and my dad hasn't, so he knows what it's like. And I don't have a mom, so. Alex shrugged. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's okay. I was 5 months old when she died. Still, that's hard growing up without a mom. It was odd how Peter was sympathetic without showing pity. Well, I had an adoptive mom for a little while, when I was really young, said Alex. Then she shook her head and rolled her eyes. It's a long story. I'm available to listen, said Peter. Are you sure you don't want something to drink? Maybe I can get Miles to leave out the lighter fluid. Don't worry about it. My roommate is actually grabbing a couple right now, replied Alex. And speak of the devil. Jenna appeared at Alex's elbow, toting 2 cups. Here you go, she piped as she handed Alex one of the beverages. It was not difficult for her to speak over the noise of the party, seeing as she was generally loud on a daily basis, and the high pitch of her voice cut through the clutter of chit-chat and bass thumping. What did you get me? Alex asked, looking at the strange concoction in the vessel. Sprite with a cherry and a little summon, she added in a whisper. Tea carried to everyone within 15 feet. Alex looked down at the liquid again, noticing that it was a pale beige color. She looked back at Jenna knowingly. As the little summon, whiskey. Mibe, Jenna said suggestively. Sprite, whiskey, and a maraschino cherry, said Alex. Who suggested that to you? I thought it up. Jenna seemed proud of her idea. Have you ever had whiskey? Alex asked. No, that's why I chose it. I've always wanted to try it. And you mixed it with Sprite. Sprite makes everything better. You believe that with your whole heart, do you? Yes, I do. Jenna gave little stomp of her foot with such enthusiasm it made Alex chuckle. All right, then, you first, said Alex. Jenna took an enthusiastic gulp. Immediately, she coughed and gagged, turning away and doubling over. Alex tried not to laugh too hard at her roommate's discomfort, feeling a little guilty that she could have prevented it. Oh my god, Jenna sputtered. That's awful, and it burns. What the hell? Okay, now I'm curious, Alex said mostly to herself. She casually took a swallow. It was not a pleasant sensation. None of the flavors went together at all and it made her scrunch up her face briefly at the combination. Yup, that is bad. She agreed with Jenna. And that is cheap whiskey. Not even the good cheap whiskey that is better than you expect, like the really cheap crap. She turned to Peter and pointed to credit him. Like you said, lighter fluid. And it burns, Jenna insisted. A little. Alex shrugged. A little. Jenna looked surprised. Yeah, a little. Alex nodded. Then she turned to Peter again and proffered the drink. Do you want to try some? Peter glanced at the cup, then back up at Alex. Do I? Yeah, you kinda do, said Alex wryly. It is an experience. Peter dared to take the cup from Alex. He raised it to his nose. Don't sniff it, Alex instructed. Peter looked even more trepidatious now. Nonetheless, he screwed up his courage and took a cautious sip. Upon tasting the concoction he went very still, squeezing his eyes shut and covering his mouth with a hand as he returned the cup to Alex. His quiet but severe reaction made her laugh as she took the drink back. Okay, let me get rid of these, said Jenna, reaching for Alex's drink. Hang on, I want that cherry. Alex reached into the liquid with thumb and forefinger and snagged the little, red bauble. Just then, a new tune started playing and Jenna's face lit up with excitement. Oh my god, I love this song, she screeched. Then she was off to the dance floor, or rather, the area that had been randomly chosen as the best place to dance, setting the drinks down on a table as she went. She found an open spot and threw her hands up in the air, whipping her hair and her hips as wildly as she could in time with the music. Alex said to Peter, I love her. Peter laughed. She's a character. What was her name? Jenna. You two seem really different, but you seem to get along well. She kind of gets under your skin, said Alex. She's so enthusiastic and honest. She says what she's thinking all the time. Just doesn't seem to give a fuck, you know. I get that. It's refreshing, said Peter. I don't know what she sees in me. Alex continued. When we met, she kept saying how strong I was, but still friendly. Maybe she likes that I don't really take any shit from anyone. Won't take any shit, matches her, doesn't give a fuck. Peter made the connection for her. Alex almost fell over laughing. We are the dynamic duo of will not be messed with, said Alex when she gathered herself again. I hope I get to see that in action around campus, said Peter. Sounds like a good cop show or something. I think it's a movie called Lethal Weapon, replied Alex. It was Peter's turn to laugh. With the brief lull in their conversation, they returned to watching Jenna get all her feelings out on the dance floor. She had been joined by a young man. Dang, said Peter. Looks like you're not the only one who appreciates Jenna. The fellow, who was substantially larger than Jenna, was tucked up behind Alex's roommate, following the motion of her body with his own. Jenna and Alex exchanged a surprised look at the absurdity of this partnering. Jenna threw up her hands and shook her head, grinning in disbelief. Alex gave a shrug, as he seemed harmless enough. That didn't last long. His hand crept up from her waist to her breast. Jenna's face rapidly morphed from joviality to discomfort and she pushed his hand down and away. Whoa, Alex said sharply to herself. All of her senses had turned on, her muscles tensed. A threat had presented itself, and every instinct she had developed over the last 9 years was taking over, along with all the ferocity she had inherited. As soon as Jenna had removed one hand, his other slid down past her hip to the interior of her thigh. At that moment Jenna really started struggling, grabbing his hand away and turning to push him off her. He pulled her in tight to him. Oh, that is not okay, Peter said. We have to stop that. By the time he had finished his sentence, Alex was already beside her roommate. She knew she couldn't annihilate this guy the way she wanted to, else she would get thrown out of school. Luckily, she had the skill to be effective but not damaging. She grabbed the boy by the ear. He immediately cringed in pain and released Jenna, letting Alex drag him wherever she chose. He did reach up and grip Alex's wrist rather tightly, but Alex let go the moment he was far and knew. Away from Jenna so he wouldn't retaliate. Ow, 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 he yelled. What the hell? You stay the fuck away from my roommate. Alex jabbed a threatening finger at him. Or what? He got up in her face like he was looking for a fight. Alex didn't back away, she didn't even flinch. This guy was substantial, and pretty tall. Not as tall as her uncle, though, and Sam she had taken down many times while training. And God knew this guy was all swagger. He wasn't necessarily overweight, but the breadth of his body was clearly more flab than muscle. Not to mention she could smell alcohol on his brie. Drunkenness could add a variable of unpredictability, but it also added a lack of coordination and a drop in reaction time. A fight with this dude would be, well, sad, actually. So she decided to say what she was thinking. Or you'll be castrated with the nearest dull object and no anesthesia, that's what. Then Peter was there, his hands on their shoulders to separate them. Hey, calm down, everybody, let's work this out. The big guy shoved Peter in the chest, making him stagger backwards. What's it matter to you, buddy? Peter recovered rapidly, but there was nervousness in his voice when he spoke again. I will not stand by and watch a woman get taken advantage of. It is unacceptable to touch someone like that without their consent. What a load of pansy-ass liberal bullcrap. The guy complained, and it rang out through the whole room. Someone had turned off the music and everyone else was watching from a safe distance. One clever young woman was already filming discreetly with her phone. It's not pansy-ass to intervene when someone's being assaulted. Peter retorted, I didn't assault anyone, she was into it. A disapproving, ooh, went up from the crowd. It took all of Alex's willpower not to bring her fellow student 3/4 of the way to death on campus. Equal retaliation, Alex, equal retaliation, she reminded herself as she took slow, angry breaths through her nose. I was not into it. Jenna snapped from where she had taken up position by Alex's shoulder. Peter's eyes caught sight of the student filming. What's your name? He asked Jenna's attacker. My name. Yeah, your name. Quote, what's it matter to you? Trying to get friendly. Just want to know who I'm talking to. I'm Peter O'Connell. Gary Larson, if it makes you feel better nowy. Who's about to whoop your ass if you don't fuck off. Are you threatening me? Peter said loudly and clearly. Yeah, I'm threatening you. Gary strode toward Peter to intimidate him much as he had tried with Alex. Peter responded by taking a few steps back, putting up his hands with his palms out and open to show pacifism in the face of suggested violence. It wasn't about fear as much as it was a demonstration of de-escalation tactics. But Alex could see him struggling to contain his anxiety as he turned his head to look away from Gary. Leave him be, Alex growled. He's not the one you need to worry about. Gary turned to look at her. He looked amused, a half smile on his face and a little nod bobbing his head. He stepped slowly toward her. What, are you going to fight me? Don't tempt me, replied Alex in a low voice. Blood was rushing in her ears. The desire to taunt this guy into making the first strike was overwhelming. I'd like to see you try, said Gary. Pipsqueak. With that he gave Alex a lazy, one-handed shove in her shoulder, and she caught sight of the tiniest flicker of confusion and disconcertion in his expression when she moved a lot less than he was expecting. What he didn't know was that, although it was clear she wasn't necessarily a small woman, Alex was heavier than she looked. It just wasn't obvious because her extra weight was mostly muscle. And he knew how to use all of it to stand her ground. Then Jenna appeared at Alex's shoulder. Her voice was quiet and warning. Alex, I know you're, strong and tough and all, but this guy's huge. And angry. I mean, have you ever even been in a fight? More than Gary here has, I bet, Alex replied. Oh, yeah, was Gary's reply. I've been in 8 fights. He leaned in a little closer and hissed, and I've won them all. Yeah, Alex said to Jenna without taking her eyes off her potential opponent, definitely more. Jenna twisted her head around to stare at Alex, her brow furrowed in surprise and disbelief. Really? Peter had re-entered the ring. No one needs to fight tonight. We can settle this reasonably. Peter, said Alex. Yeah, go stand over there. What, you're not prepared for this? Go stand over there. But, you'll get seriously injured if you keep butting in. What about you? He's got like 6 inches and 100 pounds on you. Peter, I'm not going to stand here and explain it to you. Just trust me. Go stand over there. Peter didn't move, but he stopped talking. Alex did, too, deciding now was not the time to persuade this gentle-hearted fellow to ditch his conscience and save himself. So Alex continued with her own methods of handling the situation. You know, Gary, I've been in a lot more fights than you. But I'll admit to this, I haven't won all of them. Which sounds lame, but I think it just proves how many times I've taken a swing. No one bats 1,000. And it also proves that I've been up against some seriously mean assholes every time I'm in it. Which just makes me think that if you've won all your little fights, then you've been picking them with people you can easily beat. So if you really want to show off, maybe try fighting someone who stands a chance. So go ahead, Gary, challenge yourself. Alex held her arms out to her sides. Take the first shot. She had called his bluff. Gary sneered as he backed away. Alex could see in his expression that he knew what she was after. She needed him to be the aggressor so he would get disciplined by the university and she could fight back without consequences. But she thought she glimpsed something else in his eye. Fear. She may have actually had him pegged a big bully who had never taken on a real opponent, and hearing her say exactly that had made him realize she knew what she was talking about. "I don't hit women," was Gary's excuse. "So you'll grope us, but you won't hit us," Alex retorted. "How about this? You do neither from now on. You hear me? Stay the fuck away from my roommate." Gary shook his head as he reached the edge of the crowd and began to turn away. Alex could see she'd won, but she wished she could have won with a little blood on her knuckles. She couldn't help dropping one last taunt. Just a comment she spoke barely loud enough for the onlookers to hear. "And Gary, micro dick," he snapped. Gary turned and charged at her. Alex reacted immediately. Jenna and Peter were still at her shoulders, so she shoved Jenna out of the way in one direction as her sidestep body blocked Peter off in the other. Gary missed all three of them, and as soon as his momentum carried him past Alex, she pivoted in time to plant a forceful kick directly in his left butt cheek. Gary reeled a few steps and fell flat on his face. It was not a soft landing, either. Alex hadn't meant to hit him quite that strongly, but muscle memory had taken over and she couldn't stop from throwing her hips into the kick for maximum effect. Alex didn't hear the murmur of laughter that bubbled up in the crowd. Gary sure did, though. He blushed mildly as he picked himself up off the ground, and when he turned to Alex he looked furious. "You think you're funny, do you?" he spat. "Sometimes," Alex shrugged. "See how funny you think this is." He stepped up and swung a wild haymaker. Alex almost had time to roll her eyes. Instead, however, she ducked under Gary's swing and threw the entire force of her body off her dominant back foot into an uppercut that landed directly in his solar plexus. Almost all of the air in Gary's lungs left him in an exhalation of pain. Alex meandered away as Gary stumbled, bent in half with both arms pressed against his abdomen, trying desperately to get his breath back. "It isn't just pain, you know. It's kind of like an electric shock," Alex commented as she circled him. Gary landed on one knee, but shortly came back to both feet as he recovered. He rounded on her like a wounded animal. He attacked like he was wounded, too, uncoordinated and careless and desperate. He tried to kick her, swinging his right leg around at her side. She pivoted away and glancingly blocked his strike with both hands. His leg was large and heavy and had some momentum, but it had no power behind it. Most people would have felt the jarring in their arms and thought they had avoided a vicious assault. But for Alex this was nothing. She had blocked more powerful punches from her dad in sparring sessions when they were holding back to avoid actually injuring each other. Also, when his kick failed to land, he had trouble getting his feet back under him and struggled to regain balance. Normally Alex would have used this moment of weakness as a chance to deal a finishing blow. She knew she had to resist the urge, however. This was a fair exchange of attacks. And that would put her score one too high. So she satisfied herself with a little more taunting. "You've only ever kicked people on the ground, haven't you? It's harder up high like that." Gary came in to throw another fist at her. He left his face unguarded, so Alex rabbit punched him in the nose before he even sent his arm forward. It snapped his head back and he staggered away, hands on his face. She hadn't broken any bones, but she had certainly busted a few blood vessels. "All these people you fought, was someone holding them down for you?" Alex asked. When Gary came back up, he was holding a pocketknife. The crowd gasped. Some people screamed. Alex heard Jenna shout, "No." No one caught the faint sound of fluttering wings. His arm out straight, Gary held the knife about neck level on Alex, the tip of the blade shivering just a few feet away from her. Alex just raised her eyebrows. "What are you going to do now, bye?" Alex brought both her arms up in one smooth, swift motion. She used enough power to be effective, but it was so quick and nonchalant that if anyone had blinked, they would have missed it. Her left palm struck the back of Gary's knife-wielding hand. Her right palm struck the interior of his wrist. The weapon flew across the room, making a few of the onlookers jump out of the projectile's way. Everyone was dead silent, including Gary. His eyes were wide and his mouth hung open, panting not only from exertion but panic. His outstretched arm was still suspended in front of him, now empty. "You know what that was?" Alex asked, casually pointing her thumb at the spot where the knife had disappeared. Gary was too shocked to answer. Alex answered for him. "My excuse." Alex grabbed Gary's open arm and hauled them in together, striking him close-fisted in the throat. He immediately coughed and gagged as his larynx collapsed. She didn't stop there, though. Courtesy pauses were no longer necessary. She had been threatened with a deadly weapon, she was now within her rights to debilitate him. So she threw a knee to his groin as hard as she could. He doubled up in agony, which made it easy for her to grab his shoulders and the back of his head and smash his face with her other knee. She didn't need to push him to the ground. He made his way down there all by himself. Alex flexed her shoulders to readjust her jacket. A couple deep breaths was all she needed to bring her body back to a resting state. It had been a while since she had been in a fight, but the amount she had trained in the last 9 years had given her a stamina that didn't fade away rapidly. She looked to the crowd. Somebody better call an ambulance. I crushed his windpipe, ruptured a testicle, and shattered his nose. He's going to need some attention. Then she braced, her arms on her knees as she bent over Gary and yelled at him, "Not the attention you were looking for, was it, buddy?" Woo! Jenna's whoop came from where she was standing at the edge of the crowd. "Yeah, that's my roommate. Fucking badass." She ran over to where Alex was straightening up beside a limp Gary and flipped him off with both hands. "Take that, rape culture." Woo! Then Jenna hugged Alex by leaping into her arms again. "Jesus Christ," Alex hissed as she stumbled backwards before she could plant her feet. "Jenna, you have to stop doing that," she laughed. Peter stood at the edge of the crowd, shaking his head slowly with a disbelieving smile on his face. He was pulled from contemplating the shocking young women he had just befriended by an unfamiliar sound emanating from the corner of the room. When he looked over he found nothing, but he could have sworn in the nanosecond before his gaze landed, that spot had contained a bedraggled, trench-coated man. Dean sat in the library, perusing an old tome that had stopped making sense about 15 minutes ago. He was rather pleased when his brother walked in. He removed his reading glasses and rubbed his tired eyes to pee. At Sam, who looked like a kid in a candy store, his phone in one hand and a tight but delighted grin on his face. "What's up with you?" Dean asked. Sam took a minute to respond. "So you know how you were worried about Alex being around drunk meathead jocks at school." Dean's heart stopped and he readied himself to spring from his chair. "What happened?" Sam held out a steadying hand and quickly said, "She's fine." Then he paused as he leaned in slightly, a humorous light in his eyes. "But you should see the other guy. She was in a fight at school," replied Dean, no longer panicking but still concerned. "And she told you and not me. Did I miss a text or something?" He snatched his phone off the table to check for missed messages. "She didn't tell me," said Sam. "Someone filmed the fight for evidence and uploaded it to YouTube, and it went viral." "What?" "Yeah, it just popped up when I opened the app. College woman beats up huge jock," said Sam. "I asked Alex about it afterward. Apparently she and Jenna were at a party, and Jenna was dancing and this random guy started getting handsy, so Alex pulled him off her, and it just went from there." "And she won?" asked Dean. "No contest," replied Sam. "I'm not even sure he ever hit her. That's why she didn't tell us. She didn't think it was anything to write home about." "Oh, I gotta see this," Dean said as he stood and walked over to his brother. Sam held his phone out so they could both watch. "What a load of pansy-ass liberal bull crap. It's not pansy-ass to intervene when someone is being assaulted." "Who's that guy?" Dean asked. "I think his name's Peter. He says it later in the video," replied Sam. "Just want to know who I'm talking to. I'm Peter O'Connell." "There it is," Sam and Dean said in unison. "Jinx," said Dean without hesitation. Sam glared at the ceiling in frustration. He whacked his brother in the shoulder with the back of his hand. Dean just chuckled quietly. "Gary Larson, that's the bully?" Dean asked. "Oh yeah," replied Sam. "Figures. Totally the type full of hot air," said Dean. "Looks like he's spent most of his life intimidating people and getting away with it." "Well, he's kind of a big guy. It probably works for him most of the time," said Sam. "Yeah, he is big, isn't he?" Dean said it with a faint grimace of apprehension. "Leave him be. He's not the one you need to worry about." "Oh, them are fightin' words," said Dean. "Also just the truth," said Sam, grinning again. "No shit. Watching this, I'm not sure he has any real control of his body," Dean commented. "I can assure you he does not," was Sam's reply. "I've been in 8 fights, and I've won them all." "Yeah right," Dean scoffed. "Right," said Sam. "Peter, yeah, go stand over there." "What?" "Yeah, go stand over there, Peter," said Dean. "Poor kid would get twisted into a pretzel." "Shish, shish," Sam tapped Dean's shoulder. "Listen, I love this part. How many times have you watched this?" "Shish." Then Alex began her speech. "You know, Gary, I've been in a lot more fights than you. But I'll admit to this, so go ahead, Gary, challenge yourself. Take the first shot." Then Sam pointed at the screen to TH. A minuscule representation of Gary's head. Look at his face. She nailed him. She knows he can't take the heat. Yeah, he does. Dean grinned. I don't hit women, so you'll grope us, but you won't hit us. And feminist mic drop, Sam added. Then as Gary walked away, Dean's face registered confusion. What, did they not even fight? Wait for it, said Sam. Micro dick. Dean barked a laugh. Then he said, oh, shit. As Gary turned and charged. Dean braced himself for the impact he wouldn't be able to stop. He knew Sam wouldn't lie about Alex getting away unharmed, but every muscle in his body tensed anyway. Including the knots in his stomach. Then Alex threw all her friends clear of the fight and kicked Gary to the floor. Dean laughed so hard he pitched forward, immediately relieved. She literally kicked his ass. He howled. I love how she got both her friends out of the way in opposite directions, and still got a hit in, said Sam jovially. Does he even get up? Oh, yeah, watch. Then Gary swung his haymaker and Alex socked him in the stomach. Dean absent-mindedly rubbed his upper abdomen. She's done that to me. She's really good at those. Yeah, me too. Sam almost winced at the memory. Even when she's pulling her punches it hurts. She always looks so guilty when she does it, too, said Dean, smiling. Like she honest to God didn't mean to hit us that hard. She meant to with this guy, quipped Sam. They returned to the video in time to see Gary lamely kick at Alex, who dodged almost lazily. You've only ever kicked people on the ground, haven't you? It's harder up high like that. Oh my God, does she have him pegged, said Dean. It's like she saw the fights he's been in. I mean, she has, said Sam. Every kid who's been in middle school has seen that crap. That's true, huh? Dean had to break for a laugh when Alex clocked Gary in the nose. That's what you get for not guarding your face, dude. All these people you fought, was someone holding them down for you? Yup, Sam and Dean said in unison. Jinx, said Dean. Oh my God, stop, replied Sam irritably. Then Gary pulled his weapon. What is that thing? Asked Dean, squinting at the screen. Pocket knife, answered Sam. Oh, Jesus, said Dean, his nervousness returning. Then he couldn't resist a grin. Oh, I know what's coming next. Yup, said Sam, his own smile on his face. I love it when she does this. Dean said under his breath. What are you going to do now? Bye. Alex knocked the knife free. Did he just call my daughter a bitch? Dean sounded the angriest he had throughout the entire episode. No, he didn't, said Sam. She shut him up before he could. You know what that was. My excuse. I am, Alex, said Dean. Both brothers emitted a series of ohs. With each punch and knee Alex threw. Then Gary was on the ground. Yeah, baby girl. Dean pumped a fist in the air. What was that? 3 seconds. Pretty much, said Sam. He's going to need some attention. Not the attention you were looking for, was it, buddy? Dean laughed again. See, that's the thing. I've seen her fight, and fight at a way higher level with way worse assholes. What really impresses me with this guy is the trash talk. She put him down in so many ways, Sam laughed. He will never be the same. I hope so, said Dean, returning to his seat. Going around groping women willy-nilly. Nah, I don't care how drunk and stupid you are, that ain't right. He better have learned his lesson. No kidding, agreed Sam. And if he doesn't, Alex is coming for him. Damn straight. Dean leaned on the table. But he didn't return his attention to his book. Slowly his humor abated as he stared at the wood grain with a somber expression. Sam was headed out of the library when his brother spoke quietly. But what's coming for her? Sam stopped and turned back, looking curious. What was that? What's coming for her next? Sam sighed, tired of this broken record. Dean, come on, she's not even through her first semester and she's been in a fight, Dean insisted. And that's just lame-ass Gary. What's coming for her next? He questioned his brother, and as much anger as was evident in his eyes. Sam could see the fear bubbling beneath. Well, it sure as shit isn't Gary, said Sam. Dean had to sniff a laugh and turn his attention away. But he still looked tense as his gaze burrowed into empty space. Sam couldn't have this conversation again, and he knew it wouldn't help if he made the attempt. So he settled for a one-liner. On the off chance anything does come for her, he held up his phone. Clearly she can handle herself. With that he turned and left. Dean didn't reply. He knew Sam was right. And he knew Castiel had an eye on her, too. He wondered for moment why the angel hadn't showed for this fight. He had a momentary flare of white-hot anger before he realized Saz might have sized up the situation and left it in Alex's hands. He was more confident of her skills than Dean was. And he had to scold himself for having the least faith in her of all the people she called family. But none of them were her father. He picked up his phone and tapped out a quick text. Sam showed me the vid. Way to kick ass. Literally, that guy was a dick. But try to avoid any more fights. Be careful out there, baby girl. He set his phone down and wearily rubbed at his eyes with a sigh. He tried very hard not to overthink what he'd just seen. The dangers she faced, supernatural and otherwise. And then his phone buzzed. Kinda figured you'd text soon. I'll keep my nose clean, don't worry. As long as no one messes with Jenna lol. Thanks, Dad. Dean gave a quiet laugh as he read. He was tempted to tell her to not risk her life for her brand new roommate, but he knew that went against every Winchester instinct that existed. She'd fought to protect countless strangers on hunts. If she and Jenna were getting as close as it seemed, Alex would never leave her side if she needed help. And for a fraction of a second all his anxiety was swept away in a wave of pride. Alex collapsed onto Peter's shoulder, gasping for breath. Boy, am I glad you have a single dorm, she said. Yeah, me, too, Peter panted. They lay on Peter's bed in the darkened room. It was quiet and small, tucked away in the corner of the building, but spacious enough to be pleasantly livable. It had been a great hangout spot since the roommates had met him, but these past couple of weeks had been a little extra fun for Alex and Peter. What is this thing? Peter asked, playfully poking X's anti-possession tattoo where it was emblazoned over her heart. I told you, Alex teased, pushing his hand away. Family tat. Yeah, but it's gotta mean something, Peter insisted. Like there's a story or a history behind it. It's not just a design. Like I could study it in anthropology class. Alex tried not to say that he probably would study it in anthropology class. Instead she shrugged a shoulder and said, want the truth. Keeps the demons away. See, said Peter. Very symbolic. Your family has a lot of demons. You could say that, replied Alex evasively. Gambling, alcoholism, drugs. Nah, not really, said Alex. Completely unaware she told a touch of a lie. You can tell me, you know, said Peter. I won't judge, and I'll let you handle it the way you know best to handle it. Alex propped herself up on an elbow and turned to lean over Peter, taking his face in a hand and wobbling it back and forth. AAWW, aren't you just a heartfelt little thing who always knows just what to say? Then she pressed her right cheek to his left and looked longingly into the distance. Too precious for this world. What? Peter's bewildered query was muffled as his face was squished between Alex's and her hand. She giggled, releasing him and patting him on his bare chest. I don't even know. I better take off. We've both got finals tomorrow. I've got to and it's getting late. Anna will probably be out of her mind by now if she isn't asleep. Alex crawled out of bed and started getting dressed. I'm pretty sure she knows what's going on, said Peter. Yeah, but we don't have to be obvious about it, said Alex. This is just for fun, anyway. No need to go making announcements or anything. Why don't you just stay the night? Peter asked, instead of trekking all the way back to your dorm in the dark. Dude, my first exam is at 8 a.m., and I don't even have a toothbrush here, said Alex. You can use mine, Peter offered. Ew, gross, no. Alex grimaced. How is that gross when we just had sex? Peter protested. Yeah, your saliva is one thing, your tartar is another, replied Alex. In the dim light, she could barely make out Peter rolling his eyes to hide his amusement. Come on, he said gently. Just stay. Alex was fully dressed by now, leather jacket and all. She crossed her arms and stuck out a hip, shaking her head at him while she smiled. Friends having fun do not stay the night. Peter sighed. I guess. I'll be fine, Alex reassured him. We'll all get dinner after finals. You, me, and Jenna. Before we go on break. Yeah, okay, said Peter. Okay, Alex headed for the door. Good luck on your tests. You, too, said Peter. Then, as an anxious afterthought, he added, don't forget to pee. Alex smothered a laugh to remain covert. In the hall as she shut the door behind her. She hissed through the opening before it closed, I won't. Blank. Even though snow had not yet fallen, it was cold out. So Alex walked fast to keep her blood pumping. The streets were rather deserted around campus, with only a few stragglers scattered here and there on the sidewalks. However, she did see a familiar figure approaching her as she walked past a row of parked cars. Eventually, she was sure who it was. It was Gary Larson, and soon he recognized her, too. Alex could tell because he stumbled a little, and then darted across the adjacent street, almost getting hit by the one and only car as it drove by in an attempt to avoid her at all costs. She gave a quiet snort of laughter and continued on to her dorm undisturbed. The odd thing was, there was light coming out from underneath her door when she arrived. She was still careful to unlock the dorm quietly for her neighbors, but she didn't sneak in as she had intended, since it was clear Jenna was still awake. Sure enough, she sat on the futon in the middle of the room. Alex just glimpsed the edge of a dark glower before Jenna lifted her head and gave her a wide smile. "Hey, you," she said brightly. "Hey," replied Alex with a concerned look. "Why aren't you passed out in bed? You've got a test tomorrow." "Yeah, well, I was studying and I needed a break," said Jenna. "Ah," Alex nodded as she turned to put her jacket on the hook. As she did so, she noticed that Jenna's desk was completely tidy, not a book or paper or writing implement on the entire surface. The gears began to turn in Alex's head. She commented casually, "I thought you were all studied up for tomorrow's." "What was it, intro psych?" "Yeah, intro psych," replied Jenna. "I do feel pretty good about it. But you know me, can't help going over everything over and over again." Alex pumped her eyebrows at this explanation. It was true, Jenna had a touch of anxiety that plagued her. Though Alex had never really noticed this reflected in her schoolwork before, even during tests. She could chalk it up to this being the first final she'd ever seen Jenna go through, but something still nagged at her. She had a sneaking suspicion as to what it was, too. "You know, don't you?" asked Alex. "Know what?" asked Jenna innocently. "Where I was tonight," Alex replied. "What, off banging Peter?" asked Jenna. She shrugged. "Yeah, I guessed that one." Alex reddened slightly and rubbed her forehead. It wasn't a shock to her and she wasn't particularly embarrassed about her situation. But she still felt uncomfortable having her roommate blurt it out like that. "Sorry I didn't tell you," she said. "No skin off my back," said Jenna, a little too casually. It wasn't even passive-aggressive nonchalance. It was oddly honestly carefree. "It's not," Alex asked, confused. "If it doesn't bother you, why did you wait up tonight?" "I don't know," said Jenna. "I wanted to make sure you were okay. It's dangerous out there at night." Alex's brow furrowed. "You've never stayed up just because I was out late. Laid awake in bed with the lights out playing it cool, yeah, but you've never stayed up." "Nerves from finals, I guess," said Jenna, grinning. Alex's eyes narrowed as she inspected her roommate's odd behavior. Her gaze flicked to the area rug beneath the futon under which was H. It in the devil's trap she had drawn the very first second she had been alone in the dorm the day after moving in. Jenna was dead center of it. Alex sighed. "Okay, let's talk it out. Let's sit on your bed, though. The futon's starting to smell." Alex walked over and plopped down on Jenna's mattress. "Ah, it doesn't smell that bad." "It does," Alex didn't hesitate in her flat reply. "I'm so tired," Jenna started whining theatrically, sliding her hand along the futon's padding as she laid herself down sideways. "You'll have to carry me over." Alex stared down her roommate. "You can't get to the bed, can you?" Jenna laughed feebly. "Sure I can, I just don't want to." Alex paused, her face growing menacing. "Who are you, and why the fuck are you in my roommate?" Jenna's expression flipped to sour. "Don't you mean, what are you?" "Oh, I already know." Jenna blinked and the entirety of her eyes became jet black. Alex leaned forward on the bed and propped an elbow on her knee to support her cheek on her fist. "You couldn't have picked a different night. I have a test tomorrow morning. Early," she said. Another blink returned Jenna's eyes to their normal hue as she slowly brought herself back up to sitting. "Well, if I was going to screw up your day, might as well pick a really good one," Jenna replied, and her voice was like molasses, smooth and dark and sticky. "But you weren't counting on the devil's trap," said Alex. "Didn't think I'd pull a fast one on ya, being away from my dad and uncle." Jenna's lip twitched as if she wanted to snarl in anger, but she managed to control it. "You're smarter than you look." "No, I think you're dumber than you look," Alex came back. Jenna gave a chuckle of incredulity. "Don't sit there and tell me you expected me to show up." "No, not you specifically," said Alex. "But I knew everything supernatural would follow me around. I'm not an idiot. I have no expectation of ever getting away from this shit. And I was raised by Sam and Dean Winchester. I know exactly how to cover my ass. Seriously, you're a demon and you walk into a hunter's place and don't check under the rug. Is this your first day on the job?" "No," Jenna retorted. Then she fidgeted in her seat. And eventually mumbled, "It's been, like, 4 months. Alex's face registered shock, her mouth falling open. Oh my god, seriously? 4 months. You've only been out of hell for 4 months. Shut up, snapped Jenna, looking embarrassed. Like why are you here? Said Alex. Jenna's head whipped around, an evil look in her eye. To hold you for ransom. Then she threw up a hand, trying to flatten Alex against the wall. Of course, it did nothing, and Jenna turned her palm to her face and stared at it with confusion and anger. Yeah, you can't do that from inside a devil's trap, snapped Alex. Why are you here? I told you, Jenna growled. To hold you for ransom. Why, you think I'm really going to tell you? Just like that, spat Jenna. Alex stood and bled over to her dresser to pull a small flask out of her sock drawer. She turned back to Jenna, unscrewing the lid. Is that your brilliant plan? Going to share a drink with me and we'll talk it out? Sneered Jenna. I don't think you can match my freak in the alcohol tolerance department, honey. Alex raised her eyebrows. You don't know what this is. Well, I can't taste it from here, can I? Replied Jenna. Why don't you come a little closer and pour it in my mouth? 1. I ain't that stupid, and 2, you don't want this in your mouth, said Alex. What, does it burn? Jenna asked mockingly. Yeah, and Alex whipped a spray of holy water at her possessed roommate. Angry steam rose from her skin as Jenna let loose a high-pitched scream. She leapt to her feet and frantically scraped at her face, chest, and arm where the droplets had landed. What the shit? Jenna screeched. What is that crap? Holy water, dumbass, said Alex. Why are you trying to hold me for ransom? Eat me, bitch, Jenna bit back. Alex made to fling another stream of holy water at her. She stopped at the apex of her swing as the demon cringed and held up her hands in terror. All right, Jenna cried. Holy hell, fine, I'll tell you. Just don't splash that shit on me again. Start talking, said Alex. I'm going to get reamed when they find out, mumbled Jenna. We're trying to put a little pressure on your dad and uncle. Who's we? The lesser demons, Jenna answered. See, the Winchesters have been getting all buddy-buddy with the big kahunas from hell. Well, not exactly as friendly as all that. But when stuff gets messed with, it's always with the demons up top. And it's been this way for a while now. And all this time, us little guys are getting trod on, whether they mean to or not, and we're sick of it. So we're trying to get a little leverage, see if we can get your old man and the other old man to pay attention to what we're dealing with. Maybe cut us a little slack. So you're looking for favors and you thought I'd be a good bargaining chip? Alex simplified the explanation. Jenna clapped her hands in mock admiration. Oh, good for you. Way to sum it all up. Alex rolled her eyes. How many demons are after me? She asked. All of us, said Jenna. Liar. I'm not lying. Alex threatened with the holy water again, making Jenna cower. 10, she squealed. 10, Alex asked, her flask still upraised. Yeah, Jenna replied dejectedly. Not all of the lesser demons are interested in taking action. Some of them say it's stupid to try and fight it. Well, it is if there's just 10 of you up against me, my dad, my uncle, Castiel the angel, and the majority of the most powerful demons inside and out of hell, said Alex. But see, if we captured you, we might be able to pull in a few more. Jenna got a scheming glint in her eye. Little Miss Alexandra Winchester, tied up and helpless, and bleeding heart Dean and his little brother Sammy cowing down to save your precious life. Now that would get some attention, give us some clout to flaunt at the recruits. Alex prowled over to the very edge of her devil's trap. Even if you did capture me, I'm never helpless. Even when I'm tied up. And my dad and uncle wouldn't cow down, because you've got me squirreled away somewhere. They'd break the door down, guns blazing, and smoke all your SSES before you could even pray for guidance from Lucifer. And they'd bring my gun with them, so I can have a little fun, too. So why don't you all 10 of you take a step back, think a little more diplomatically, and come visit again when you've got a plan that won't get every single one of you sent back to hell in a handbag. Jenna's face was a mask of hatred. You're a cocky little bitch, aren't you? So are you, bitch. Alex came back with a half smile. Came here all by yourself, thinking you could take out a highly trained hunter, and ended up caught in a devil's trap. I didn't even have to lure you into it. You stumbled in all by yourself. Shut up, I'm just doing my job. Jenna turned away. Poorly, replied Alex. Then maybe we stop going after you, Jenna rounded. Maybe we start going after your friends. We take out your beloved roommate, or tempt your new beau away from you so he starts humping every other girl on campus, huh? How about we do that? Screw up your life, hurt you without touching you. Until you come willingly to save them. 'Cause if there's one thing every demon knows, a Winchester just luovies to sacrifice themselves for everyone else. Okay, said Alex, time to go. Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus, what are you? Jenna looked confused, then her face twisted in pain as the exorcism began to take effect. She backed away, breathing heavily. Her head snapping back and forth with inhuman speed as Alex incanted. No, stop, stop. Then she let out a scream, her head snapping back to her shoulders and her spine arching as a stream of black smoke roared out of her mouth. Then she collapsed to the floor. Alex walked back to her dresser and replaced her flask before digging into another drawer and pulling out a spare anti-possession charm. She returned to her roommate, sitting on the floor next to her as she started to come around. Hey, Jenna, Alex said, putting a gentle hand on the young woman's shoulder. Though Jenna awoke slowly, her eyes grew wide with fear as Alex's face came into focus. Were you awake for that? Alex asked softly. I was. Oh my god Alex, she said, on the verge of tears. What the hell? That was a demon. It was, said Alex. Oh my god, said Jenna quietly, sitting up. I've been possessed. I was possessed. I never believed in that kind of stuff, but now. I mean, how can you deny it after going through that? Demons are real. Demons are real, Alex confirmed. Is that why you're such a good fighter? You fight demons? Asked Jenna. You, your dad, and your uncle, you all fight demons. Alex shrugged. It's the family business. Holy shit, Jenna breathed. Here, Alex held the charm up for Jenna. Put this on. Jenna took the charm from her and looked at it. Why is this familiar? Put it on, Alex pressed. Jenna acquiesced, pulling the leather thong over her head. She looked down at the charm as she held it in the flat of her hand. Seriously, why does this look familiar? And why am I wearing it? Because you see it every time I change, said Alex. She pulled the neck of her shirt down to uncover her tattoo. It's an anti-possession symbol. Keeps the demons out. She let her collar spring back into place. So you think the demons are going to come after me again? Asked Jenna. You were in there with that thing. Did she seem serious about coming after you? Asked Alex. Jenna shrugged. Maybe. Felt like a lot of hot air, honestly, but there was a little bit of a crazy, I might just do it, kind of vibe, too. Alex sighed. Well, wear this at all times and you won't get possessed again. As long as they don't get the charm off you. As for them attacking you, well either you go about finding a new roommate and never speak to me again, or I teach you a few things. Never speak to you again. And leave you alone to deal with these assholes. Jenna finally broke from her shock and whirled around, her familiar fire returning. No way. I don't care if they can pin me to a wall with their mind. They're going through me before they get to you. Ah, Jenna, Alex laughed a little. That's really sweet of you. Besides, you're, like, the best friend I've ever had, Jenna continued. I don't want to find a new one. Sounds like a pain in the butt to go looking, and I don't think anyone would be as cool. Alex felt a warmth in her chest and tried not to get overwhelmed by it. You're kind of mine, too, she said, and threw an arm around her roommate to give her a comradely squeeze. Jenna plunked her head on Alex's shoulder for a beat. When she popped up she punched the air playfully. Alex and Jenna, demon hunters. She cheered. Alex chuckled. She gave a moment's hesitation, then decided that if Jenna was getting into it, she was getting into it. It's not just demons. The safest place to be. Dean was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Groggily, he rolled over in his motel bed and tilted the phone off the side table to read the caller ID, squinting through tired eyes. It was Alex. He picked up. Hey, he said, a slight rasp in his voice. What's up? Hey, replied Alex. She was walking back from her first test, one hand in her jacket pocket to keep it warm. Her backpack over a shoulder. Did I wake you? She sounded slightly surprised. It's okay, said Dean. It is kind of early, though, isn't it? I mean, it's like 9:30, said Alex. I just finished my final. Really? Dean pulled the phone away from his ear to look at the time. Sure enough, it was already 8:30 Mountain Time. Crap, he mumbled. He looked over, to the lump of his brother in the next bed over. Up and at him, Sammy. We overslept. Sam didn't even move. Dean grabbed the spare pillow from his bed and threw it hard at Sam. It bounced off and over him and tumbled to the floor. Sam gave a groan of protest. Get your ass out of bed. We gotta make tracks, Dean insisted as firmly as he could given how tired he was. He put the phone back up to his ear as Sam hauled himself to his feet with a noisy grumble. Sorry, baby girl, had a run-in with some ghouls last night. Bled is both pretty good. I'm sorry, said Alex. Hate ghouls. Why don't you sleep it off for a while? Nah, we should get headed your way, Dean replied, sitting up on the edge of the bed. Don't want to be late picking you up for break. That's, like, midday tomorrow. Alex's brow furrowed in confusion. Where the hell are you? Friggin' Utah, was Dean's answer. Jesus, said Alex. It's my fault, Dean growled. I thought, it's just a couple states over, it's not that far. Forgot about the mountains. Alex gave a humorous snort. You can be late picking me up, you know, she said. I'd rather hang in the dorm an extra day than you and Uncle Sam die in a fiery car crash on the way here. Ah, Dean grumped, we've driven through worse. We'll take turns as we need to. Plus Sam got some juice that's supposed to help after blood loss. Hey, Sam. He called in the direction of the bathroom. Yeah, what was that stuff you got for the blood drain? Blood drain. Yeah, the juice. Oh, the cranberry juice. Yeah, the cranberry. He got cranberry juice. Dean returned to his phone. It's so dry, I feel like I can't move my tongue. Really, I don't mind it, said Alex. Helps it's usually mixed with some other fruit. No, this is like straight cranberry juice. He went out of his way to find this crap, said Dean. Oh, ew, replied Alex, wrinkling her nose. Yeah, but you're not calling to listen to me complain. Dean changed gears. Did you need something? Yeah, kinda, said Alex with a sigh. Had a bit of a run-in last night myself. What kind of run-in? Dean snapped out of what was left of his weariness. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Jenna's a little shook up, though, said Alex. Jenna, yeah, said Alex. She was possessed by a demon. What? He knew it. He knew it. He knew it. He knew it. He wanted to punch Sam in the face for dismissing his fears, which were now completely confirmed and grounded in reality. Although, here he sat, chatting with her on the phone a whole night after the event, and she was talking a boo. It like she had under-seasoned her stir-fry for yesterday's dinner. Yeah, fresh outta hell, though got stuck in my devil's trap before I even got back to the room, and didn't know about holy water or anything. Devil's trap? You had time to make a devil's trap but you didn't have time to tell me that you thought a demon was after you, said Dean. No, it was the trap I put in the dorm when I moved in, said Alex. Under the rug. You hid a devil's trap in your dorm room. Just in case. Of course, I did. Dean chuckled. That's my girl. Damn it, Sam was still right. 2 would-be attacks in just as many months and she had foiled them both without breaking a sweat. Nevertheless, he cringed to tally the incidents. And you exorcised it right away, right? Well, I interrogated it first, replied Alex. Alex, I told you to just exorcise them right away, Dean scolded. If I exorcise them right away, then I won't know why they're there, said Alex. It's just a band-aid. I don't care if it's a friggin' cast, retorted Dean. Just exorcise them right away from now on. Okay, Alex sighed reluctance. Okay, he repeated, rubbing his face. But Jenna's taking it hard, huh? Yeah, she was awake for the whole thing. I kind of had to spill the beans after that. Alex returned to her original intent. Well, Dean sighed, unclenching a bit, it was only a matter of time, really. If you'd hated each other but had to live together, that would be one thing, but you two really got tight fast. Yeah, Alex couldn't stop a small smile. She called me her best friend last night. And I kind of called her mine, too. And that was after she was possessed. So she didn't run away screaming, said Dean. Nope, Alex replied. In fact, she's ready to start fighting the good fight. Well, she better be. If there's gonna be demons hanging around, Dean commented. You have a spare charm. Yeah, she's wearing it now, said Alex. Sam had re-entered the room, wiping the remnants of toothpaste from his mouth with the motel's sad-looking hand towel. Is that Alex? He asked quietly. Yeah, hi, Alex. Sam raised his voice and leaned in the direction of Dean's phone. Hi, Uncle Sam, Alex shouted back. Dean removed the phone from his ear and put it on speaker between the two of them. Heard you met some ghouls last night, said Alex. Yeah, said Sam as he pulled the jug of cranberry juice out of the minuscule fridge. Mean ones. We're fine, though, just a little lightheaded. He took a swig of juice and gagged. Why did you buy it if you don't even like it? Asked Dean. It's not the juice itself. It's the juice with the toothpaste, croaked Sam. Oh, gross. Dean grimaced. Okay, good to know. Alex had a little adventure of her own. Oh, Sam inquired. Yeah, Jenna was possessed, said Alex. What, by a demon? Said Sam, surprise striking his face. Yeah, Alex replied. Are you both okay? Sam asked worriedly, coming to sit on the bed opposite his brother. Oh, yeah, we're fine, replied Alex. She was already in my trap when I found her and I exorcised her after we chatted. What, your trap? Asked Sam. She made a devil's trap in her dorm room the day she moved in, Dean bragged to Sam. Holy crap, was his reply. Way to go, Alex, he said to the phone. Right, added Dean. Well, I drew it the next day, Alex amended. But thank you. How's your roommate doing? Asked Sam. Was she awake? Oh, yeah, Alex said, her tone a little sad for a moment. See, that's what I was calling to ask about. Jenna's kind of in the hunting game now, and I haven't had any time to train her on how to fight these guys, so I'm kind of worried they're going to go after her over break. The demons are after Jenna and not you? Sam asked. Well, they're after her to get at me, Alex elaborated. They're kind of low-grade demons. Their first attempt at snagging me didn't go so well, so they're going to try and mess with her until I give them what they want. What do they want? Asked Dean. It's a whole thing, said Alex. I'll tell you on the way home. But like I say, I don't want to leave Jenna alone. So I was wondering if she could come back to the bunker with me for break. Immediately, Sam's face registered horror. He cut his hands through the air in a negative gesture and mouthed at his brother, no. No, what? Dean asked in barely a whisper, shrugging. She's going to be all over me. Sam replied just as quietly so the phone wouldn't pick up his protests. It's like a month-and-a-half break. We'll be coming out of our skin. You'll be coming out of your skin. Dean mumbled back, barely audible. Uncle Sam, I can hear you. Alex said it deadpan, but there was the slightest hint of humor under the blandness, and Dean could tell she was just as amused as he was. Sam cleared his throat and began tentatively, listen, Alex, I don't know if. Sure, she can come stay for break. Dean interrupted with joviality, making his little brother scoff in exasperation. Safest place for her to be until she can learn the ropes. A whole month-and-a-half of training will really get her whipped into shape. Hell, maybe she and Sam can practice wrestling. Oh my god, Dean. Sam buried his face in his hands, turning bright red. Alex burst out laughing. Okay, well, I'm nearly at my room, said Alex when she recovered. I'll ask her if she wants to come stay. Don't worry, Uncle Sam, I'll get her to behave herself. She's not all spunk. Well, she's a lot of spunk, but not all. She does have a brain in her head. I guess I'll have to take your word for it, replied Sam. Dejected but smiling at the reassurance his niece was trying to give him. You can trust me, Alex chuckled. All right, gotta go. Thank you, I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, baby girl, said Dean, and hung up. They sat for a moment on the beds, Sam glaring daggers at his older brother. Dean met his gaze with a wry and content smile. You always really little ones with the tallest guys, he said. Dude, stop it, Sam collapsed backwards onto the bed. She's not even half my age. It's disgusting. Dean snickered as he rose and headed for his already packed gear. It's just a little flirtation. You can handle it, but I will be teasing you relentlessly until it settles down. Screw you, said Sam. No, screw you, Dean quipped suggestively. Jesus Christ, Sam grumbled. Dean slung his duffel over his shoulder. Come on, little brother. Let's hit the road. Well, where's all my stuff, then? Jenna was on the phone when Alex came into their dorm. The young woman paced back and forth in what space they had, one hand on her hip when the appendage wasn't wildly gesturing. In the basement, what if it floods? She gave Alex a cursory wave upon seeing her enter. Her expression wasn't necessarily angry, but it was definitely unhappy and slightly concerned. As Jenna turned away again, Alex set her backpack down on the chair and started to unpack. Trying not to listen and failing. I'm not buying all new clothes, Mom, that's expensive, Jenna continued. They're not that bad. What about my stuffed animals? I don't care if I'm too old for them. I still care about them. Can't you put my stuff in the attic instead? I've seen Dad climb, like, 100 stairs to get nachos at a baseball game. He can manage the little ladder into the attic. No, I don't want him to trip and fall and die, Jenna sighed. You know what, it doesn't matter. Do what you want. Just let me know when you're on your way so I know when to be down in the parking lot, okay? No, I won't be late. I don't always, yeah, okay. Yeah, love you, too. Bye. Jenna hung up and looked at Alex. Hey, she said. Hey, replied Alex. Jenna waggled her phone. Talking to my mom. She tossed the device onto her bed. I'm going to be sleeping on the couch during break. They turned my room into a man cave for Dad. Are you kidding? Said Alex. There isn't even a spare bed somewhere. Well, yeah, there's the guest room, but it's the holidays, we'll have guests, said Jenna. Alex raised her eyebrows. All the time? Not all the time, replied Jenna. Oop, we need to keep it clean between visits. Yeah, they can just change the fucking sheets before the guests get there, said Alex. You're their daughter, you should get a bed. It's fine. I fit on the couch. Jenna justified the decision as she plopped onto her mattress. Couch is more comfortable than that old sack of springs anyway. How was your test? She pivoted to avoid continuing on the topic. Alex wouldn't let her. Fine, she replied, staring at her roommate, her brow furrowed. Yours is in about 2 hours, right? Jenna shrugged. Yeah, and your mom bugged you with all that right before your psych final? Not really, said Jenna. She just texted to say they would be a day late picking me up, so I'm the one who called because I wanted some details. The couch thing just came up. A day late? Asked Alex. A whole day late? That's almost a whole day you'll be alone in the dorm. Yeah, so, you have demons after you, said Alex. Well, I have the anti-possession Y thing, said Jenna innocently. She pulled it out from under her shirt. See, I'm wearing it. Demons don't just possess you, Jenna, Alex edified her. Then she shook her head and held up a hand. Okay, there's something I wanted to ask you. What? Alex came and sat on the bed next to her roommate. I just got off the phone with my dad and uncle. They'd be okay if you wanted to come stay with us over break. Jenna looked sidelong at her, uncertainty etched in her expression. Come stay with you. A disbelieving smile jumped onto her face. What for the whole break? In Kansas. Yeah, said Alex. Oh my gosh, nah, come on. Said Jenna. You can't be serious. Jenna, I'm not comfortable leaving you alone for a month and a half with what's going on, said Alex. You won't be safe at your parents' house. And I don't have anywhere near enough time to teach you to defend yourself solo before you go. I mean, you said yourself these are low-level demons. You didn't even break a SW. Eat with the one that was in me last night, said Jenna, cringing slightly at the mention of the experience. I had a devil's trap, holy water, and the exorcism incantation memorized, said Alex. Do you remember everything I said? In Latin. Jenna's face went blank and her eyes widened. Espiritu Santo. Nope. Alex stopped her. And that's Spanish. Jenna tried again. Omnibuses. Nope, said Alex. That's English. Well, what is it, then? Asked Jenna, whining just a little with exasperation. Okay, first words are, exorcismus te, said Alex. Exorgismus te, repeated Jenna. Exorcismus te, exorgismus te. XOR, like a boat or. Exorgismus te. Okay, you're coming home with me. Alex finally burst out, her patience frayed. In spite of herself, Jenna giggled. Alex had to give in and release her frustration in a chuckle as well. And your dad and uncle are really okay with me coming and staying? Jenna asked, and she sounded a little bit moved. Oh, yeah, said Alex. Well, Dad for sure. Jenna's nose wrinkled and her mouth quirked to the side. Uncle Sam doesn't really like me, does he? No, I wouldn't say he doesn't like you, Alex reassured her. I think he just wasn't expecting you. It's okay, said Jenna genuinely. I know I come on a little strong. Yeah, that's all, replied Alex. Maybe just, while you're staying, rein and that little bit of extra friendliness streak you have going on with him. I'll do my best, Jenna said. Then her shoulders pulled up to her ears and she suppressed a grin. He's so tall. We know, Jenna, we all know. Everyone who meets him knows, Alex said wearily, sagging in defeat with a shake of her head. Jenna laughed out loud this time. Okay, I promise to behave myself. I will, thank you, Alex sighed relief. No, thank you, said Jenna, her serious side making a rare appearance. You've only known me for a few months, and you're letting me come and stay with you for, like, 6 weeks, that's. Nobody's ever cared that much. Well, we've spent a lot of time together, being roommates, said Alex. We know each other a lot better than most people know their friends because of that. Yeah, I guess so. Jenna agreed, smiling. Then she sighed. My parents are going to be pissed. Let 'em be, said Alex. You're the one who should be pissed. In fact, that's probably what you should tell them. You didn't want to spend a month and a half sleeping on a couch, so you're coming with me. 'Cause you can't tell them you're crashing at my place to practice fighting the demons that are trying to kill you. Jenna snorted. Yeah, they definitely won't believe that. Alex patted Jenna on the shoulder. Hey, let's just chill out for a while before your test, okay? Get your head in the right space. Sounds lovely, said Jenna. Then she leaned over and hugged Alex. Thanks again, Alex. Alex hugged her back. Don't mention it. Sam yawned as he leaned against the trunk of the Impala. Don't you start, because then I'll street. Dean's protest was interrupted by a sympathetic yawn of his own. Maybe we'll stop for coffee before we get out of town, Sam suggested. Not a bad idea, agreed Dean. None for Jenna, though, could you imagine? Dear God, said Sam. And in an enclosed vehicle, too. Eesh. About that time, there was movement at the door of the dorm building and Alex and Jenna appeared. Rolling their suitcases, the brothers waved to the two young women, who waved back. Jenna was the most emphatic of the four and did a little happy dance upon seeing them. Here we go, said Sam under his breath. Brace yourself, little brother, replied Dean as they both popped off the vehicle and wandered toward Alex and Jenna. You weren't waiting long, were you? Anna called concernedly as they closed the distance. Don't know, don't care, Dean called back. Too tired to look at the clock. Oh, gosh, replied Jenna with a mix of surprise and sympathy. Alex just chuckled. Hey, Dad, she said warmly, coming in for a hug. Hey, baby girl, Dean replied. Sam got the next hug. Hey, Alex. Hey, Uncle Sam, are you ready for a break? Sam asked her. Oh my God, yes, Alex groaned at the sky, taking dragging steps toward the Impala to exaggerate her exhaustion. First semester's a lot, said Sam, smiling. I am so tired, said Alex. Well, you can sleep in the car if you want, Sam said as he popped the trunk. We were going to stop for coffee on the way, too, Dean added. Oh, I love coffee, said Jenna. It makes me really tired, though. Really? Sam asked, surprised. Yeah, I have this weird opposite reaction to caffeine, Jenna replied, giving a hiccup of a laugh. Huh, Sam gave an approving frown and nod. Here, Jenna, Dean said, reaching for her suitcase. Oh my gosh, thank you, said Jenna. And really, thank you both for letting me stay with you. It's so I don't even know what to say. Oh my gosh, Jenna, don't cry. She scolded herself and waved at her eyes. Hey, it's no problem, said Dean, loading the suitcase and closing the trunk. It's kind of our fault you're in this mess anyway, so the least we can do is give you a safe place to sleep. Is that everything you need? Sam asked both girls. That's everything, said Jenna brightly. Yeah, agreed Alex. Although, I was wondering if we could run by Jenna's parents' place and grab some of her stuff. No, Alex, said Jenna, we don't have to do that. You're already letting me stay with you for weeks and weeks. I'm not going to make you drive all the way to my parents just for some stupid stuff. It's a bunch of important things, said Alex, addressing her father and uncle, although the former seemed a little distracted. Her birth certificate, medical records, some of the jewelry she inherited from her grandmother. It's all in the basement in a box right now. It's fine, Alex, it's so far out of the way, said Jenna. Our basement doesn't usually flood in the winter anyway. They put your birth certificate and medical records in a basement that floods frequently. Sam asked. They were in my bedroom, so they went with all my bedroom stuff when they moved it out. Jenna waved it off. I'm sure they'll be fine until I go home again. It's too far. I'm not going to make you go all that way for some papers. Well, how far is it? Asked Sam, brushing aside his surprise at her parents having repurposed her room within months of her leaving so he could focus on the main issue. Chicago, said Jenna. Chicago, Illinois, he pressed. Yeah, replied Jenna, her face scrunching in acknowledgement of the hassle it would be to make the trip. Sam shook his head. That's practically on the way. We can add a stop. You know, before the document ACKN. Alleging you were born and proving your identity is disintegrated. Jenna stood dumbfounded by the nonchalance with which Sam had just added probably 4 hours onto their trip. Not to mention the importance he placed on things her parents saw as clutter. See, road trippers, Alex said sidelong to her roommate. Right, Dean, we can make a detour, said Sam, turning to his brother. But Dean didn't respond. Dean was standing with his back turned to the group, tensed like a dog that had spotted a squirrel. He had honed in on a young man walking along a sidewalk about 50 yards away. He looked familiar, but Dean was sure it couldn't be who he thought it was. He shouldn't be here, but the more he stared, the more he confirmed his suspicions. Sam followed Dean's gaze, then cocked his head as he put a name to the distant face. "Is that, hey?" Dean shouted and began stalking toward the figure at an aggressive clip. "Hey, Gary." The boy looked around to see who had shouted his name. "What the hell are you still doing here?" Dean yelled at him. "You threaten my daughter with a knife and they don't throw your ass out of school." Gary's sightline flicked from Dean to Alex and his eyes went wide as he realized who was confronting him. He said it so quietly that it couldn't be heard over the distance, but everyone clearly saw his mouth form the words, "Oh, shit," and he began to run away. Abandoning his original trajectory in favor of a route taking him as directly opposite from Dean as he could possibly go. Dean began to jog after him. "You come near her again, and you'll be dealin' with me. And I don't have to hold back. They can't kick me out," he shouted. "Dean," Sam called in an attempt to stop his brother. Then he rolled his eyes and took off after him, leaving Alex and Jenna to stand snickering. "Oh my god, they are so cute," Jenna commented through her giggles. "In, like, a scary way." Alex sighed humorously. "It's kind of a violent goofiness." Jenna cackled. Sam caught up to Dean and snagged his arm and shoulder to slow and finally stop him. Hey, how about we don't murder Alex's classmate on campus?" Sam suggested. "He shouldn't be a classmate at all," Dean growled. Then he bellowed after the rapidly retreating Gary, "I'm watching you. Dude, they can still kick Alex out if one of us kills him." "Now come on," said Sam, tugging Dean around and leading him back to the Impala. "How the hell is he still a student here?" Dean asked Alex when they were within earshot. "He has to be present for the hearing with the school dean before they can do anything," said Alex. "He only just got out of the hospital." "What, really?" Dean said, surprised. "Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened, but I think there was something about infections cropping up from the surgeries." "Surgeries, plural?" asked Sam. "Well yeah, the nose and then they had to remove the testicle, too," Alex elaborated. "Holy shit," exclaimed Sam. Dean cringed. "Okay, I feel better about not catching him." "Hey, Dean, we need to swing by Chicago," said Sam, switching subjects. "Why?" Dean asked, looking confused over the top of the Impala. "Got a hankering for some deep dish?" "No, that's where Jenna's parents live," Sam explained. "She needs a few things. Things she can't get at any of the 25 Targets we'll pass on the way home." Dean questioned. "See, and you get your birth certificate and medical records at Target?" Sam asked, leaning against the roof of the vehicle. Dean looked even more perplexed. "She's going to need those over break. Her NTS shoved them in a box and stuck them in their prone-to-flooding basement," said Sam with a bitter smile. Dean stared at his brother, the confusion in his expression now turned to shock. Then he blinked slowly and shook his head. "Okay, we're going to Chicago," he said emphatically as he pulled open his door and climbed in. Jesus. Jenna and Alex took to the back seat. On her way in, she IED to make the Winchester brothers' reactions compute. It was just a bunch of papers. Was it really that big of a deal? They hardly even knew her. This was maybe the 4th time they had ever met in person and her birth certificate mattered to them. It seemed a little bit of an overreaction, but she shrugged it off as she dropped into the vehicle. Alex sighed and collapsed against the back of the bench. It was good to be in the Impala again. As much time as she had spent in her dorm room in the bunker, she guessed that she had logged more hours in this rear seat than anywhere else. It didn't matter that there was 14 hours of open road between her and the bunker, she was already home. She let her head loll to the side to look at Jenna. She frowned with concern as she took in the sight of her roommate. Jenna was shaking where she sat, her eyes wide as she looked around the interior of the vehicle. She hadn't even leaned back, sitting up straight as an arrow. "Are you okay?" asked Alex. "I can't believe I'm inside a 67 Impala," Jenna replied, so awestruck it took all the power out of her voice. "The leather isn't even cracked." "Yeah, I've had to reupholster a few times," said Dean. "Searching for the nearest drive-through with coffee. Especially with all the blood," Sam commented. "Yeah," agreed Dean. "The blood?" asked Jenna nervously. "Mostly ours," said Sam, gesturing to indicate himself and his brother. "It wipes off pretty easy, but some of it gets in the seams and soaks into the padding," said Dean. "Starts to smell after a while." "Oh," Jenna said feebly, beginnin' to wonder what reality she was falling into. "All right, let's get movin'," said Dean, setting down his phone and turning the key in the ignition. The engine rumbled to life and Jenna gave a tiny squeak at the sound. covering her mouth with the fingertips of both hands. Alex grinned at her friend. Kind of vibrates in your bones, doesn't it? She teased. Jenna nodded mutely. Her speechlessness did not last long. Oh, it's a 327. She suddenly exclaimed. Yeah, Dean said with a grin, then immediately snapped out of his distraction and twisted in his seat to look at Jenna. Wait, what? You know. Jenna continued with a knowing nod. The small block option makes a lot more sense if you're road tripping all the time. So much better gas mileage than a 427 and still gets a ton of power. Plus who needs more than 275 horses if you're not racing stock cars? She laughed. By now, both Sam and Dean were staring at her over their shoulders, incredulity proliferating across their faces. Alex told you that, said Dean. Told me what? Replied Jenna with a tone of undeniably genuine innocence. Dean's eyebrows shot up and he addressed his daughter. Oh, you weren't kidding. Alex met his gaze and shook her head slowly with a delighted grin. Well, all right then, said Dean, turning back around. They backed out of the spot and headed off campus. Dean gunned it a little bit headed down the road. The two young women in the back laughed, Jenna from surprise and joy, Alex from amusement. Sam rolled his eyes. Show off, he murmured. Dean chuckled. Okay, again, from the top, said Sam. Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus, Jenna recited. Omnis Satan uuh. Satanica potestas, omnis incur. Jenna trailed off. Incursio, Sam encouraged. Incursio, Jenna repeated quietly. But she had become distracted. Staring out the window, the scenery had become upsettingly familiar. They were getting close to her house, and for some reason her stomach was starting to twist itself into knots. Jenna, Sam asked. They're not happy I won't be home for Christmas, said Jenna. Well, they'll just have to deal, said Dean. Yeah, said Alex. If that's how they feel, that's their problem. You don't have to take that on. I do, though, replied Jenna, her voice barely audible over the road noise. Alex gave a sad smile as she looked over at her friend. I know. She reached over and squeezed Jenna's hand. I'll come in with you if you want me to. Okay, said Jenna. We can come, too, if you need more buffer, Sam offered. I need to stretch my legs anyway, said Dean. Jenna felt a surge of emotion, which she quickly quelled. If she let it out now, she wouldn't be able to get through going into her old home and searching through her squirreled away boxes without having a complete breakdown. So she tried to ignore the fact that suddenly she was in a car with 3 other people, 2 of them nearly strangers, who were all offering her more emotional support than anyone had given her in her entire life. That would be nice, thanks, was all she managed to say. Her legs shook as she paced up the front walk. She tried to soak in the confidence that radiated off of Alex, who kept close to her side. She imagined Sam and Dean behind her as a kind of impenetrable wall that would stop her from turning tail and sprinting back to the car. She knocked on the door, and felt her heart pound almost painfully against her sternum. Finally, a man answered, his face permanently set in a mildly grumpy expression. Oh, hey, Jenna, he said. Is this your roommate? Yeah, this is Alex, said Jenna. Hi, said Alex, trying to keep her tone neutral. It was hard, as putting a face to the stories Jenna had told her just seemed to make her hate him more. He looked like the most boring middle-aged man she had seen, and somehow that made her angry. Maybe because it gave her the impression he was trying to look normal. Who are they? He asked, nodding to the 2 men who hung back on the walk. I'm Dean, Alex's dad. This is my brother, Sam. The man acknowledged the answer, continuing to assess them with a stare. Can I come in and get my stuff? Jenna asked. Oh, right, yes, said Jenna's dad. And let the door swing open, stepping out of the way. Come in. Jenna ducked her head slightly and walked past her father into the house. Alex trailed behind her. Sam and Dean wandered inside, too, but didn't pass far beyond the threshold. What did you say your name was? Dean asked. Brian, said Jenna's dad, still inspecting them with a disapproving stare. Nice to meet you, Sam lied. Is Alex's mom in the car? Brian asked. Dean's brow furrowed as he regarded the question. No, Alex's mom passed away when she was a baby. I'm sorry, said Brian blandly. You never remarried? Dean pivoted briefly to glance at Sam, who looked just as confused and unsettled by this line of questioning as he was. Dean decided to omit that he had never been married in the first place. No, I didn't. Huh, said Brian, his mouth hanging open slightly, lazily. So it's just you and Alex at your place? Yeah, and Sam, said Dean. Your brother lives with you, said Brian, and finally he showed some hint of emotion, this being a little lift of his eyebrows. Yeah, Dean bit back as his confusion turned toward annoyance. So it's you and Alex, and her uncle, continued Brian. No one else lives with you. We don't have a lot of extended family, replied Dean. What are you getting at? At that moment a woman came in from the next room, moving swiftly. She faltered, however, when she saw Sam and Dean standing in her living room. She looked stern, like she had just eaten something sour and hated it. I heard the door. I thought Jenna was here, she said. She is, said Brian. She and Alicia already went downstairs. Alex, Sam corrected him. Right, Alex, said Brian. This is my wife, Candace. This is Dean and Sam. Nice to meet you, said Candace, leaning forward to shake both their hands with a pincer-like grip. These two are the people Jenna will be living with over Christmas, Brian said quietly, turning his whole body toward his wife and away from the brothers. Dean took the opportunity to mumble to Sam, what the hell is going on? I don't know, Sam whispered back. I think he doesn't like us. Yeah, think. What, you don't have family over for the holidays? Asked Candace. A few friends sometimes, said Sam. But all the rest of the time it's just you two and Alex. Said Brian. Yeah, we've established that, Dean snapped. Why is that so important? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with my daughter being in a house alone with two grown men, said Brian. What? Replied Dean. What the hell does? Then it hit him what Brian was implying, and he reeled. Sam realized it, too, and his jaw dropped. Wow. Dean recovered from his shock to clarify, are you saying you think we would take advantage of Jenna? It took everything he had to keep his voice level. He knew if he flew off the handle, that wouldn't necessarily make his case, and right now it was more important that Jenna was protected from the demons than Bridge. Ian losing a few teeth for being a presumptuous dickhead. Well, you have to admit, it is a little odd for two brothers to be living alone with a young woman, Brian spoke matter-of-factly, as if he as completely blind to the threat he was facing. And, unfortunately, it is not uncommon for uncles to be inappropriate with their nieces. Excuse me, Sam felt a rage so powerful he could feel a physical burn under the skin of his neck and head. He took an aggressive step forward. Although Dean was about as incensed as his brother, he heard the fury in Sam's voice and knew he was about to lose it completely. So he turned off his own emotions and switched to the defensive. He put an arm across Sam's chest, gripping a wadded handful of his jacket, and set his feet to keep his brother from attacking Brian. I have never laid one wrong hand on Alex. Ever. Sam roared, his voice so loud and so resonant it rang off the walls. You don't even know us. You have no right to assume we would do anything like that. I can't even think. Sam's face contorted as if in pain at the very idea. It's appalling. What is wrong with you? It was then that Jenna and Alex returned, the latter toting a medium-sized cardboard box. What's going on? She asked, concerned. Jenna, you're staying here for break, said Brian firmly. What? Jenna piped. Oh, Brian, what does it matter? Said Candace, mildly smacking her husband with the back of her hand. It's not assault if the little slut wants it. Mom, Jenna said meekly as her face flushed a pale pink. Oh my God, said Dean, grimacing at the comment. Is that how you talk about her? She's standing right friggin' there. Where the hell did this come from? Alex asked. Is this what Uncle Sam was yelling about? Sort of. Dean tried to look calm as he addressed his daughter. Brian here thinks your uncle has been in his words inappropriate with you. Inappropriate, Alex repeated, taken aback. She looked at Sam, who was currently unable to look at her. And then they saw her entire demeanor turn to ice. Something had developed in Alex in the last few years. Sam and Dean had noticed it a few times, but more and more often it became clearly recognizable. Honed into a precise and exacting weapon. It was a kind of overwhelming quiet, a terrifying quiet and stillness, like being in the eye of a hurricane. And when she turned this intense focus of cold, steely venom on people, they knew their whole lives were about to change. She turned that gaze on Brian now. Why did your mind go to that so quickly, Brian? She asked him, her voice as smooth as polished glass. Is that what you do with your nieces? And then this man who was so expressionless that it seemed as if he was dead inside suddenly became a living person. He tried to suppress his reaction. That was clear, but a chilling, gripping fear came into his eyes, a terror so violent he looked like he could explode. Just like with Gary, Alex had read him like a flashing neon sign. And called him out on it with absolutely no regard for who learned about his most abhorrent secret. And suddenly, Jenna remembered a dozen tiny, momentary instances that she had never paid attention to. Minute things she had heard or seen at family gatherings that gave her subconscious the gentlest tug, that fraction of a second that an action or a comment seemed odd. All the pieces suddenly fell into place and it was obvious to her what she had been picking up on. If she hadn't been frozen in terror, her knees would have buckled. Almost as upsetting was that Candace just looked at the floor, her lips pursed. Her expression just a little sheepish. She didn't seem pleased at this horrid truth becoming unveiled, but she was definitely not shocked, as if she had known all along what her husband was doing. Okay, Sammy, go walk it off. We'll meet you at the car. Dean pushed his brother out the door, firmly but not unkindly. Sam relented, still shaking with rage, but also gradually deflating. Dean turned back to Brian, his voice menacingly quiet. I'm not going to bother defending my brother to you, because I'll be honest, you ain't worth the breath, he said. But I will say this. When we heard Jenna was sleeping on the couch in her own home for the entire break, we thought, yeah, she could come stay with us so she could have, you know, a bed. But after learning what we just did about you, there is no way she's staying here. Sam and Alex and I are absolutely the safest people she can be around right now, and God knows she shouldn't be anywhere near you, you sick son of a bitch. Then he strode over to Alex and took the box from her. I've got this, you take care of Jenna. Come on, let's go, Alex said gently to her friend beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and guiding her toward the door. Jenna offered no resistance, she just walked. Even though her speechless parents stared after her, she never once looked at them. She couldn't, but she and Alex had to stop their progress as Dean had paused at the threshold. He couldn't hold back the comment. And by the way, he snapped at Brian and Candace, it was Sam who did what my shell-shocked ass couldn't. And got copies of my daughter's birth certificate and vax records days after we lost them in the fire that burned Alex's mother and brother alive. And he left. Was that what parents did for their children? They cared that much about pieces of paper. It wasn't just about feeding and housing and making sure they did their homework. Jenna wasn't aware she was pondering this, wasn't aware of much of anything. For that matter, but it still took some coaxing from Alex to get her to move again. The two young women came up to the Impala just as Dean was depositing Jenna's box in the trunk. Somehow all that existed for Jenna was that trunk, as if it was the only real thing in the world right now, and she clung to it like a lifeline. The plainest question came to her mind. Why is the trunk so shallow? She asked. We'll tell you later, Dean replied, shutting the hatch and heading for the driver's side. Let's get the hell out of here. Alex opened the door for Jenna and eased her to the seat, careful to stop her head from bumping the frame. Then she jogged around to her side and climbed in. As soon as she was inside, she pulled her jacket off and wrapped it around Jenna, to prevent her from going hypothermic with shock. Then she scooted up next to her and held on tight. They took the most direct route out of Chicago they possibly could, humming along toward the countryside. For a long time, they all sat in stunned silence, too upset to discuss what had just happened. Sam stared out the window, drowning in turmoil. It wasn't simply from the accusation that had been thrown at him, or the assumption that he was a pedophile purely because he was an uncle, or even the heinousness of the crime of which Brian thought him guilty. It was that finally someone had outrigged. HT told him what he had always feared people presumed when they saw him with Alex. Anytime he was being kind or caring with his niece in public, or when people found out he lived with her and his brother, he worried that they would perceive his familial love as a symptom of incest. Even the time when he had taken her to her first OB/GYN appointment, he had been anxious that the other patients though UGHT they were in some May-December romance, but had opted out of making it clear that he was her uncle as somehow that seemed worse. Sam didn't often put stock in what other people thought, but something about this always concerned him. Perhaps because it was simply so horrible. More likely it was because his entire life had become about keeping her safe, and it terrified him to think there was even a chance that he could have harmed her in any capacity. About 12 miles outside city limits, he finally broke the silence. Alex, he began, and all the power he had bellowed with earlier was gone from his voice. Have I ever done anything that made you uncomfortable, in any way? Some people would have heard this question and thought he was looking for confirmation that Brian had been completely in the wrong. That he was a bad person who had lost his mind and Sam was free of fault. But the way he said it, Alex could tell that her uncle was honestly concerned that he had done something that may have hurt her without realizing it. No, Uncle Sam, said Alex. She came off her seat and reached over the back of the front bench, wrapping her arms around Sam's neck and resting her cheek on his shoulder. Not once. Not once in my whole life. Sam gripped one of her forearms with a hand and hung his head. He let out a ragged breath and allowed a tear to fall as relief washed over him. Sun had been closing in on the horizon when they left Jenna's parents' house, so they only got a few more hours of travel time in before everyone was exhausted and ready to stop to eat and sleep. Hey kept their eye out for a motel to overnight at as they approached the Quad Cities. How are you doing, Jenna? Alex checked in on her friend, who had not moved or spoken since they had left. Okay, Jenna said feebly and slightly dreamily, as if she wasn't quite aware of her surroundings or what Alex had asked her. Are you sure? Alex continued. You're crying. I am, asked Jenna. She wiped her cheek with a hand and looked at it, surprised to feel and see wetness on her skin. Well, how about that? Didn't even notice. Sometimes that happens when you're in shock, said Alex. I am in shock, replied Jenna. I'm so sorry, Jenna, said Alex, holding on just a little tighter. It's funny, Jenna began, you just brush things off when they happen, when you're living them, and you think, well, that can't possibly be. And then you finally find out, and everything makes sense. In the worst way, and there's some sort of relief, but at the same time it's like, how did I live with it for so long and not even know? I don't know how I'm going to be able to even look at him ever again. You don't have to if you don't want to, said Dean. You mean, never see him again? Jenna asked. Yeah, exactly, replied Dean. She gave a tiny laugh. I can't just cut my parents out. They're my family. That doesn't matter, Jenna, said Sam, turning in his seat to look back at her. If something's that toxic, you have every right to remove yourself from the situation for your own sake, no matter how you're related to the people causing you that harm. That's easy for you to say. A touch of Jenna's spark finally seemed to resurface as she came back at Sam. You three in this tight-knit, loving, functional family. How would you know what I'm dealing with? Much to Jenna's surprise, everyone else in the car laughed. Maybe even a little harder than the situation called for. What? She asked, confused. Oh, we are all kinds of dysfunction, Dean answered. How many times have we tried to be estranged, Sammy? I don't know, 6 or 7. The younger replied. How about that time we were still working and living together, but I had decided that we couldn't be brothers? Dean chuckled. You sure changed your tune when I died. Oh my god, Jenna piped from the back. Like, had a heart attack and got resuscitated. No, like dead, replied Dean. Stabbed straight through the heart. How long would you say those angel blades are, Sammy? 14 inches. Sam shrugged. I'd say 12. We'll go with 14, said Dean. Ooh, Jenna croaked from the back seat, completely dismayed. Was Dean a ghost? Or a zombie? It rattled her to realize these were actual possibilities now. Yeah, one of us dying usually gets the other to come to their senses, said Sam casually. Or both, Dean amended. Or both, Sam agreed. Ooh, Jenna said again. They're not undead, just resurrected a lot, Alex whispered to assuage her friend's anxiety. Jenna paused as she took in the information, then looked over at Alex in disbelief. What, doesn't seem to stop us from trying to kill each other once in a while, though, Dean commented. Any guess as to how often we've come to blows, Sam? Are we talking love taps or actually trying to beat the crap out of each other? Asked Sam. God, I don't know if I could count them all if we tried to tally up every single punch or shove or choke hold, said Dean, seeming a little intimidated at the thought. Well, if we just count actually fighting, gotta be at least a dozen, said Sam. Oh my god, Jenna commented from the back seat. That's just our drama, though, you and me. What about all the stuff with Dad? Dean added. Yeah, we were total opposites with our dad, Sam told Jenna. I hardly even spoke to either Dad or Dean all 4 years I was at Stanford. And I worship the guy, said Dean. Which was super weird because he never really acted like he wanted either of us around. He was always off hunting when we were kids. Until we were old enough to go with him. And I hated hunting with him, said Sam. Did not like him telling me what to do at all. And he told me jump and I said, how high, said Dean. And neither of us could get any approval from him. Ever, said Sam. Until right before he died. Yeah, agreed Dean. And we were just pups when he passed. Sam was barely in his 20s. How old were you exactly? Sam sighed, shaking his head and closing his eyes. I don't even want to try doing the math. Thinking back that far makes my joints hurt. Dean laughed loudly. And it wasn't like he got sick and died. Or got shot and was gone, continued Sam. Oh, No, Dean agreed. No, he sold his soul. And the cult, interjected Sam. And the cult, to the demon that had killed our mother when I was 6 months old. Just to save my sorry ass from dying in a hospital bed after we had fought that exact demon and then got T-boned by a semi, said Dean. Think of that guilt. My brother and I are now orphans because I couldn't keep my fluids in my body. Yeah, and basically dad dumping the responsibility of taking care of me onto you, like he had been since you were 4, commented Sam. Yeah, Dean scoffed. And not just like, taking care of you, but taking care of you. Hey son, I'm going to die to save you, so look after your little brother. You might have to kill him, though. Good luck with that. Oh my god, I forgot that. Sam groaned, sinking lower in his seat and propping an elbow on the door windowsill to rub at his forehead. So, Jenna, Sam decided to wrap it up. As you can clearly tell, we're not exactly unfamiliar with family drama. We get how hard this is for you. Holy shit, I guess, said Jenna. But that's just the thing, though, isn't it? All of that, and you've always come back together. It's worth it because you're brothers, because you care about each other. But see, that's actually the difference here, said Dean. We honestly care about each other. Even when we fight, we don't do it because we just want to tear the other down. Yeah, usually one of us has made a mistake of some kind that hurt the other, and we get angry because we're hurt, said Sam. Not because we want to hurt each other in the first place. I can't stop thinking of what your mother said about you, in front of you, said Dean. I mean ever. Why thing else about that whole interaction was messed up, but for some reason I can't wrap my head around that comment. I could never, neither me or Sam could ever say something like that to Alex. Hell, I don't know if I could even think it. But she said it to your face like it was a fact, like she said it every day. That's not anger getting the best of you, that's I don't know what it is, but it sure as hell isn't love. Jenna was thoughtful for a moment, and when she spoke it was quiet. It's not, is it? There was an uncomfortable pause. None of them quite knew what to say. Alex was the first to come around. Jenna, they're not saying your parents don't love you. No, they are, and they're right, replied Jenna, and there was strength in her tone but not anger. I never realized it until someone said it. But now that they have, I can see it. If they actually loved me, they wouldn't have said things like that to me. Say that they wished I was a boy, tell me I dressed like a hooker, or I wore too much makeup. Call me a quitter, or a slowpoke, or a flake. I mean it wasn't all the time. Jenna's brow furrowed as she thought it over. It kind of was, actually. Not every single second of every single day. But I don't think a day went by they didn't make some kind of comment like that. Sounds like torture, Sam said carefully. I always thought they were trying to get me to be the best I could be, but yeah. It was torture, said Jenna. They sat in the melancholy for a few seconds before Dean said, well then, fuck 'em. Dean, Sam warned quietly. Take it easy. Dean ignored him. Jenna, if that's the way they treated you, they don't deserve to have you around. And you don't owe them jack just because they're family. You get to be around whomever you want to be around. And if you decide to never go back to them and you need a place to stay, you can stay with us. Sam didn't contradict him. Jenna couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Thank you, she said, and dropped her head onto Alex's shoulder. Don't mention it, said Dean. They drove on in silence for a short time. Sam couldn't hold back his quiet comment, however. Whomever. Oh, excuse me, was that incorrect? Said Dean, matching Sam's level but with a slightly mocking tone. It wasn't, that's what surprised me, said Sam. Hey, I read, Dean retorted. Then Jenna's head popped up. Wait, Sam, did you say you were at Stanford? Sam cleared his throat. Yeah, but you don't look like a nerd at all. Jenna protested. Dean chuckled. He was pre-law. Jenna's jaw dropped. Holy shit. The Impala rumbled into the motel lot. The place was pretty well packed and they had to find a spot to park a fair distance from the office. It was the only vacancy they had found so far and they didn't want to see Hanson accommodation desert further out. All right, I'll go get rooms, said Dean. Come on, Sam. He exited the vehicle. While Sam found this odd, he figured his brother had a reason for needing him for a one-person job, so he followed. Jenna and Alex climbed out, too, happy to move about after the 3-hour stint on the road. Once they were out of earshot of the two young women, Dean asked, "How ya doin', Sammy?" Sam took a long breath, realizing why Dean had asked him to walk along. I'm fine, it's just it was hard to hear. It was messed up is what it was, growled Dean. It was, agreed Sam. I've just got to let it go. He was a piece of crap, it's not worth dwelling over. Damn straight. It does make you wonder. Sam couldn't stop himself from delving further. Even when you know you haven't been like that. People say things and it makes you worry. You know how much have I screwed up with Alex? I know I'm not perfect, but is it worse than that? Well yeah, no one's perfect, replied Dean. But Alex seems to think you've been pretty good to her, and so do I. And trust me, if you hadn't, I would let you know. This made Sam scoff a laugh, all the memories of their verbal and physical altercations fresh in his mind after the talk with Jenna on the road. Hell, half the time I think you're doing better than me, Dean added. Yeah, right, said Sam, grinning. Honestly, Sam, there is no one alive I would rather have helping me raise her than you. Dean's words struck Sam so hard his chest hurt. It took him a while to be able to speak again, and when he did his voice was quiet. Thanks, Dean, he said. Sam tried really hard not to cry as they entered the motel office. Back by the Impala, Alex was leaned up against the rear bumper of the car, her eyes closed, slowly breathing the cool night air. The freshening chill sharp and relaxing on the bare skin of her face. After a week of cramming for finals and testing, some dealings with a demon, and then all the stress of today's encounter. There was an overwhelming relief in standing outside and not thinking of anything at all. It didn't last long, however, as her attention was soon drawn by her friend, W. Ho's pacing was gradually increasing in speed. Jenna, Alex asked. I can't, she replied briskly. I can't just leave them. It's my mom and dad. What am I going to do without them? How am I going to survive? They're my parents. They raised me, they took care of me. How can I just ditch them? After everything they've done for me. Food, clothes, a roof over my head, driving me around, paying for school. Jenna, Alex said calmly. And what about my sister? Do I ever get to see her again? Do I cut myself off from my whole family? Are they all horrible people I shouldn't be around? What about my poor cousins who my dad was? She made a sound as if her windpipe had suddenly collapsed and avoided the rest of the sentence. Am I abandoning them? Even if I don't owe my parents, what about the people who still have to be related to them? I can't just forget about them. Oh my god, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Jenna's hands had crept up into her golden hair, gripping her scalp. Her breathing was rapid and hard, her eyes wide with fear. She suddenly turned and walked toward the building, beelining between the Impala and the adjacent cars. It wasn't necessarily a move towards anything, just a move, as if she had to go somewhere instead of treading a hole in one spot. Alex strode after her, her long legs shrinking the distance between them rapidly. By the time Jenna reached the sidewalk along the motel's front, Alex had grabbed hold of the woman not roughly but not ineffectively and turned her around so they were face to face. Jenna, there is absolutely nothing I can say to make you feel better, said Alex. That's all going to be up to you and time. But you have to listen to me, because here's what you're going to do. You ride these emotions out. You don't act on them. You don't let them rule you. You just let them happen. And when they're over, when you've thought about this from every single angle 12 times over, and it's so familiar you feel numb when you think about it, then you make your decisions. Otherwise, you'll make the wrong ones. Okay. Jenna shook under Alex's grip, and she glanced around like a cocaine addict in need of a hit. I don't know if I can just sit around and twiddle my thumbs. I'm not built for that. I have to do something. Anything. I feel like I could run all the way to Kansas. How do I even lay down in bed at night and sleep? Well, said Alex, you're about to go through some really intense physical training for a month and a half. I think you'll be sleeping like a log. Just put your rage into a punching bag and not me when we spar, yeah. Jenna half laughed, half sobbed. Oh my god, it's going to be so crazy, she said. Then her eyes went wide. Oh my god, I'm going to have to fight you. That's intimidating. Oh my god. Then her eyes went wider. Am I going to have to fight your dad? Oh my god. Am I going to have to fight Sam? And suddenly Sam's stature was no longer attractive but terrifying. Alex took her turn to laugh. Don't worry, you'll just deal with me. Maybe if you get to a point where you're feeling confident enough, you can go a few rounds with them. Even then, I'm sure they'll go easy on you. Alex paused to think. Maybe. Jenna sucked in a deep, settling breath. Okay, she said as she let it out. Okay, my god. She shook her head. 3 days. 3 days is all it's been. And what has my life become? Alex pulled her in for a hug. I know, Sometimes the big stuff happens the fastest. Have you ever had something change your life this much this suddenly? Jenna asked, her words muffled due to her cheek being pressed against Alex's shoulder. Alex nodded. A few times. Of course, I don't remember the day my mom and half-brother died, or the day my dad gave me to Doug and Pam, but I remember the day my adoptive parents died. Matt was babysitting me while Mom and Pop were on a visit to Grandma in the nursing home next town over. They weren't even late getting back, so we had no reason to worry. And then the cops showed up. All we did was answer the door and everything changed. Everything. I was 9 and suddenly I had no parents and I was going into foster care, and I didn't know where I would be living in a week's time, or if I would see my brother again. And I remember when we were at the funeral, and out of nowhere, Dad was there and he and Uncle Sam took me back. And of course, that changed everything, too. Very different lifestyle from the suburbia childhood I'd had. My biggest worry way back then was if I'd get invited to Laurie's sleepover. Alex laughed. How dull and trivial is that? Oh my God, Alex, said Jenna, her tears sliding down Alex's leather jacket. You never told me any of this. Doug and Pam died, and your mom and half-brother died too. And how did you know your dad was your dad when he came and took you back? Alex chuckled. How do you think? I recognized him, and Uncle Sam, but you saw it. You don't remember the day he gave you up. Well, I saw him once when I was 5. My family was traveling, and if you can believe it, we ran into Dad and Uncle Sam at a motel. Not unlike this piece of crap we're at now. It had only been a year or so since they'd given me to Doug and Pam, so I still remembered what he looked like at the time. You know, when I saw him, I took off down the sidewalk and hugged him. It's actually one of my earliest memories of him, period, running over to him. Something about that just stuck. So that's how I knew it was Dad when he came to the funeral. That and the paternity test the state had to run so he could keep me out of foster care. Alex laughed, and so did Jenna. A door to a room opened a few dozen feet down the sidewalk. Alex, your life is so hard, said Jenna. What the fuck am I complaining about? Alex laughed again. Oh my gosh, Jenna, no, she chided, giving her the tiniest shake. I'm not trying to one-up you or something. I just want you to know once in a while, your whole world gets flipped on its head, and I've been there, so you are not alone. You're not alone, and things will get better. All Jenna could do was nod her head against Alex's shoulder. Alex took the pause in conversation to eye the 3 raucous young men who had exited the motel room and were wandering in their direction. Okay, Jenna finally piped. I have about 1 billion questions about all that, but my brain isn't there yet, so can we talk, like, a lot, later? No problem, Alex said with a warm smile. We've got 6 weeks to chat. I'm sure you'll learn a ridiculous amount about me and my family. You'll be sick of the stories by the end. Doubt it, said Jenna, sounding much more upbeat than she had since leaving Chicago. Look at these 2 hot chicks hugging it out. The group had reached the spot where Alex and Jenna were standing. Alex had hoped they'd drop their catcalls and walk on by, but they came to a stop a short distance away instead. Man, I'd like to be in the middle of that, said another one of them. Oh, no, look, said the third, crouching slightly and pointing at Jenna. The blonde is cryin'. What's got you down, beautiful? Somebody not treat you well? Jenna was cringing into Alex, staring anxiously at the guy who had pointed at her, who was nearest. Sweet Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. When is this shitty day going to end? Stay calm, Alex murmured, her eyes rapidly assessing all 3 of the strangers. None of them were particularly large, but unlike Gary, they looked scrappy. Not outright dangerous, as if they were packing heat, but they seemed like they could move quickly and were stronger than was obvious. And there were 3 of them. Can you take them? Jenna whispered. Pretty outnumbered, Alex replied just as quietly. I bet I could treat you right, baby, said the second to speak, addressing Jenna. Make you forget all about that asshole. You do like those blonde girls, don't you? The one in the back said. Blondes have more fun, said the second. Right, sweet cheeks. You can have the little one, said the guy nearest them. I like the dark and mysterious girl right here. He swaggered closer and brushed a few dark locks of Alex's hair away from her neck. Alex didn't move a muscle except to slide her eyes down to watch his hand as it passed above her shoulder. But other than that, she kept her gaze locked on the man's face. You look like you need someone to help you relax. Why don't you come with us and we can show you both a good time? Alex said mildly. Odd numbers make for disappointing orgies. Someone always gets left out. He likes to watch anyway. The man closest waved a dismissive hand at his farthest removed companion. Come on, it'll be fun. Alex evaluated her options. Most of them sucked. An outright fist fight was not a good idea. The movies always made it look like taking on multiple opponents was just a day in the life of a hardened fighter. But in reality it rarely went well and was over quickly and viciously. Another option was to try and stall until her father and uncle returned to even out the numbers. But that relied on a lot of luck and good timing. Calling on Castiel was a more reliable route, but not entirely. Sometimes he was not available. He might even be in a fight of his own with far more intimidating opponents that he wouldn't be able to get away from. Then she'd just look like an idiot calling a strange name into the night air. There was one last option that might just fit the bill, however. Alex looked down at Jenna, who was still plastered against her, and asked in a low voice, "You want to see why baby's trunk is so shallow?" Jenna's brow furrowed in confusion. "I mean yes, but is this really the time to?" "Okay," Alex said to the man, finally releasing Jenna and pushing her behind her in a way as she turned to square up to their confronter. She noticed that he looked down at her breasts now that her chest was visible. But on one condition. She held up a finger and let a hint of a suggestive smile creep onto her face. "You all stay right here and let me grab some toys I've got in my car. I think you'll find them very exciting. But it has to be a surprise. So you have to stay right here. Sound like a deal?" A series of oohs went up from all three men as they struck at each other playfully. "Yeah, okay," the nearest one said, grinning. "We'll wait right here." Alex began to back away, letting her hips rock loosely as she went, guiding Jenna back past the Impala. "Stay right there," she said, pointing at the group. "We're stayin'," called the second one, and indeed they did, too foolish to think anything other than they had just scored. "What the hell are you doing?" Jenna hissed as she passed the Impala's rear door. "You'll see," Alex said, finally turning around as she pulled her spare key from her pocket. She worked the latch to pop the trunk as she said, "Now Jenna. For this to work, I'm going to need you to react as little as possible." "Good God, what are you going to show me?" said Jenna. Alex removed the suitcases and the box, glancing back at the boys to be sure they were staying put, which they were. "Just be cool," said Alex, and she popped the hidden compartment open to reveal the arsenal underneath. She wedged the sod off. Under the hatch on the side the group couldn't see. Jenna's eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head, but she managed to keep from making a noise. Alex peeked over at her and grinned, then returned to the trunk to grab her gun. She relished the sensation of having the 9mm in her hand. It fit perfectly into her palm, like a part of her body had been missing for the past 4 months. But the weight was off. Because of course, it wasn't loaded. She picked up one of her clips, checking the bullet at the top. "Nope, that's the silver clip," she mumbled to herself. "What, for werewolves?" Jenna quipped. "Yup," Alex replied. "I was joking," said Jenna, exasperated at how unintentionally accurate she had been. Then she pointed into the trunk and hissed, "Are those nunchucks?" Alex put a guarding arm out to keep Jenna from advancing any farther into the compartment. "Don't touch." Alex found the clip with regular lead and loaded it carefully into the pommel, trying to minimize the click as best she could. Then she discreetly tucked her pistol into her waistband. Aren't you going to use that?" Jenna asked quietly. "Nah, she'll only make them freeze," said Alex. "But this," she pointed at the pump-action shotgun propping the hatch open, "this will make them run." With that she pulled out the weapon, letting the hatch drop, and stepped to the side of the Impala, bringing herself and the gun into full view of the trio. Just to be extra intimidating and make it clear as to exactly how comfortable she was with firearms, she gave it a one-handed pump to cock it, then swung the butt up to rest precisely against her shoulder, taking aim as she advanced. Immediately, the three started hollering and screaming and scattering, with many a "holy shit" shouted as they scrambled away from her. "Run," Alex yelled forcefully at them. And they did. One of them tripped and fell hard as he pelted down the sidewalk. Due to his panic, he showed no signs of pain as he bounced back onto his feet and followed his friends. They disappeared out the parking lot entrance and down the adjacent road, not caring to get to their cars. Alex dropped the shotgun to hang at her side and turned to Jenna, mock wiping her brow with a phew. "Holy crap," said Jenna. "It worked, but holy crap. You know the best part?" Alex asked, coming over to her friend. She opened the loading port to show it empty. "What am I looking at?" asked Jenna. "It's not loaded," said Alex. "And when it is, the shells are full of rock salt." Oh my god, exclaimed Jenna, what if they had come at you? That's what Felicia is for, said Alex. Felicia, Jenna repeated. My handgun, replied Alex, pulling out her 9mm. You named your gun, said Jenna. Well, when you know her like I do. Alex put on a half smile. Jenna squinted. Slightly creepy. Alex shrugged and put away the weapons, ejecting her clip and storing them all safely before shutting the arsenal hatch and the trunk. That's like overwhelming, said Jenna. How am I going to learn to use all of that stuff? That thing you had was half my height. Don't worry, we'll start you off small, said Alex. I think we've still got the little 4mm I first practiced with. I don't even know why we have it. By that time Sam was striding back to the car. Hey, he said, everything okay out here? Thought I heard yelling. You're kinda late to the party, Sam. Jenna snapped, and it was sharp enough to make Sam look taken aback. Just a bunch of guys getting too friendly, Alex explained. I scared him off. Really, said Sam. Yeah, well, seedy motel, dark night. You know, she elaborated with a shrug of her shoulder. Sam nodded wearily. Yeah, I guess. Did you pull the shotgun? Oh yeah, Alex replied as if it were obvious. But with your 9mm as backup. Of course. Good job, said Sam as he stopped beside them. So Jenna's seen what's in the trunk? Jenna nodded, wide-eyed. Okay, Sam smiled. How are you feeling? Intimidated, replied Jenna. Sam chuckled. Trust me, one day, you'll be glad it's there. There was only one room left at the motel. And it only had 2 queen beds. When asked if there was a couch available in the suite, the front desk clerk had simply shrugged and mumbled, I know. When all 4 of them had made their way into their accommodations and flipped on the lights, they found th. At the only other places to sleep were the floor and, in a pinch, the rather large table that somehow fit quite well in the tight space. Dean's head tilted back on his shoulders and he groaned at the ceiling. Well, I guess one of us is taking the floor, said Dean. I suppose, said Sam, looking at his brother. Dean did a mild double take as he caught Sam staring steadily at him. Why you looking at me? He said. Well, it's going to be one of us, said Sam, indicate Dean and himself. Then it's you, said Dean. Why me? Sam protested. Because I'm the big brother, and the oldest one here. I should get something soft to sleep on, said Dean. Oh, come on, said Sam. I can sleep on the floor, Jenna offered. I don't mind. Dean held up a dismissive hand in her direction. We just saved you from a couch. We're not putting you on the floor. Then I'll do it, said Alex with a shrug. Not like I haven't before. Then what? One of us bunks with Jenna, replied Dean. Little creepy after the day we've had. No, it's gotta be me or Sam. Dean squared up to his brother, lifting his chin defiantly, and held out a fist. Sam looked down at it, then back at Dean. So you're taking the floor, said Sam. We don't know that. Yeah we do. Dude throw. What is happening? Jenna whispered to Alex. You'll see, Alex replied with a wry half smile. Sam held out his own fist. They sized each other up for a beat. Then 1, 2, Dean threw scissors. Sam knew he would. Son of a bitch, Dean bit off quietly and tossed his duffel down in a corner of the room. Alex didn't hide her laugh very well. Sorry, Dad, she said, and moved deeper into the dwelling to deposit her suitcase out of the way. As she did so, she felt her boot stick to the carpet. It made a sound like Velcro as she peeled her foot off the spot. She looked down and wrinkled her nose at the fact that she couldn't see the discoloration that indicated where the sticky area was because it was all discolored. How about none of us sleep on the floor? She recommended. Why not? Asked Sam. Because it's so filthy it'll slowly eat away at your body overnight and in the morning all that will be left is a puddle of goop, said Alex. That bad, you think? Sam cringed slightly. Yeah, Alex replied meaningfully. What do you suggest then? Asked Dean. Why don't you and Uncle Sam just share? Said Alex. We don't fit, said Dean. Sam sleeps wide. No, I don't, retorted Sam. Dude, you been sleeping wide since you were in Mom's stomach, Dean corrected. Jenna cackled so hard at this she fell onto the other bed. Sam just looked exasperated. Yeah, well, Sam came back, I've seen you sleep on a chair before. If I sleep wide, you can fit in whatever space is left. When was the last time you saw me spend the entire night in a chair? Asked Dean. I don't know, ooh. That first time Joe came hunting with us. Sam answered. Dean thought for a second, then his eyebrows jumped up as he remembered the instance to which his brother was referring. Oh my God, Sam, that was forever ago. I was in my 20s, I don't bend that way anymore. It's a bed, Dean. You don't have to bend at all, said Sam. The point is you'll fit on your side. Yeah, but how long is that going to stay my side? Said Dean. We're not used to sharing a bed with anyone. What if you roll over in the middle of the night and smother me? If you don't quite complaining, it won't be an accident, said Sam darkly. That was the one that made Alex struggle to choke back a laugh. I'm not even that much bigger than you, Sam continued. I don't think I'll kill you just by rolling over. And you can always roll me back off. Sounds like a really restful night's sleep, shoving your massive little brother off your face over and over again until you're too tired to keep doing it and just accept your fate, Dean grumbled. This is making me feel so much better, Jenna whispered to Alex from where she lay on the bed, stifling a giggle. Alex grinned back at her. Look, we've slept in way worse conditions before. Let's just suck it up and deal with it, insisted Sam. That was when we didn't have any other choice, Dean argued. We don't have a choice now. Sure we do. The floor can't be that bad, said Dean, looking around at the ancient carpeting. He caught sight of 3 particularly nasty-looking stains within about 4 seconds. He leaned over to inspect one of them, and he was convinced. Nope, that is disgusting. Fine, we'll share, Sam sighed wearily. Good. Anyways, I'm starving, Dean moved on in the conversation. Who wants some food? Pizza, beer, and memory lane. The 4 sat around the unusually large table, finishing off the scraps of the delivery pizzas and nursing a few bottles of beer. Even Jenna had decided to try a drink, though hers was still half full. She had been put off by the taste initially but was slowly warming up to it. That was amazing, said Jenna. I'm so full, she mock collapsed on the tabletop. Yeah, I'm headed for a food coma, Alex agreed. If we weren't all tired before. I love pizza, Jenna said sleepily. Mom never let us have it. What, never? Asked Dean. Yeah, never, Jenna confirmed. It's actually the first memory I have of her telling me and my sister we can't have pizza because we'd get fat and no one would like us. Oh my God, said Sam. How old were you? Too young to be hearing that, said Dean under his breath. Jenna gave a feeble laugh. You're not wrong. I think I was 4. And Lila would have been 7. Jesus, said Sam. Tis a miracle you don't have an eating disorder. Well, I don't know about my sister, but I always bucked my mom, said Jenna. I eat what I want. I mean, I had to eat what she put in front of me, but when she wasn't around, I just ate whatever I was in the mood for, junky or healthy. Follow your heart is what I always say when it comes to food, Dean commented. Jenna and Alex had to laugh in spite of the pressure it put on their full stomachs. You know, he's actually not wrong, Sam offered. Studies indicate we tend to crave foods that contain nutrients we're deficient in day to day. It's really no different than being thirsty. Huh, Jenna piped from the tabletop. Well then, my mom can suck it. It was the brothers' turn to laugh. Yeah, your mom can suck it, Sam agreed with a fading smile. Sorry you had to deal with that. Thanks, Jenna said, drifting contentedly. Then finally she lifted herself off the table and looked at them, smiling and propping her head on a fist. You know, Alex told me about her first memory. Oh yeah, said Dean. Yeah, said Jenna. The one at the motel. One at the motel, Dean repeated in confusion. Yeah, when me and Matt and Mom and Pop ran into you and Uncle Sam. Alex replied. Really? Asked Dean. That's your first memory? Alex nodded. First clear one, at least. I have vague impressions of stuff before that, of course. But that's the first thing I can remember. Like, a really vivid image in my head. And it's not like I remember the whole day, or anything we said, but I can clearly picture you, and being really low to the ground. And running really fast, and being, like, super happy. The thought made Alex laugh a little. Dean just stared at her. She had spoken about it as if she were remembering a nice day at the beach. Or a trip to the zoo, as if the inconsequentiality of highly emotional moments that came with the innocence of her 5-year-old self had followed the memory to the surface. But her father saw through it. Not because of how she acted or how she spoke about the encounter, but because of the fact that she remembered it all just like the day she'd recognized them on the sidewalk outside the motel. And it wasn't as if he thought she would have forgotten about it altogether. Obviously she would remember it to some extent, given that she had identified him and Sam when they showed up at the Hurstwine funeral. Not to mention her reaction at the church had been strong enough to indicate that she had thought of them in the time after the run-in. But it was clear now that it was more than just an aid in recognition. For Alex, it was a crystal clear moment of time etched into her mind forever, her first memory. Apparently, on that day, Dean wasn't the only one who had experienced emotion so powerful that neither of them would ever forget the encounter. Jenna was too tired to notice Dean's quiet stall. It's so sweet that she remembered you too, after a whole year of being apart at such a young age. I mean, she said she didn't even remember being adopted. Dean cleared his throat to respond, though it took several seconds for Jenna's words to actually register. He glanced over at Sam, who was staring hard at his empty beer bottle as he rotated it incrementally on the table with one hand. Yeah, it was kind of wild. Wait, did you say a year? Dean asked, looking confusedly at Jenna. Yeah, Alex said like a year or so had passed since you'd seen each other, the young woman replied. 'Cause I was about 4, right? Asked Alex. So about a year, maybe 2. No, Alex, it was 3 years, said Dean. Alex's mouth turned up in a disbelieving smile. What, really? Yeah, really, Dean insisted. You were 2 when we gave you to the Hearst Wines, and you were 5 the next time we saw you. You shouldn't have remembered us at all. It was. Dean shook his head, looking for a strong enough word. Astounding. Sam found it for him without looking up. Yeah, astounding. And the craziest thing was you were the one. Dean couldn't quite describe it that way. We were walking away so you wouldn't see us and all I did was look back over my shoulder, and you recognized me. And you called out and ran to me. Alex had lost all joviality in her expression, looking stunned instead. You were walking away so I wouldn't see you. That was the whole point of giving you up, Dean elaborated. So you wouldn't be associated with us. So you wouldn't be in danger. We didn't even tell Doug and Pam that I was your dad and Sam was your uncle. You shouldn't have known, and who we were because they didn't even know. They couldn't have told you. Oh, so I recognized you, but I didn't really know who you were, how we were related, Alex said, trying to fit the pieces together. No, you knew exactly who we were, said Dean. How do you know? Asked Alex. Dean broke eye contact with her for a moment and ran a hand over his mouth before responding. Because when you saw me, you shouted, Daddy. Alex sat dumbfounded. All she could say was, oh. And when you were done hugging me and you saw Sammy, you shouted, Uncle Sam. And hugged him, too, Dean added on. A tight smile tugged at Sam's lips briefly. But he still didn't shift his gaze. Alex was far enough away she couldn't tell for sure, but she thought she saw a slight shimmer in his eyes and wondered if he was fighting tears. Finally breaking from her reverie, Alex shook her head and said with a chuckle, I guess you two really left an impression. Yeah, I guess so, Dean agreed, smiling at his daughter. At that moment, Jenna burst into cacophonous tears. It was so dramatic and sudden, it made all of them jump in their seats. Even Sam finally looked up to see Jenna waving her hands at her face as she wept. Oh my god, you 3 all love each other so much. It's so fucking touching. I can't even handle it. It's like watching This Is Us, but in real life, and that makes it so much more emotional. I can't, I'm so invested in this whole dynamic. Like, how could you even stand to be apart at all? Jenna rambled through her sobs. The young woman's reaction was so extreme that it immediately dissolved the heaviness in the air, making all of them laugh. Having Jenna openly express the entirety of the feelings they were trying to keep reined in lifted the weight off them, like an emotional pack pony. Even Sam was able to let his tears fall as he laughed. Ah, man, he said with a good-natured sigh. It certainly wasn't easy. That day was. Sam paused to shake his head, the best and the worst day. Because there you were, Alex, out of the blue, when we thought we'd never see you for the rest of our lives, and you friggin' remembered us, even me, and I'm just your uncle. Immediately, Alex snorted and shot him a dose of snark. Oh, yeah, just my uncle, come on. She said it teasingly, and it was her playfulness that got Sam to smile for a moment. However, the and assuredness with which she expressed just how important he was to her made it hard for him to breathe. His jaw set in an attempt to keep his emotions in check. Alex's expression went from wry to a subdued panic as she realized she might have accidentally broken her uncle. Dean noticed his brother struggling, too, and absently smacked him in the pec. Keep it together, Sammy. It was just abs. Enough to make Sam shut his eyes and give a light chuckle. Jenna tried not to blush, although this was pointless as she was completely red-faced from weeping openly. Sam finally recovered with a sigh and resumed his explanation. Well, anyway, you remembered us, and then we had to explain to Doug and Pam why we had to give you up, this whole long, crappy conversation. And then we had to say goodbye all over again. Dean took over for his brother, as he could tell Sam was at his limit for emotional turmoil for the day. You know, one glorious evening hanging out, and then the next morning, bye, Alex. See ya, never. And that was that. For another 4 years. I should have just friggin' lied, he added, shaking his head. Just pretended we weren't who you thought we were. Would have been so much easier. Would it have been? Sam posed the thought. Yeah, it would have, Dean replied immediately. No, think about that, Dean, pressed Sam. Think about how she would have looked at you if you'd told her. Sorry, kid, I'm not your dad. Dean took Sam's advice and pictured the betrayal on his daughter's 5-year-old face and imagined how it would have felt to turn and walk away as she cried. It had never happened, and yet the false memory he created made him want to sink into the squalid carpet and cease existing. He lifted his eyebrows and gave an exhausted nod of acquiescence. Yeah, okay, maybe you're right, he said. But that's definitely not what happened. I mean, it probably couldn't have gone any other way. I've got a lot of willpower, but I heard, Daddy, and it was all over. Sam finally broke into a wide grin. You folded immediately. Immediately, Dean agreed. Even if there was a shred of resistance left, when you came hauling ass down that sidewalk, it was just, nope. Here she comes. Dropped my crap and braced for impact. It was an actual impact, too, Sam added. You slammed into your dad, could have heard it from across the parking lot. Yeah, Dean had to let out a little laugh. For a second there I thought, she might be ready to go hunting. A chorus of light chuckles rounded the table. Shortly thereafter, the humor ebbed somewhat from Dean's face. So glad you didn't, though, he said. It was a rough 7 years, and sometimes I wish we could have them back, but I don't know how I would have survived it. Alex helped him get where he was going. I don't know either, said Dean, staring into space. All the crap that was going on then, too. I mean, it was only a couple months after getting rid of the mark that we ran into you. The mark? Alex inquired. Mark of Cain, Dean elaborated. Don't ask. Slowly, he shook his head, looking incredibly tired. I am so glad you never saw me like that, he said, rubbing at his brow. There were times Alex remembered that her father and uncle had led long, complicated lives before she had been around to witness any of it and be old enough to form memories. He last 10 years had introduced her to much of the drama and bloody adventure that she assumed was a continuation of their previous exploits, but it was in moments like these she wondered just how things had been for them when she wasn't around, what they had been through. And her father had told her not to ask, and judging by the look on his face, she didn't want to. Nevertheless, she couldn't help sparing a questioning look at her uncle. He met her gaze solemnly. It was bad, Sam told her. Then he addressed his brother, starting in very carefully. You know, I stood by you and fought for you as best I could during all that, but I think if Alex had been around, I would have packed her up and left. Dean gave a little scoff at the comment. That would have been the right thing to do, Sammy. Holy shit, Alex thought. It really was bad. No one was safe around me, Dean continued without looking at anyone. Beat the crap out of Saws by the end. Alex couldn't quite believe what she had heard. I thought you said punching Saws was like hitting a bronze statue. Well, the mark gave me a little extra juice, Dean sighed. So yeah, it was probably not a bad thing that you got a break from us. He finally looked up at Alex. Probably, she had to agree. Stayed safe until I could defend myself. And got a little bit of normalcy before jumping in the deep end. She chuckled, as did her father and uncle. Still missed you both, of course, but yeah, probably a good thing. Dean nodded with a small smile. Missed you, too, baby girl. Then he sighed noisily and said, well, I think that's enough slogging down memory lane for today. I'm beat, and we've got a long road tomorrow. I'm turning in. Dean stood and started stacking the paper plates to shove in the empty pizza box for an easy grab and dump in the morning. Yeah, me too, said Sam, standing as well to aid in the cleanup. Alex yawned. Sounds lovely. I'm already asleep, said Jenna, rubbing her tear-soaked eyes. Good, said Alex, 'cause you're going to need it before the next few weeks. Jenna laughed, then suddenly jumped in her seat as her awareness of her body came back to the forefront and she shouted, wow, do I need to pee? And she darted off to the bathroom. And she only drank half her beer, Sam commented, amused, as he walked the bottle to the kitchenette and dumped the flat, warm remainder. We have not done much partying, but I can already tell most alcohols go right through her, Alex admitted as she waded up napkins to pitch in the trash can. While Sam was busy with the Quid disposal, and Jenna took her time watering the porcelain. Dean tugged at the fabric of Alex's shoulder. Hey, come here, he said quietly, and pulled her in for a hug. Alex leaned on him. Love you, he said, only for her to hear. Alex smiled. Love you, too. He gave her a quick peck on the head and released her. Alex departed to throw out her handful of cheese grease-stained papers as Dean went to his duffel. Sam returned to the table to place the now empty bottle amongst its fellow fallen soldiers. He tried to play it cool, but he couldn't help himself. Do I get one, too? He asked Alex as she passed. Course, she chuckled, and hugged her uncle, getting a tight squeeze in return. Once they parted, Alex grinned wryly and asked, Did you really go get my records right after the fire? Sam laughed, half in surprise. What, did Dean say something? Yeah, he said you went and got my records because they burned. Sam nodded with a long breath. Well, we hightailed it to Bobby's pretty quick after all that. And we didn't know when we'd be back in town. Hospitals don't give babies any more vaccinations unless you've got proof of where you were in the regimen, so. Alex took in the information, looking thoughtful, and gave a little, Sam looked over at her. What? Nothing, just, she shrugged a single shoulder with a smile, glad to be back. Blank, blank. All right, lights out, said Dean, and clicked off his bedside lamp to send the room into darkness. They all settled into sleep. Jenna and Alex lay facing each other. Alex, Jenna whispered as quietly as she could. I think my sister has an eating disorder. Alex reached out and gripped her friend's wrist. What do I do? Jenna asked. Just talk to her, said Alex. If she's ready, she'll want to talk, too. Then you go from there. The pillowcase crumpled ever so softly as Jenna nodded. Okay, hey, Jenna couldn't help adding, whose saws? Alex gave the tiniest chuckle. Oh, I'm sure you'll meet him eventually. The sound of blankets being shifted came from behind Alex, followed by a mild thud. Get off me, Dean growled. The bedding rustled again as Dean shoved S. brother's arm off him, and Sam's light laugh was audible as he returned to his side of the bed. Jenna and Alex's gaze met through the dark as they stifled laughter. Jenna had had a devastating day, somehow there had been little pleasant moments to offset the tragedy. It seemed that if she stuck with the Winchesters, no matter how bad it got, there would always be something to lighten the load, some reason to keep going. Hey, don't worry about it, kiddo, Dean spoke into his phone, wandering around and kicking at the gravel as he chatted. Just let us know when you get a break, Kay? Or if you need us to come lend a hand. Are you kidding? You know Alex would jump into a hunt in a heartbeat. Yeah, it's been a long first semester, but she's always ready. Good nap in the back of baby and she's 110%. Oh, I'm sure you've got a handle on it, but you never know when crap hits the fan. Well, all right, keep in touch. Yeah, me, too. Talk soon, Charlie. Dean hung up and tucked his phone away. He wandered over to where Sam was crouched beside their most recent devil's trap, assembling a summoning spell. It was dark out, and rather late. Alex and Jenna were probably already collapsed in bed back at the bunker, exhausted from hoofing it the rest of the way home today. Of course Sam and Dean were beat, too, but neither of them had bothered to exchange more a couple words with each other before packing up and heading to this little spot in the middle of could be anywhere. Dealings with demons weren't really a wait-and-see kind of affair, if they could help it. Charlie a little hung up. Sam asked without pulling his gaze from his work. Yeah, she's got this whole thing going on over in Charlotte, said Dean. Probably can't make it for Christmas. Shoot, said Sam. Well, we can get the gang together later. Probably New Year's or after, agreed Dean. Cass'll be there with bells on whenever, so we'll just wing it by Charlie's schedule. Sounds like a plan, was Sam's response. Then he hauled himself back to standing with a noisy grunt. Ready? He asked. Ready, said Dean. Sam struck a match and dropped it into the copper basin, eliciting a vicious cascade of sparks and smoke. They hung back and looked around the area as they waited, hands in pockets. Really? A gravelly voice chided. You have my number. You couldn't just call. Quote, today's more of an in-person kind of chat day, said Sam. Hiya, Crowley, said Dean. Moose. Squirrel. Crowley acknowledged each of the Winchesters in turn. What's got you hauling the king of hell out of his dungeons for? Into an empty, windswept cornfield, I might add, in the middle of the bloody winter. Are ya cold? Dean mocked. Do you need a big, fuzzy blanket? Screw you. Oh, no, Crowley, screw you, said Dean. And he took a few casual but malevolent steps toward the edge of the trap. "'Cause it just so happens that one of your goons went after my daughter while she was away on her own at college." "You must be mistaken," said Crowley. "I haven't sent anyone after little Alexandra Mary recently." "Then how do you explain the demon that possessed her roommate and tried to take her and hold her for ransom?" retorted Dean. "Alex did say they were kind of a rebel faction," Sam inserted. "A rebel faction," Crowley repeated. "A bunch of wayward demons. Going after a Winchester, without even asking me first." He looked a little hurt with his last comment. "Yeah," snapped Dean, "so tell them to knock it off." "Dean, calm down," Sam sighed, walking around the remnants of the summoning spell to come level with his brother. He addressed Crowley. "Look. The way Alex explains it, there's a small really small group of demons who are displeased with the way they've been treated due to our disagreements. We're here to ask you to go a little easier on them." Crowley gave Sam a disbelieving, deadpan stare. "You're joking," was his clipped reply. "We never joke about Alex's safety," snapped Dean. "You seem especially upset, Dean. Was the little dear harmed in some way or another?" asked Crowley snidely. "Barely broke a sweat, actually," said Dean smoothly. And his mask of steel started to slip and a bit of a grin appeared. Apparently she already had a demon trap hidden in her dorm room. And had the holy water handy and everything. "I have been telling her that if a demon shows up, just exorcise them right away, but she broke the rules and did some interrogating, but I can't even punish her for it, because it ended up getting us some information about what's going on. And she's fine because she handled it like a friggin' badass, so." "Dean," Sam said quietly, tapping his brother's shoulder. "What? We're losing a bit of an edge here." "Yeah, Dean, keep it together. Your dad is showing," said Crowley disdainfully. "Well, pardon me for being a little proud," Dean came back, throwing up his hands. "The point being," Sam tried to drag the two back on course. "We need you to lay off your low-level demons, so they'll lay off Alex. I don't care how inexperienced these douchebags are, they don't get to mess with her." "They're the low-level ones, are they?" asked Crowley. "The fresh meat, as it were." "So it would seem," Sam confirmed. Crowley smiled and shook his head. "I think I know the little pipsqueaks that are hounding baby Winchester," he said. "Oh, do you?" said Dean. "Course I do," said Crowley, starting to pace. 10 of them. "Yeah," replied Sam. "That confirms it, then," said Crowley. "They call themselves the Tremendous 10, an oxymoron if I ever heard one. Been trying to raise a little hell down in hell. And a little outside of hell, too. Quite a bit, it would seem, seeing as now they're trying to tango with you lot. They're very much like a small dog. A whole lot of noise and gall but not a lot of effect, so I haven't bothered to chastise them regarding their yapping. I haven't been bored enough yet, far better things to do with my time. However, much like a yippy little dog, this kind of insubordination is starting to get on my nerves," Crowley finished. "So you're going to handle this?" asked Sam. "Oh, yes," said Crowley sulkily. "I know just the thing." And he was gone. Dean stared at the empty space the demon had vacated with a furrowed brow. "I feel worse." "Do you feel worse?" "Yeah," replied Sam shortly. "I would have liked to have known what thing he's planning to do." "Me, too," said Dean. Then he growled a sigh and turned to start packing up the spell supplies. "Well, whatever it is, we've dealt with worse before. I just hope it gets dealt with before the end of the break so Alex has more backup if all 10 of them come a-callin'." "I have to agree with you on this one," said Sam, helping with the packing. "It's too much of a threat for one hunter to take on alone. And I'm worried Jenna won't get much training in after all she's been through." "Poor kid," commented Dean. "That was too much crap to deal with in just a couple days. She might rally, though," he added. "Maybe training will give her something to do. I know when I'm working through shit, it's nice to have something to punch." Sam scoffed a laugh. "Yeah, no kidding," he agreed. "Either way, she's got a rough road ahead." Alex slept hard and late into the morning her first night back in the bunker, but Jenna slept every second she got for just about a week. She was still up and around, and hung out and ate meals with Sam and Dean and Alex, but any time she was doing something low activity or taking a break and relaxing she would slowly drift off to sleep. They found her unconscious slumped on the couch, collapsed on the bed with her computer still open on her lap, her cheek plastered to the pages of an open book at a table in the library. One time they even caught her asleep at the kitchen table as they were relaxing after dinner, but more remarkable than the fact that she had drifted off was how she had Pet her head so perfectly on her fist that she looked like she was still upright and awake, just with her eyes closed. I mean, it was the last full moon, so last shot, right? Sam was saying, catchy. Ing Alex up on hunts from over the past few months of her absence. So we were staking out the house where we thought the whoa hang on, is Jenna asleep again? Both Dean and Alex turned to look at the young woman. It took all of them several seconds of inspection before they came to the conclusion that she was, in fact, asleep sitting up. I'll be damned, said Dean. Yup, she is out, Alex confirmed. We should probably wake her up, said Sam. Don't want her to fall and hurt herself. Wait, Alex stopped her uncle from trying to revive Jenna. I kind of want to see how long she stays like this. Alex, Sam said sternly, but quietly so as not to startle Jenna to consciousness unceremoniously. I'll catch her if she starts to fall, Alex reassured him. Keep talking, though, she might wake up if it's gone quiet. Ooh, okay, said Sam. So where was I? Stakeout, last full moon, said Dean. But before we get back into that, let's at least agree we're all going to keep an eye on this. Dean gestured in Jenna's direction. I get that school is tiring and she's been through a lot, but this is a little weird. Sam and Alex murmured agreement. It took about 84 more seconds for Jenna to finally start to tilt ever so slowly forward and ultimately jump awake. Blank. Alex allowed her friend to do nothing but rest and hang out for the first 3 days of break. But when day 4 arrived, Alex woke Jenna up, gave her breakfast, let her stomach settle, then dragged her to the practice room. The first thing she taught her was how to throw a punch. After making her clip her nails and wrapping her wrists. We're not going to wrap every time we work out, said Alex. You'll need to learn to keep your wrists straight all by themselves. Ready to go at any time with no support. But first shot at the punching bag, we're going to wrap. Once Alex was done, Jenna flexed her fingers, grimacing. This feels so weird. Too tight. No, replied Jenna. Just short nails and no bend in my wrists. It's weird. You'll get used to it, said Alex. All right, come here. Jenna approached the bag, her shoulders creeping up towards her ears. Don't be nervous. It's just a bag, said Alex. The point is to have something soft to punch. It's harder than you expect, though, so just test it out first. Okay, said Jenna. Then she just stood there. Test it out, Alex repeated herself encouragingly. Oh, said Jenna. I thought you were going to okay. Jenna raised her fists, her arms folded tightly upright and set wide. Then he half-heartedly threw a tiny right-handed punch. The bag barely moved, which she had not expected from something that was hanging. It was definitely harder and heavier than she'd anticipated. She was also shocked at the sensation of the strike not only on her fingers and knuckles but up her whole arm. And she hadn't even been trying that hard. Oh my god, said Jenna. And you punch people's faces? Yeah, it hurts, said Alex. You get used to it, though. Try again. Harder this time. Jenna was reluctant to put more force into her blow given how the first one had felt. But she knew she had a long way to go. And balking at the second punch wasn't going to get her there any faster. So she struck out. This time the bag wobbled just a little. Jenna flapped her hand to dispel the shock of the impact. Better. Alex gave a small smile. All right, now you know more what it feels like, let's work on your form. By the end of the session, Jenna was beating up the bag, and getting fairly enthused. It was the elation of feeling strong and confident thanks to that initial tiny taste of knowledge and practice. Alex remembered feeling the same way years ago when she had learned to dance with the bag. And seeing that same surprise and joy in Jenna's eyes made her smile. But it was a bittersweet smile. She knew how quickly that feeling had evaporated after being in her first real fight. The next day was target practice. The actual shooting part was delayed significantly, however, as Alex couldn't find the 4mm. Hey, Dad, Alex found Dean in the library. He shut his book and looked over, removing his cheaters. Yeah, where's the 4mm? I can't find it in the gun room. At the bottom of a pile of rust in a drawer somewhere, Dean said, shrugging. I have no idea. We haven't touched that thing in like a decade, you grew out of it so fast. Your Uncle Sam might know, though. Go ask him. Alex said as she left. Sam was checking stock on all the herbal spell supplies in the storeroom, updating a list in his phone. Hey, Uncle Sam, said Alex. Hey, Sam greeted her. Then he sighed as he pulled out an empty jar. I've told him 1,000 times. He mumbled at the ceiling, "Tell me when the wormwood's gone, it takes so long to get the right one." "Wormwood?" asked Jenna, trailing Alex. "Isn't that the stuff in absinthe?" "Not this stuff," said Sam. "I mean, yeah, wormwood, but the kind we get is more potent. Did you two need something?" He turned. "I can't find the 4mm, said Alex. "Any ideas?" "The 4mm, said Sam, bewildered. "We have. Oh yeah, that would be Then followed a pause where Sam stared into space, appearing to think extremely hard, frozen in confusion for almost a little too long. Finally he shook his head and trudged out of the storeroom, saying, "Well, it's got to be somewhere." The three of them spent the better part of the next 20 minutes scouring the safe for the pocket pistol. While Jenna helped look, she marveled at how unusual it was to misplace a gun in general, but shrugged it off as one of those funny little quirks that came with living with hunters. Sam and Alex, contradictorily, couldn't believe they had misplaced a gun at all. No one knew how dangerous that was better than they did, even a little 4mm. A bullet was a bullet. And Sam and Dean had definitely up there care and caution as soon as a 9-year-old took up residence in the bunker. After scouring the entire gun safe, they stood looking around, racking their brains for any other hiding places for lethal weapons. Where else could it be? Sam asked the room at large. When was the last time any of us had it? Alex posed the question. Then suddenly, she gasped and covered her mouth with a hand. Her head snapped around to her uncle, fixing him with a wide-eyed stare that startled him a little bit. "Whoa, what?" he inquired, concerned. Then she fought back her laughter so hard it made her face red. "I know where it is," she said. "Where?" Sam asked incredulously. "I stashed it," Alex replied. "What? Come on." Alex turned and left, her uncle and her friend in tow. She led them to her room. She pulled her bed away from the wall slightly and knelt down beside the head. Sure enough, she found the little 4mm still tied to the strut of the bed frame with a piece of twine. Carefully, she pulled it out and turned back to her search companions, coming to sit on the floor, and held up the little piece. "Oh my God," said Sam, hating that he was smiling. "Why is it back there?" "And since when?" "I think I was 11, said Alex. "There was that case where a pagan god was manifesting as little kids' fears. I didn't go on that hunt, of course, but I heard about it when you got back. And so for a while, I couldn't help thinking about if there was a pagan god in my closet, or under my bed." "Even though you were in the bunker," said Sam. "Even though I was in the bunker," Alex agreed. And there was no way any of those monsters were getting in. But little 11-year-old me can't kill her emotions with her rationality yet, so for some peace of mind, you go and stash a gun by your bed," Sam finished for her. "Yup," said Alex. "Even though you knew it would do nothing against a pagan god." "Yup, yeah, in hindsight, we probably shouldn't have told you about that one," said Sam. Alex shrugged. "Gotta get used to it sometime." She popped out the clip and looked at it, then covered her mouth with the wrist of the hand holding the cartridge. Her gaze had once again turned humorous with a hint of embarrassment. "What?" asked Sam with trepidation. "It's loaded." "Oh my God, Alex." Sam held his hands to his temples, laughing in disbelief. "You are so grounded 8 years ago." "I know," Alex squeaked through her giggles. "At least the safety's on." "Well," Sam said, giving her a hand off the floor, "you're not the first Winchester kid to sleep with a loaded gun nearby. At least we didn't give it to you. And wouldn't have let you sleep with it if we knew. Grandpa gave you a gun to sleep with," said Alex. "Oh, yeah," replied Sam. "The idea was to do better with you. Hard to tamp down your genetic instincts, apparently." Alex snorted, then nodded agreement. Then she turned to Jenna. "Okay, first thing we're going to learn is how to clean a gun. Which probably is about as important as knowing how to fire one." "Yeah, and neither of you is taking the first shot," said Sam. "That thing's been hiding behind a bed forever. Who knows what it'll do. I'll hang out for the rest of the first session, too. In case you need me." He avoided mentioning that half his reasoning was in the event of an injury. "I'm sure we'll be fine if you need to keep working on the stores," said Alex. "Don't worry about it," said Sam, "I can do some more while you're cleaning. And that wormwood's probably been sitting empty for weeks, another hour won't make a difference." Blank. "Everybody good?" Sam shouted, giving a thumbs up. Alex and Jenna responded in kind from where they stood off to the side of the shooting range, clad in eye and ear protection. Jenna's face was scrunched up in nervousness, her hands over her ears, but she tried to smile anyway. She'd never seen or heard a gunshot in person in her entire life. She was also torn between wishing she had some previous experience to make her less nervous in front of these two seasoned gunmen, and being glad her first encounter with firearms was in such a controlled environment. Sam nodded in acknowledgement of their preparedness, and turned to the target. He held up the gun one-handed. There was no reason to risk both hands, and no way he could get another grip around the little pistol, it was so minuscule. Not to mention the kickback hardly warranted any more control than he had with his Model 92. So he took aim, then turned his face away even though he was wearing his own protective equipment, and fired. It wasn't a big bang comparatively, but it was certainly far louder and far closer than any explosion Jenna had heard before, and it made her jump and squeak. Alex and Sam, on the other hand, were pleased at the sound, as it was a very typical low-caliber gunshot and did not indicate any defects. Nevertheless, Sam inspected the weapon for any damage that would have become exacerbated. And once satisfied there wasn't any, fired off a couple more rounds to be sure, this time without bothering to turn away. "All right, seems good," Sam said. Alex and Jenna walked over. Jenna turned to look at the target page, seeing 2 holes in the bullseye and 1 in the ring just outside the center. "Holy shit," Jenna yelled over her muffled ears. "You hit that without looking." "It's a little easier when the target isn't moving," replied Sam. "Don't worry, you'll get there. Speaking of which, your turn." He offered Jenna the tiny gun. She hesitated in taking it from him, but eventually reached out and wrapped her hand around the grip. She bared her teeth in a grimace like she was reaching into an opaque box that contained a mystery substance that was very slimy and unsettlingly warm. "Jenna," Alex said firmly. Deep breath. Jenna locked eyes with her roommate and took a long, slow breath at Alex's indication. "It's actually oddly important to stay relaxed when shooting," Alex continued. "You gotta be strong and you gotta keep a good form, but more than that you have to not tense up. Then you won't be able to move, aim, or absorb the kickback." "Really?" said Jenna, looking confused. "Yeah, here." Alex held up her hand to Jenna. "Push against me." Her brow furrowed, Jenna put her palm flat against Alex's and pushed. She was a little disturbed at how little Alex's hand shifted, even when Jenna applied a significant amount of force. "Do you see how little my body is moving?" Alex asked. "Actually, I was kinda just freaked at how little you were moving at all," Jenna said honestly. Alex smiled and rolled her eyes. "Okay, try again and watch my shoulders and upper body." Jenna gave another shove, and this time was even more disturbed at how correct Alex was. Her upper body didn't budge an inch. "See it?" "Yeah," Jenna said, baffled. "It's because I'm absorbing the force at multiple points in my arm by allowing a little bit of flex," said Alex. "Now I'll keep my arm straight and you push again." They tried the exercise, and Jenna was shocked to see Alex's shoulder move backward and her whole body twist slightly to follow. "What the hell?" Jenna hissed. "That force has to go somewhere," said Alex. "If it goes straight to your body and doesn't move anything along the way, it's going to push against parts of you that can't absorb the impact as well. Then you get thrown off balance and that you do not want." "Now you try," said Alex. "Lock your elbow, and I'll push." "Okay," said Jenna. Then she added quietly, "Careful." Alex cracked another smile. "I will be." Alex gave a modest but sufficient push on Jenna's arm. It increased in pressure slowly enough that Jenna wasn't taken by surprise, but she was eventually awestruck when he force became enough that it tilted her off balance and she stumbled backward a half step. "Whoa," she said. "What the heck?" "Okay, now with your elbow bent." Jenna applied as much resistance as she had before, but this time she allowed a slight bend in her arm. She was amazed at how much more she was able to resist Alex's push, and never did she feel like she was forced out of balance. "Tot's insane," said Jenna with a nervous laugh, and Alex nodded acknowledgement. "I felt so much stronger, too." "It's hard to use your muscles when you're already straightened or flexed as far as you'll go," said Alex. "You have a lot more power when you have a little bit of bend." "That isn't the case with everything, but it is with a lot of things." "So does that make sense in terms of shooting? To stay strong but not tense up?" "I think so, yeah," said Jenna. "Okay, let's give it a whirl." Alex coached Jenna on her stance, her grip, and how to sight down the barrel. She fiddled with her as Jenna prepared to fire, adjusting her thumb on the pommel, tapping her toes at the inside of Jenna's ankle to get her to stand wider, pressing down on her shoulders to get her to relax. Once she was satisfied with Jenna's form, she took a step back. "Okay, last 2 things," said Alex. "When you're ready to fire, don't pull, squeeze." And the other thing, and this is going to sound silly after you fire, don't drop the gun. What? Jenna laughed. It's kind of a surprise when you fire. Some people have a drop the gun reaction, said Alex. And when a gun hits the ground, sometimes it goes off, and we don't want that. So try not to drop it. Jenna nodded, her face growing more concerned by the second. The moment was approaching, and approaching fast. She was about to shoot a gun for the first time in her life. And it scared the crap out of her. Don't worry, said Alex. You'll do great. When you're ready. Alex backed up a few steps. Jenna turned back to the target, staring down the paper. It suddenly seemed really small. At the same time she felt like it was too big to miss, which made her worried she would look like an idiot if she did. She felt her anxiety mount. So she took a deep breath. And fired. For a split second she was terrified that Sam had missed some hidden damage within the gun and it had exploded in her hands. But she quickly realized that this wasn't an unusual explosion, it was the intended explosion. As the weapon remained in one perfect piece after the shot was fired. In the split second before, however, she did have the instinct to drop it. She remembered to hold on just in time. And then it hit her. Holy fucking shit, I just shot a gun. She yelled, making Alex and Sam laugh behind her. Alex came up next to her. And look, you hit the paper. Nice job, said Sam from where he leaned against the wall. Jenna looked back at the target to see where her bullet had landed. She felt a little deflated as she saw that the tiny hole was way off to the side and up. Not even landing within the rings. Oh, God, that's so far off, said Jenna, sounding defeated. Hey, that's really good for your first shot, said Alex. Jenna heard her friend's words, but couldn't help looking at Sam's marks in the same target. She started counting the inches. It was more like feet that separated her shot from his. How the hell was she ever going to get that good? Wah, if it's a monster that I have to shoot and I miss, said Jenna. Well, Alex thought briefly, for one, they're usually a lot closer, and for another, shoot at him again. Jenna snorted. That is the correct answer. Alex and Jenna looked over their shoulders to see Dean entering the room. Hey, Dad, Alex greeted him. Sick of reading? Yeah, my eyes were getting tired, he replied, rubbing absently at his right lid with a knuckle on his left hand. Did you see Jenna hit the paper? Asked Alex, sounding ever so slightly proud. Yeah, I did, Dean replied. We'll make a hunter out of you yet, he added to Jenna. Jenna frowned theatrically. I missed the rings, though. Well, like Alex said, Dean answered, shoot it again. It took Jenna a moment to really understand what about this comment made her smile. And finally she landed on it being not only a simple answer, but a determined one. Sam put it in more familiar terms. Practice makes perfect, he said. Jenna looked back at Alex expectantly, as if asking permission. Alex gestured to the target and stepped back once more to give Jenna space to try again. She took aim and fired. Each time it got easier and less terrifying, and soon she was actually hitting the rings of the target. Sam and Dean watched from a distance, letting Jenna practice and Alex coach. Sam spared a moment to look at his brother, however, and observed that Dean's eyes did indeed look red. Even a little puffy. Between shots, Sam removed his ear protection and said quietly enough that Alex and Jenna couldn't hear, you look a little more than tired, Dean. Some of those books are really musty, was all Dean said. Then he turned and locked eyes with his brother, staring long and hard. In that time, Sam realized what Dean was trying to communicate and the younger Winchester's face fell. He didn't say another word, he knew better. He looked away instead. As soon as it was clear Sam got the message, Dean's gaze shifted down a touch, and for a moment. And his expression hinted at hopeless despair. They both returned to watching as Jenna honed her skills, and she and Alex celebrated her successes. They sat, sharing a laugh. I can't believe you fell for that. Alex chided her father. Hey, those shapeshifters are crafty sometimes, Dean replied. Some of them are really good actors. Oh, man, speaking of actors, said Alex. I got to see one of the plays on campus this fall. My classmate Janice from Bio 2 was actually in it, so she had me come down to the green room after the show. Holy crap, those theater kids are a hoot to be around. It's actually a little scary. Like constant chaos. They're really loud, and not shy at all. Sounds a little familiar, Sam quipped, making Alex laugh and nod knowingly. I was actually really surprised when I heard Jenna was studying psych and not theater. Oh my god, is she asleep again? Alex looked over to her friend who sat beside her and sighed to see her daintily passed out against the back of the couch. All right, Dean stood, setting down his drink and pacing over to Jenna. Hey, Jenna. He shook her shoulder just enough to wake her. Jenna came around, tilting her head up with a disoriented expression. Then she cleared the cobwebs in her brain with a little shake and laughed. Oh my gosh, did I fall asleep again? She asked. Yeah, did, Dean replied, sitting down on the coffee table directly across from her. What can you tell me about that? Jenna looked awkwardly amused. What do you mean? Like when you drop off to sleep all of a sudden, is it like you're wide awake and then the light gets switched? Or do you feel dizzy or trippy right before you conk out? Dean elaborated. No, not really, Jenna replied. She felt a little nervous under Dean's gaze. She'd seen him irritated, even outright angry. But this was a whole different kind of intensity, and it was all directed at her. It wasn't necessarily aggressive, but it was very serious and calculating, and he got the sense that he was being matter-of-fact to keep her from feeling wholly that something was very wrong. I don't know, I just kind of fade away. I don't always know I'm doing it, but I start to get sleepy and then just fall asleep. Are you having any weird dreams? Sam joined in, scooting forward to perch on the edge of his seat. Or do you not dream at all? No, I dream, replied Jenna. I don't usually remember them. But I know they happen. Sometimes they're really nice, or scary, but most of them are kind of neutral, but I usually don't remember any of them very clearly or for very long. Sounds pretty normal, Alex said to her father and uncle. Yeah, it is, said Jenna. I mean, it's not, I've never slept this much before, but it's not like I'm fainting or headed towards a coma or something. She gave a tiny laugh. Why are you asking me these questions? Jenna, Sam began carefully, most people, when they start noticing something like this happening to them regularly, they might go to the doctor. When it's people like us or people around us, it's usually something supernatural. Oh, said Jenna. She struggled to give an insincere smile. Griot, have you noticed any patterns in what's happening when you're falling asleep? Alex asked. Is there something that makes you drift off? I don't know, said Jenna, furrowing her brow and looking at the empty space around the coffee table. I'm usually sitting around and relaxing and not doing anything super important, and I just get tired and before I know it I'm waking up. It's like my mind has just suddenly slowed down this past week. Quote, you're feeling sluggish, like drugged, said Dean. No, not like drugged, replied Jenna. I can still think quickly and straight if I need to, it's not like a delay or I feel stupid or anything. I'm just not as fast as I used to be. It's weird. Jenna's expression grew inquiring and enthused, like she was working out the puzzle in her head by following the trail of her thought. So, when I'm at school, there's always homework and papers and tests and this event I want to go to and that event I need to help set up, and I'm hanging out with Ann on this day. And getting lunch with Jerry on that day, but I've got to keep my grades up but also participate. And then when I'm home, I'm always thinking about what I should be doing and how my family will react if I do or say this or that. And thinking about the last time I talked with them and trying to coordinate, and generally keep the peace. I don't know, there's always something to be thinking about a lot. And here it's just I don't feel like I have to do any of that. Nobody's constantly poking and prodding me to get me to act a certain way or do specific stuff. I mean, aside from the hunting training. But that's only for a little bit each day, and it's not because you want me to be that way, it's because it's for my own good. All the rest of the time, I get to just be here, and that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Which has never really been a thing before. There was a moment of silence while everyone absorbed Jenna's words. Finally Dean spoke. Jenna, are you saying you feel relaxed for the first time in your life? Quote, Jenna went to speak, looking like she would contradict him, then appeared to think for a moment. Finally a smile grew on her face and she said, yeah, I guess I am. Here, asked Dean. In the bunker. No windows, weird sigils everywhere, a bunch of demons hot on your trail, and a couple of grumpy old men to keep you and your brand new roommate company. Why? Liu learned to shoot guns and beat the crap out of monsters. Jenna shrugged. Well, that's all big stuff that actually matters, instead of every little thing mattering all the time for no reason. Sure, I'm learning how to fight for my life, but at least none of you care how much makeup I wear. None of them could quite believe what they had just heard. Alex managed to snap out of it first. It's nice being around people who take you as you are, isn't it? Said Alex. Then she got a wry smile and quipped, even when you've got a gigantic load of baggage. She's talking about you, Sam and Dean said quietly to each other in unison. Jinx. Damn it, Dean, Sam breathed. Dean chuckled. Jenna snickered, too. Yeah, it is, she agreed. Welcome to the bunker of misfit weapons, said Alex. There's a home for all of us here. Even the narcoleptic ones. She nudged Jenna with an elbow as the young woman laughed. Sounds like my kind of place, said Jenna. Then she sighed and rubbed her eyes. I'm sure I'll get over this whole falling asleep thing soon. I just need to get my shit together. Don't bother rushing it, said Dean. If there's anything we've learned during our crazy-ass lives, it's to take any chance to blow off steam you can get. Yeah, we've definitely white-knuckled our way through some crap more than a few times, and it's always exhausting, said Sam. But to do that, for your whole life without even realizing you're doing it. No wonder you're unconscious half the time. It actually makes a lot of sense, now that I think about it, Dean commented, looking back at his brother, who nodded in response. Well, we'll quit worrying about you then, said Dean, slapping his thighs and standing up. He gave Jenna's shoulder a quick pat and said, sleep as much as you want, little miss. You deserve a break. Anyone want a refill? He asked as he snagged his empty glass and headed toward the kitchen. I'm good for tonight, said Sam, sitting back and yawning. Same, said Alex. I am thoroughly quenched, said Jenna. Thanks, Dean. She meant it to sound like she was thanking him for the offer of a beverage, but part of her put it towards his acceptance of her need to recover. Her father would have told her to buck up and quit whining. Her mother would have called her an attention whore. Her sister would have just sat disapprovingly and said nothing at all. He didn't know that sometimes the Winchesters could behave that way, too. But only when the situation forced it on them. There would be days when they would all have to be that harsh, that bitter, that sullen. Jenna thought she felt this safe and accepted because Sam, Dean, and Alex were loving and level-headed and self-aware, but really it was because they had endured so many horrible things that they had to compensate dramatically when the waters were calm. Much like how Jenna was currently compensating for never feeling relaxed by crashing every chance she got. So for now, she was just happy. And she let a little bit of her old spark return. Did he call me, little miss? Jenna asked Alex, grinning. Alex thought for a second. Yeah, I think so. Did I just get a slightly misogynistic, but well-meaning and therefore super endearing nickname? She asked. Alex and Sam both coughed a laugh. Then Alex pumped her fists and chanted, one of us, one of us. Jenna threw her head back and cackled, falling backwards onto the arm of the sofa. Your turn to wash, Sammy, said Dean as the four of them rose from the kitchen table, gathering their plates as they went. I can dry, said Jenna. I'm super dry. She said it with a deadpan stare, as if to indicate she meant her humor. Alex snorted. Jenna, I've never heard you say something dryly ever. You're right, I don't. Jenna giggled. You don't have to dry, Jenna. We have a rack, said Sam. Nah, it's fine, I'd like to, said Jenna. All of you letting me stay here, the least I can do is help out with chores. Plus, it's so satisfying. Get a plate or glass or whatever all shiny and pristine, then tucking it away, and it's a done deal. One of the few things I actually liked doing when I was home. Suit yourself, Sam said, shrugging. Oh, Dad, I wanted to show you the setup I have for Jenna tomorrow, said Alex. Do you have a minute? Yeah, why not, said Dean. Sam, looking over his shoulder from where he stood frozen by the kitchen sink, tried to hide his twinge of terror as he watched the two leave the room. He had become much more comfortable around Jenna over the past week, especially given the events that had transpired and how much they had all gotten to know her because of them. But this was the first time he had been alone with her this entire time. And she was starting to get some of her pep back. He was nervous as to how incredibly awkward it would be to stand beside her and clean up the dishes together, with him as the only focus of her attention. Painfully for Sam, Jenna picked up on his discomfort. I don't bite, she said pleasantly. Unfolding a drying towel, Sam twitched an anxious smile. Yeah, no, I wasn't. It's okay, Sam, Jenna replied with a little laugh. Like I said to Alex back when she told me to keep it in my pants. I know I come on strong. Sam kept his eyes focused on the sink as it filled with sudsy water. She told you to keep it in your pants? He asked, mildly amused. Well, no, she said something more like, don't be so friendly. I'm exaggerating. Dry really isn't my style of humor. Jenna said and laughed. She was honestly much kinder about it. But I knew what she meant. And I promised her I would behave, so I will be doing my best to not be super duper awkward. The effort is appreciated, said Sam, handing her the first cleaned dish. Jenna made a point to not react, outwardly or inwardly. to the sight of the warm water sliding down his bare, well-muscled forearms. A few dishes in, she acclimatized to the image and was able to focus solely on her task. During that time was a period of uncomfortable silence. Eventually, however, they got around to some reasonably amicable chit-chat. It was still interspersed with pauses that were just a little too long, but overall, they both managed to relax. "How about you?" Sam was saying. "Dog or cat?" Jenna gasped. "Dogs. But also cats. I don't know. They're both so cute in videos." "You never had a pet growing up?" Sam asked. "No, Mom's allergic," said Jenna. "To cats?" "No, to both," said Jenna, thinking. "I don't know, pet dander in general." Sam couldn't stop himself from pausing. "I guess that's a thing. She's not allergic to anything, is she?" Jenna asked matter-of-factly. "Probably not," Sam had to admit. "Figures," Jenna said with an amused scoff. "She's kind of a neat freak. A pet pea probably would have driven her up the wall. Everything had to be just so. Makes you wonder why she even had kids." Sam coughed a laugh. "Yeah, pets are messy, but kids are definitely way worse." As probably just keeping up with the Joneses," said Jenna. "Like she always does." She sighed and put away the glass she was working on. "Did you ever want kids?" Sam was caught off guard by the question and had to pause to recover. No, not really. Maybe back in college I did, when I was with Jess and life was normal. But after getting back into hunting it's not a good environment for kids. I let go of all that typical life stuff a long time ago. Plus I get to be Alex's uncle, so I kind of have a chance to parent a bit now and then. If hunting's keeping you from having kids, why does Alex exist?" Jenna asked. "Alex was born while Dean was out of the life," Sam elaborated. "Well, Lisa got pregnant while he was out, and Alex was born while I was soulless and trying to drag him back in." "It's not soulless to want your brother in your life," Jenna scolded him, sounding like a bad actress but with a look of unmistakably genuine concern and sympathy. "No, I was literally story for a different time." Sam swept the subject under the rug. "Anyway, it was different when Alex came into the picture. At the time there was no reason for Dean not to have a wife and 2.5. They kids all wrapped up in a white picket fence in the burbs. Not that exactly, but you know what I mean. Then, of course, that all changed and afterwards we didn't get to keep Alex for long when she was little." "You never thought about getting out like your brother did?" Jenna asked. Sam gave a small laugh. "What Dean did was pretty rare. And it didn't stick. And I had tried in college and that didn't stick either. I know better. So I'm not going to try again. And why would I bother, anyway? Dean and Alex are family enough. I didn't always believe that, but I figured it out eventually." Anna felt a touch of irritation. She had just managed to sublimate her physical attraction to Sam, and here came a wave of emotional attraction she had to try not to drown in. She managed to get a grip on herself before it became wholly evident how warm she felt in her heart and other places. "Well," she said casually, "who needs conventional anyway? I think we both know exactly where we're aiming for. Some picture-perfect Stepford family gets you." Sam gave a reluctant smile as he scrubbed at a pan. At that point, Jenna's phone vibrated in her back pocket. "Hang on, my butt's buzzing," she said. "What?" Sam sounded confused and dared to look over to see her pull her phone out, which inspired a wave of relief. "Oh." Then Jenna's jaw dropped. "Speak of the freaking devil." "Don't say that," Sam said. "You'll summon him." "What?" asked Jenna. "Never mind," replied Sam. "Who is it?" "My sister." "Oh, geez," said Sam. He watched her for a few moments between scrubbing. Jenna stared at her phone. "You don't have to answer it," Sam finally reminded her. She looked at him briefly, then back at her phone, taking a slow breath. No, I'll answer." "It's fine." She headed for the door as she tapped to pick up the call. "Hey, sis," she said cautiously. She stopped dead in the middle of the kitchen. "Mom, did you use Lila's phone to call me?" "Well, of course, I blocked you. Were you not there when that shit happened?" "Of course. It matters. How can you say that?" "What? No, you're not coming to get me. You don't even know where I am. Do not hack my phone. I will call the police." "Mom, don't call me names like that." Sam tried not to listen but there was no stopping himself. His senses had switched on as soon as he heard the conversation start. He kept his eyes fixed on his work, all he wanted to do was snatch the device from Jenna's hand and yell a few names back at the woman on the other end. He refrained, however. All three of the Winchesters had interfered enough in Jenna's home life. There was a point at which it was overstepping. Not to mention Jenna might need to get out a few cathartic choice words of her own during this call. No, I'm not telling you where I am. Because I don't want to. You know what? No, I don't want to be with my family on Christmas. My family is a fucking nightmare. Why would I ever want to be around any of you ever again? It was Lear. Jenna was starting to cry at this point. Forgive, are you kidding me? Like Jesus did. Did you actually just say that? You're using Christmas to get me to forgive Dad for all the horrible things he's done. How about I do that in about 30 years around Easter instead, huh? Isn't that when Jesus got rid of all the sins? In spite of himself, Sam gave a minuscule breath of a laugh, and said, quietly enough that no one could hear him, preach. It's not that bad. Oh my God, Mom. No, Mom, no. It is that bad. It's horrific. How about this? How about you picture it? Think about Trish and Frida. Your sisters and your brother's daughters, and you picture what your husband fucking did to them. I sure as shit have, because no matter what I do, I can't seem to get that god-awful image out of my head. Oh, you're not gonna do that? Why not? Is it too uncomfortable for you? Is it too gross for you? That's the fucking point, Mom. Then there came a break in Jenna's words, and all Sam could hear was the faint, muffled sound of yelling from the phone's speaker, coupled with Jenna's breath, which shook as much as her body did from the adrenaline, growing more rapid every second. Please, Jenna finally begged. And her voice had gone weak and desperate. Please, Mom, don't come after me if you ever loved me, just leave me. How can you say that? You never. I can't, Sam mumbled to himself, drying his hands briskly and striding over to where Jenna stood frozen, trembling from head to toe. He took the phone from her ear and held it up to his own. His tone was low, menacing, and clear. All right, listen up. Because I'm going to say this once. You don't talk to any human being that way, ever again, and especially not your own daughter, or there will be literal hell to pay. You stay away from her from now on. And on the off chance that someday she chooses to talk to you, you sit still and listen to what she has to say, and keep your hateful, worthless, vile mouth shut. He hung up the phone before Candace ever had a chance to respond. Immediately after, he shut the device off completely so there would be no chance of contact until Jenna was ready. He dropped it on the adjacent counter and turned to Jenna. The young woman was backing away slowly, her eyes glazed and filled with tears as she stared at nothing. Her arms were tucked up against her body so tight they shook violently. She looked like she couldn't tense her muscles anymore, but she tried relentlessly, as if she would disintegrate if she didn't. They're going to come for me, she said. They're going to come after me. They're going to find me. They can't find you here, said Sam, trying to be calm and reassuring in spite of his own anger. The best of the best have tried. No one can track a phone within 20 miles of this place. What are they going to do to me? Her voice was rising in pitch as her hands crept into her hair and she started to sob. What are they going to do to me? Hey, Jenna. Sam came over to her and gripped her shoulders. They can't do anything to you. Even if somehow they manage to find the bunker, they can't get in. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I can't go back. I can't go back. Jenna had completely lost it. She couldn't seem to see or hear anything, and the wild, panic-stricken look in her eyes made it seem like she would fly in. Oh, 1,000 pieces if she didn't calm down. Not knowing what else to do, Sam pulled her into a tight embrace as if it would keep her from shattering. At the very least she wouldn't be able to flail, or flee, or collapse. Or hurt herself in any other way. Okay, shush, he said as intensely as he dared. It's okay, Jenna, you're safe here, you're safe. They can't get to you in here. They can't take you back, they can't even find you. It's okay, Jenna. Jenna was too upset to realize that a person was holding her. Her panic had reached a fever pitch, every inch of her environment seeming to spin without her feeling dizzy. All she knew was fear and grief, and that there was an immense pressure surrounding her, which was the only thing keeping her grounded, the only thing keeping her from leaving her body and losing touch with all reality until her mother's words weren't fresh, bleeding wounds in her mind. Sam heard the murmur of voices coming down the hallway. Shortly thereafter, Dean and Alex entered the kitchen. She's going to have a heck of a training day tomorrow. Whoa. Dean stopped just inside the doorway at the sight of Sam and Jenna, confused and surprised. What? Alex asked as she followed her father in. She had a similar reaction initially, but once she realized Jenna was shaking and weeping in her uncle's arms, she quickly crossed the room to her friend's side. What happened? Her mother called on her sister's phone, Sam elaborated briefly. Sneaky bitch, Dean mumbled under his breath. They're coming after me, Jenna sobbed, her voice muffled by Sam's shirt. They can't, Jenna, Alex said gently, putting a hand on her shoulder. They don't know where you are. She said they'd track my phone, Jenna added. Jenna, you can make calls and receive calls in the bunker. But there's no way to track any device, said Alex. What? That doesn't make any sense, Jenna said feebly, her voice rising even higher in pitch. Yeah, welcome to magic, said Alex, almost with a laugh. What if they find me anyway? Asked Jenna. They can't find you, Alex insisted. What if they do? What if they come here and try to take me home? Then they're going to wake up 2 days later somewhere else. Dean stated it as a fact. Jenna, listen to me, said Alex, easing Jenna out of Sam's grip so she stood square in front of her and she could put a firm, steadying hand on each of her shoulders. Even if by some miracle they find this place, there is one door in and out of here, and it doesn't open for anyone we don't want it to. If they show up, they ain't getting in. And if they sit out there and scream their heads off, we will make them go away. And we have ways we can do that. A lot of ways. So it doesn't matter what they do. You will be safe here. Okay. Alex was very convincing, and although Jenna's mind believed her, she was still trying to reason with her emotions. Nonetheless, she nodded slowly at her friend, blinking hard through her tears. What about after? She couldn't help asking. After, Alex prompted. When we go back to school. Jenna continued. They can get to me at school. Alex nodded slowly. Well, if they show up at school, and they tr. Why to take you by force, I will knock them on their asses. And, you know, by the end of break here, we're hoping to have you in shape to fight demons. You will probably be able to knock them on their asses, too. You may have to race me. In spite of herself, Jenna giggled. Then she shook her head and wiped her tears, finally feeling herself come fully back into her body. I'm sorry I keep breaking down like this, she said. It's okay, Jenna, said Alex. No, it's not, Jenna sighed with a leftover sob and walked over to drop into a seat at the table. I feel like I can't even hold myself up sometimes. And the tiniest things send me reeling. I feel like such a victim. You're in the middle of a shitstorm, little miss, said Dean, taking a seat next to her. And until it passes, you're going to feel a little powerless now and again. Which is terrifying and makes everything seem hopeless, Sam added. But you just have to muddle through and eventually you'll find something that you can control, and that's what will give you the strength to pull yourself back up. Jenna gave a little derisive laugh. You two sound like you know what you're talking about, but I can't imagine either of you being powerless. Sam and Dean both gave tired smiles. Oh, there have been plenty of times we've been in bad spots and there was nothing we could do about it, said Dean. Facing stuff so inanely dangerous and deadly we didn't even know how to begin to handle it. Just some ant under a boot. And the fights got so impossible to win, most of the time it seemed like we might as well give up. But sometimes when the situation reaches the absolute worst, that's when you find that last bastion of hope. That's when you manage to do more than you ever thought you could, said Sam. And it's not about not letting things affect you, said Dean. Sometimes letting that complete, devastating overwhelm in is what gives you the will to fight your hardest when the chips are down. You just have to keep fighting, said Sam. Always. Jenna sniffed and nodded. Kind of sounds like there's a lot of historical subtext there, she tried to sound modestly comical. They know what they're talking about, said Alex with a gentle smile on her face. She wasn't aware that she barely knew the half of it. Then she crouched down in front of her friend where she sat. It won't always be this way, she said. And every day you'll get stronger. I hope so, said Jenna. I know so, said Alex. Because you already are. Okay, good try, but that's still not quite it. Alex danced a few awkward steps across the mats, regaining her balance after Jenna had attempted to throw her to the ground with a new move Alex was teaching her. This one's so much more I don't know, confusing, said Jenna. Well, we've been doing a lot of striking, said Alex. This is a grappling thing, it's a whole different ball game. Try again. They faced each other. Alex slowly threw a straight strike, Jenna quickly grabbing her arm, turning around, and attempting to roll the taller woman over her shoulder. It didn't quite work. Dang it, Alex hissed to herself as she spun away again. I don't know exactly how to describe it. She paced the mats for a second, thinking at the ceiling. Then she shook her head. Take a quick break, I'll be right back. Alex left the room, Jenna shrugging and shaking out her tired limbs. She wandered over to a water bottle she had set off to the side and took a sip. She resisted guzzling the whole thing, These sparring sessions always made her so thirsty. But she had been instructed not to drink too much water in the middle of a workout, so she moderated herself. As a distraction, she blotted the sweat off her face with a towel. It felt oddly free to pull the terry cloth away and not see the vague impression of her face there. She hadn't worn makeup hardly at all the last few weeks. She was doing so many physical activities so frequently, it just didn't make sense to apply. Sweat it all into a mudslide, wash the remnants off, and reapply. And for some reason, this restriction of her cosmetics didn't bother her. The work she was now required to do was what kept her from putting on her makeup, of course, but she was the one who had decided to throw the upkeep to the wind rather than just being told to stop because someone disapproved. And ever since, the days she did slap on some color seemed like a lot more fun than when she went to the trouble all the time. Now it was an expression of her personality instead of an expression of her rebellion. She dropped the towel off to the side and turned to see, much to her horror, that Alex was returning with her uncle in tow. "Hey," he said casually. Jenna said, wide-eyed. "I'm going to show you with me and Uncle Sam," said Alex. "It's about the same height difference." "Oh," Jenna said, trying not to seem as relieved as she felt that she wasn't about to attempt throwing 6 foot 4.5 inches of giant man over her shoulder. "Okay, yeah, I think that'll help, seeing this move with 2 people. "That's what I was thinking," said Alex. "Also, then I can figure out what I'm doing to actually explain it to you." "Makes sense," Jenna agreed, moving out of the way to watch. "Full speed or slowed first?" Sam asked, taking up position across from his niece. "Let's just do slow so Jenna can see better," said Alex. "Okay," Sam confirmed. Just as Sam was about to move, Dean popped his head in. "Hey, Sam." "Yeah." Sam looked over. "Can I get your opinion on something?" asked Dean. "Sure," said Sam. "Can it wait a minute, though? Alex and Jenna just need a demo to figure out this move." "No rush," said Dean, then making his way to stand next to Jenna to wait. "I'll just hang out for a sec." "'Kay," Sam acknowledged, then returning his attention to Alex. "Ready?" Alex nodded. Sam sent a slow strike, and Alex performed the move, grabbing, stepping, and pivoting. Sam came to the ground, rolling over a shoulder onto his back. Jenna jumped a tiny bit when he hit the mats. It was one thing to be thrown to the ground herself, or to get Alex to topple when they sparred. But standing idly by to watch someone else take the landing was somehow a little more of a shock, even if he didn't come down that hard. "Good," Alex checked in. "Yup," Sam confirmed, taking Alex's proffered hand. "Okay, but now I feel like I'm not doing it right," said Alex once they were both upright again. "Yeah, I might have been able to save myself that time," said Sam. "It's kind of how you start thinking about something that's already muscle memory and it screws it up." "Totally," agreed Alex. "Full speed?" asked Sam. "Sometimes it helps to let your body take over." "Yeah, let's try it," said Alex. They stood aligned. It happened so fast Jenna barely followed the motions. Sam threw a lightning punch to Alex's left, and she lunged and spun with just as much speed and precision. Sam hit the mats much harder this time, thanks to the rapidity of the interaction. "Oh my god," Jenna couldn't stop herself from barking out the exclamation, so jarred was she by the ferocity of them both. Alex was less impressed. She scrunched up her face in frustration and jumped straight-legged up and down a few times. "God dang it, that wasn't right either," she moaned. Sam laughed a bit as he got to his feet. "Okay, let's break it down." They began to work their way through the movement, taking it step by step, Alex making adjustments as she went and Sam giving suggestions when she asked or when she hit a snag. "That was kind of terrifying," Jenna commented quietly to Dean. "It was so fast and so forceful." "Well, speed adds force," Dean said simply. "Yeah, but holy crap," Jenna continued. "And I know Alex is strong and all, but Jesus," she threw Sam around. Dean smiled. "Aren't you glad she's teaching ya? Seriously, though, she's so crazy tough, and not afraid of anything. Or getting hurt or getting dirty or even bloody." Jenna contemplated a question that was rising in her mind. She wasn't sure it was a good idea, but that had never really been a deterrent for her. "You know, Alex says no. But come on, haven't you ever wished she was a boy?" Dean felt a little smack of surprise hit him. "What? No, why would you think that?" "I mean look at her," Jenna replied, gesturing toward Alex just as she yoinked Sam down again, this time much slower, which Jenna didn't realize at the time, but actually took a lot more strength than if she'd pulled him over quickly. Don't tell me you haven't nudged her a little bit in a masculine direction. Tough and strong isn't necessarily masculine, Dean replied. And that wasn't really me. That's just kind of what this lifestyle does to you. Par for the course for women hunters. Then he let loose a little smile. Though, she is still probably one of the most effective female hunters I've ever met. See, you did push her more, like you would a boy, said Jenna. That's nothing to do with her gender, or even being a hunter, that's about being a Winchester, said Dean. We have the worst of the worst after us. If you can't hold your own when you're fighting the nastiest crap on God's green earth, it's lights out. And I'm not letting that happen. If that looks like masculinity to everyone else, sure, whatever. But for us it's just preparing her for what she's up against. He gave a light sigh as Jenna's argument stewed in his ear. I mean, I'll admit there are times when I wish she didn't have to deal with the crap she has to deal with because she's a woman. Like having to work as hard as she does to be as strong as she is, or having guys act like a bunch of idiots around her just because she's pretty. Oh, and don't get me started on her period. Dean hung his head and covered his eyes for a moment, looking exhausted. It's a good thing we had so many years of experience cleaning up blood before she hit puberty. Or we would have had to buy her like 20 new pairs of pants in 8th grade alone. Pro tip: hydrogen peroxide if all else fails. You're already using it on your wound, might as well throw it on your shirt. Jenna couldn't quite absorb the pearl of wisdom as she was too busy staring wide-eyed at Dean, both shocked and amused to hear him speak so casually about his daughter's menstrual cycle. But, you know, he continued, none of that stuff seems to bother her a bit, so it doesn't bother me. Jenna sobered a little at the sentiment, giving a sad smile as she let his explanation sink in. That's a good way to think about it, I guess, she said. Not that many dads would be that cool. Dean glanced sidelong at her, then suddenly remembered how Jenna's own father had not been that cool about her and her sister. Inwardly, he scolded himself for not being more evasive, or even less emphatic in his explanation. Or maybe he should have been overly emphatic and made her think he was lying. He made a mental note to be a little gentler if the topic came up in the future. He didn't have to wait long. When did you find out she was a girl? Jenna asked. Oh my god, Dean sighed. Okay, next time we've got a demon trapped, you're the one doing the interrogating. He was relieved to hear her giggle brightly. We waited until she was born, he answered. Ooh, so a big surprise, said Jenna, her tone returning to its normal, animated self. How long did it take to get used to the idea of having a daughter? Dean paused for a moment, assessing the best way to proceed. He decided not to outright lie and instead bent the truth a little. Not too long. Blank, underscore, blank. What do you want? What? Dean glanced over at Lisa from behind the wheel of his truck. What are you hoping for? Boy or girl? She asked. Oh, God, let's not talk about it, replied Dean. We just told the doc to keep her lip zipped. If we talk about it, I won't be able to wait. Lisa chuckled quietly, looking back out the passenger side window as the buildings wandered by. She couldn't help herself, though. I bet I can guess. Dean shook his head, amused and irritated all at once. It was currently very difficult to be solely disgruntled. You do you? He replied wryly. Yeah, I think so, she confirmed, grinning. All right then, Lee, said Dean, take your best shot. A boy, said Lisa simply. Dean gave a little laugh at her guess. That sure would make sense, wouldn't it? He said, I've spent a lot of time looking after boys in my life. I'd know what to expect. How to handle all the good and bad days. So I'm right, prompted Lisa. Well, that's just the thing, Dean continued. I've been around nothing but boys, and that's always a bunch of broken bones and broken furniture. And we've already got Ben, so be nice to mix it up a bit. I kind of want a little girl. Lisa was never one to let her emotions overwhelm her, but it was clear on her face that she was surprised at Dean's statement. Pleasantly surprised. She caught herself gradually as she considered his argument, nodding her head. You know, now that you say it, you have a good point, she said. I suppose I wouldn't mind a girl, either. Then we'd be balanced. I wouldn't be outnumbered by all the testosterone in the house. Dean smiled. Not that you couldn't handle it. Not that I couldn't handle it. Lisa agreed, smiling herself. And it's not like I would be disappointed if it was a boy would be great, too, Dean added. And honestly, after seeing the ultrasound I really don't care what it is. That kid's already just, he couldn't suppress the dopey grin that took over his face, and he didn't want to, awesome. Lisa saw the joy in his expression and felt a warmth fill her. She hadn't even bothered to tell Ben's father she was pregnant, and although she did not regret that decision in the slightest, it had felt cold and lonely at times going through the whole process without a partner. It didn't matter how helpful, supportive, and loving her sister had been, it was still different. And now she found herself starting it all over again. Something she never thought she would do, but this time it was the complete opposite. Dean wasn't always the most stable person, she knew that, but she also knew he would do anything for the people he cared about. He would be there if she needed him or if their baby needed him, or if Ben needed him, and he would be there with his whole heart. Glad they were in a light traffic area, she leaned over and touched his arm to get his attention. When he turned, she gave him a quick kiss. He patted her little, distended belly lightly before she sat back. They drove on in a comfortable silence for a few moments. I wonder what Ben's hoping for, Dean wondered aloud, and although it was a casual thought he voiced, Lisa detected the faintest hint of anxiety in his tone. I don't know, she replied honestly. He might not know himself. It's possible he'll be upset we didn't find out today. Could be anxious about it. Maybe, Dean said. He has been a little grumpy lately. How do you think he's handling this whole new sibling thing? Lisa shrugged. He's been an only child for 11 years now, I'm sure it'll be an adjustment. But he'll figure it out. Yeah, he's got a good head on his shoulders, Dean agreed, trying to reassure himself. Still, I come out of nowhere, just move in and make myself comfortable, then it's not even a year and I knock up his mom. All of a sudden he's got two new family members with no choice in the matter. That's a lot for a kid. We'll just have to make it as easy on him as we can. Be sure to give him plenty of attention, said Lisa. Especially you. Dean quirked a bit at the comment. Why me? It's you he's been getting the attention from for 11 years. Yeah, 11 years. Of just me. All me, said Lisa. And he really likes you, Dean. It's he first time he's had anything like a father, and you just got here, and now you've got your own baby on the way. He's probably more scared he's going to lose what he has with you than upset that his family is growing. Dean shifted a touch in his seat as he assessed Lisa's argument. I'm not going to start ignoring him, he said, a little defensive and slightly sheepish. I believe you believe that, said Lisa. But babies always take up more of your focus than you think they're going to. So just keep it in the back of your mind, and be sure to do stuff with Ben, just Ben, whenever you get the chance. All right, I hear you, said Dean. They turned onto their street off the main road. I suppose we'll have to start picking out a couple different names if we don't know boy or girl, said Dean. Lisa agreed. Or one name that goes for either. Like what? Dean asked. Lisa thought for a second. She was tempted by the first thing that sprang to mind, but another option came to her that she thought she should at least suggest, even though she was a little trepidatious about mentioning it. Well, she said tentatively. There's Sam. No, not Sam, Dean said immediately. Lisa paused, giving a tiny nod, and said softly, yeah, okay. As much as he would have liked to honor Sam's memory in this way, Dean knew that every time he would look at or even mention his child, all he would see would be his brother tumbling into Lucifer's cage, lost to hell forever. He was trying very hard not to picture it now. And Lisa could see him struggling. So she moved on. One that's been growing on me lately is Alex. Alex, Dean echoed, pulling himself back to the present. Alex, Alexander, Alexandra. Yeah, I like that one. Well, then, said Lisa, we'll keep that at the top of the list, and when baby's here, we'll see if it fits. Dean smiled. Sounds like a plan to me. Blank. Yes, Alex hissed, shutting her eyes in relief at the success. That one I couldn't have countered, said Sam from the floor. Good, yup. Alex assisted her uncle to his feet. Okay, Jenna, did you see that? She asked her friend. I did, said Jenna, and it helped a lot. I still feel like an explanation would be good, though. Okay, and Alex began in on her instruction. Dean watched his daughter give her rundown. She seemed so sure of herself, and each time she showed Jenna a stance or emotion, she looked strong and exact, like a skilled athlete. Every word she spoke to describe the actions was clear and logical. It spoke of an intelligence enough to be able to make confusing information understandable. He and Sam had spent so many years teaching her and guided her into this powerful, smart, capable young woman, but he knew that what really got her to this state of being was the fire and confidence she had always had. And now she was sharing all of that with her newfound friend who needed her competence to survive. Alex had come a long way from a blob on a screen. And Dean felt a tremendous rush of pride and sadness for how much she had become and how quickly it had happened. More than 19 years had passed since he realized he wanted a girl. Not knowing he would be getting this girl. You ready to give it another try? She asked Jenna. Yes, Jenna replied enthusiastically. They took up positions, Sam getting out of Eway and taking a spot against the wall by Dean. A moment of stillness, then the two women lunged, Alex making her strike, Jenna doing her best to react in time, not fumble the grab at Alex's arm, trying to pivot without losing balance. Slamming her body into Alex's, and rotating the larger woman over her shoulder. Alex hit the mats. Dean's whole body flinched with the impact, because for a fraction of a second he was stuck in his nostalgia and she was an infant again, so small and fragile she fit exactly in his two hands. The anxiety quickly reverted to pride again as she recovered from being thrown to the ground with such rapidity it was like she was made of rubber. The lapse had been just enough to catch his brother's attention, however, and Sam clapped a hand on Dean's shoulder, giving him an affectionate smile and laugh. The younger Winchester knew exactly what had happened in Dean's head, and the elder glanced away, slightly embarrassed. Erstwhile, Alex was celebrating. Yes, Jenna, you did it, Alex said, already back to her feet and shaking Jenna by the shoulders. The smaller woman had scrunched up in every way possible as soon as she had thrown her friend to the ground. Her ankles and knees were practically touching, her arms were so tight to her body they squished her breasts into oblivion, and she had clapped both her hands to her mouth. Are you okay? She squeaked. Did I hurt you? Alex laughed. No, I have made way harder landings before, on way harder surfaces. But who cares, because you did it. A huge grin broke out on Jenna's face. I did. Oh my gosh, I did. I threw Alex Winchester to the ground. She said the last to the onlookers by the wall. Good job, Jenna, said Dean with a smile and a nod. Getting better every day, said Sam encouragingly. And hey, Dean added to his daughter, good job teachin', baby girl. Alex grinned. Thanks, Dad. Hey, Sam said as he appeared in the doorway to the library. Dean looked up from his book. Hey yourself, making a grocery run. Need anything? Another pack of beer. What? Replied Sam. There's still a 6-pack in the fridge. Not anymore, there isn't, Dean corrected. Sam blinked slowly, his eyebrows rising. You drank all of them? No, said Dean. We did. It was full last night. 6-pack goes a lot faster when there's 4 people in the house, Sammy. Well, 2 of those 4 are underage. They shouldn't be drinking at all, Sam said, mostly to play devil's advocate. Ah, Dean grumbled dismissively. 1 beer once in a while won't hurt him. Jenna seems to get pretty tipsy off just one, said Sam. Well, she's little, she gets a pass, said Dean. Besides, better she builds up her tolerance here instead of blacking out at a sorority party and waking up the next morning in a lawn chair in the backyard with her underwear on her head. Sam stared at his older brother for a moment, confounded. That is oddly specific. Hey, I may not have gone to college back in the day, but I sure did visit, said Dean with a grin and a wink. Sam gave another pause before shaking himself out of disbelief. Okay, this conversation has gone farther than I wanted it to, and I don't want to know where it'll end up if we keep going, so I'll just go to the liquor store, he said. Then he added a sidelong protest, even though it's a whole other stop, but whatever. Anything else? Dean frowned and shook his head. Nope, should be good. K, back in a few. Sam turned to leave, but Dean stopped him. Oh, you want to pick up dinner? Dude, that's a 3rd stop. Sam rounded on him. Also Jenna's making dinner. That's half the reason I'm going to the store anyways. Dean looked surprised. She is. Yeah, replied Sam. She wanted to make something for all of us once or twice. Kind of a, thanks for letting me crash, thing. Huh, said Dean as he looked into the middle distance, appearing to think fairly hard. I have absolutely no preconceived notions as to what kind of cook she'll be. Like it could easily go any which way. What is she making? Says she wants it to be a surprise, said Sam. Tot's always a good sign, replied Dean with a healthy dose of sarcasm. Sam shrugged. Ingredients look good. According to you, Dean came back. Sam wagged his phone to indicate the grocery list. Hey, there's meat in here, you'll be fine. Dean gave a nod of acceptance and returned his attention to his book. Yeah, sure, see you in a bit. See you, replied Sam, and he turned and exited the library. Dean remained poring over the old tome he had laid out on the table. He turned a few pages. Then a few more a bit more irritably. He stopped at a section, picked it over, then flipped the book closed with a bang. Son of a bitch, he bit off quietly as He collapsed back in his chair and threw his reading glasses onto the table. He pinched the bridge of his nose, squeezing his eyes shut, then finally gave a huff and stared at the wall. After a moment of thought and recovery, he stood, grabbing the book off the table and heading back into the stacks to find another resource. Blank, underscore, blank. Sam zipped between the aisles of the liquor store, headed for the cold cases. He scanned through the dozens of oddball options. Why did they have to change these around every time he came in? Until he found Dean's preferred brand. He reached in and grabbed a six-pack and headed for the register. About 4 steps away, he turned on a dime and paced back to grab a second. I am not coming back tomorrow, Sam mumbled under his breath. He made his way over to the checkout counter and plopped the 6 packs before the clerk. Hi, she said with a bright smile. Hey, he replied, just these. Sounds good, said the clerk and set about scanning the packs. How's your day going? Not too bad, replied Sam. Nothing too crazy so far. The clerk laughed. Well, it's never too late, right? Sam barely laughed back. True, but, hopefully not. The clerk nodded knowingly. Where are the girls? She asked. Sam's brow furrowed briefly at the odd question. The girls? What girls? Alex and Jenna, said the clerk pleasantly. Sam's brow stayed furrowed this time. Do I know you? No, but we know you, said the clerk. Don't worry about it, Sam. She waved a hand. We don't really need the girls. You'll do just fine. At that moment, Sam's eyes flicked up to the security camera screen above the register and saw a man barreling toward his back. He spun just in time to grab hold of him, catching his wrist to stop him from plunging a full syringe into his neck. Sam still got slammed against the counter by his assailant. He used the backing as leverage to kick the man away, sending him into the end cap of an aisle to shatter several dozen bottles of cheap tequila. He hit the floor promptly thereafter. Sam spun to face the clerk again, as he knew without a doubt she was a part of this attack. As soon as he looked around at her, her eyes flicked to black and she stuck out her palm. Sam flew through the air, far past the man he had kicked, and landed hard on the concrete floor of the aisle, sliding another dozen feet on his back before coming to a stop. He lay there for a beat, his back aching and his head swimming from the impact. His first attacker was quick to catch up to him, and the clerk wasn't far behind. Sam grimaced as he made to rise to his feet as fast as he could, but the clerk lifted her palm again and he was thrown back to the floor. Stay down, Sammy boy, she said smugly. It's nothing you can't handle. Just a little pinch. The man started to bend down to sink the needle into Sam's neck. But Sam had one more trick. Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus. The demons cringed, their eyes shut. Ting tight and their fingers clutching at nothing in their agony. Through his pain, the man managed to stomp hard on Sam's abdomen. Sam convulsed as his breath exploded out of his body and a sensation like an electric shock radiated from the point where he had been struck. He rolled to his side, coughing hard. Taking advantage of Sam's incapacitation, the man dropped down on top of him and injected him with something cold and slightly tingly. Sam's vision faded fast. He rose to his feet, looking down at Sam's limp body. Damn it, he said. Chloe wanted the girls. The clerk slapped her companion on the chest. Who friggin' cares? We got Sam Winchester. We'll be heroes. For crap's sake, grab a bottle of something to celebrate. The clerk beelined for her preferred liquor as the man cast a boo. Tea for an alcohol that piqued his appetite. But can we still lure the rest of them in with him? The man asked as he traversed the aisle. Yeah, said the clerk as if he was an idiot. Every single one of them will come running. The only one who might not would be Jenna and nobody cares about her. She's nothing but bait or a meat suit. Do you have the bag for his head? Yeah, the M. And paused in his beverage search and dug around in his pockets until he finally pulled out a sack. Yup, got it, good, let's hogtie this prize calf and haul. They both stopped and stared as they returned to where they had left Sam. But he was gone. My dude, said the clerk, her voice low and menacing, how much tranq did you inject him with? I don't know, the man shrugged, pulling out the syringe and holding it up to inspect it. 3 mils. The clerk looked furious. Are you kidding me? Have you seen that man? He's a fucking rhinoceros. You need like 3 times that much. I was expecting Alex and Jenna. We're supposed to take them alive. I can't shoot them up with that much tranquilizer. Their hearts would stop. Well then add the other syringe, the clerk said through gritted teeth. What other syringe? The clerk's arms flailed as she had a minor conniption fit. What do you mean, what other syringe? You were expecting 2 women and you only had 1 syringe. The man glanced down at the needle he was still holding, then back up at the clerk. Oh, yeah, I guess that wouldn't have worked. At that moment she punched him in the face. By this time, Sam was stumbling in a crouched walk under the liquor store windows. He headed around the side of the building's exterior toward where he had parked the Impala, trying to shake the fuzziness out of his head as he went. He was relieved to stand upright once he passed the windows. It made it much easier to balance in his mostly sedated state. He half fell against the Impala as he grabbed at the handle, yanked the door open, and collapsed behind the wheel. He was turning the key in the ignition when a woman materialized in the seat behind him, leaning against the front bench. Hey, friend, she said lightly. Sam barely had time to look at her in the rearview mirror and glimpse her red eyes before she grabbed a handful of his jacket collar and they both disappeared. Uncle Sam's on a grocery run and he hasn't been home in a few hours. Hey, Dean, Jenna said as she entered the library. Dean was hauled out of his reverie, lifting his head from where it had been resting on his fist and opening his eyes. He lost the book he was currently not perusing and wearily wiped his face with a hand. Hey, he replied, leaning back in his seat. Whatcha up ta? Jenna asked brightly as she walked up to the table. Just readin' up on some stuff. Dean answered. What can I do for you, little miss? I was just wondering if Sam was back yet, she replied. Or if you'd heard from him. I was thinking about gettin' started on dinner and it's gettin' kinda late. She laughed. Really? Dean asked, surprised. He looked at his watch and was even more taken aback. It was already 7 o'clock. When did he leave? I don't know, like, 4:30. Replied Jenna. Huh, said Dean, concern edging in. Is he a slow shopper? Jenna asked with a knowing half-smile. No, replied Dean. Well, sometimes it depends. But this shouldn't have taken him this long. I'm gonna make some calls. Let Alex know what's going on. Okay, said Jenna, her tone still bright but now looking a little more anxious. She turned and headed out of the library to find Alex. Dean picked up his phone and called Sam. He waited through every ring until finally his brother's voice popped on. You've reached Sam. Leave a message. Beep. Dean hung up without bothering to say anything. Great, he mumbled to himself. There was no good reason for Sam to not pick up on a grocery run. He tried the store next. He waited through 2 rings. Then rolled his eyes to listen as the menu options may have changed, then grumped at the phone. Oh, for God's sake, can I just talk to a person? And waited for the rest of the list to be read out by the machine until finally, oh, okay. 0 for an associate. You couldn't have told me that is the first friggin' option. And he punched the 0 on his keypad. Sunshine Foods and More, this is Penny. Came the customer service voice on the other end of the line. Oh, hey, Penny. It's Dean. Oh, hey, Dean. She replied pleasantly. What's up? I was wondering if you saw my brother come in this evening, said Dean. Yeah, I saw Sam. Few hours ago, replied Penny. Zipped around and headed right back out. Did he leave something here? No, just checking if he'd been by already, said Dean. Anything happen out in the parking lot? Nah, I got sent out to do carts as he drove out, said Penny. No mistaking that car of yours. Dean's mouth twitched a small grin for a second. Yeah, that comes in handy on occasion. Did something happen? Asked Penny, dropping her overly friendly voice to speak a little more personally. Is he okay? Oh, I'm sure he's fine, Dean lied. He's a big boy, he can take care of himself. Thanks anyway, Penny. See you around. Bye, Dean. He hung up. Zipped around. Huh. Dean growled his thoughts out loud again, searching for the number of Sam's preferred liquor store. Definitely gone too long, then. Awesome. He found the contact and tapped and waited. Creekside Liquor, Amy speaking, came a voice across the line. Hey, said Dean. I am getting an ETA on my brother. Have you seen a really tall guy with 80s after-school special heartthrob hair come in? Oh yes, we saw Sam, said Amy. Dean was surprised at hearing his brother's name from this stranger. You know him? Huh, I knew he liked the place, but I didn't know he was there that often. Of course we know him, said Amy. Dean made a mental note to talk to Sam about this undisclosed affiliation when he found him. All right, cool, he isn't still there is he? No, he's definitely not here, said Amy. I can tell you where he is though. Pray tell, said Dean, getting irritated by this woman's general demeanor. Could she just stop beating around the bush? I will as long as you promise me something, said Amy. Dean was straight up pissed now, too pissed to hear the alarm bells going off in the back of his head. What? Leave the holy water in the car. Dean finally realized who he was talking to and gave a tiny laugh as he ran a hand down the free side of his face and sat back in his chair. Fine then, he said. I'll leave the holy water in the car. Which abandoned warehouse outside of town did you tie him up in? A little hum of a chuckle came across the line from Amy. We may be the lesser demons, but that just means we need to be far more creative than that. Cool, said Dean sharply. Mix it up for me a bit. I'm getting sick of the same old runaround. Now answer the question, where is my brother? Nowhere you're familiar with, replied Amy. The high school. Dean paused, staring at the wall opposite in confusion as he tried to figure out why he wouldn't be familiar with the local high school. The high school, he finally echoed. That's right, we did our homework, if you'll pardon the shameless wordplay, said Amy. We know Alex went to an online high school. She's never set foot in these halls, none of you have. At this point, we know them better than you. And we've got Sammy squirreled away in here somewhere. If you want to find him, you'll have to run the gauntlet blindfolded. Dean pursed his lips, then shut his eyes and pulled the phone away from his ear so the demon on the other end wouldn't hear him stifle his laughter. It was then that Alex entered the library, Jenna at her heels. Her heart dropped out of her chest for a moment when she saw her father shaking and was worried Uncle Sam had bitten the dust again. Dean caught sight of her quickly though, and waved a calming hand in her direction. She sighed relief to see he was in hysterics rather than sobbing. She watched from a short distance away as he pulled high MSELF together and put on a serious tone. Well, damn, he said. I guess you've got us by the family jewels, don't you? Have it your way, but let's at least even the playing field a little bit. I'm not telling you when we're coming. No problem there, Dean, said Amy. We're ready when you are. Super, said Dean. Chat soon. And he hung up. What's happening? Alex asked. The bad news is why. Our uncle's been kidnapped by some idiot demons, said Dean. The good news is they're idiot demons. They know you went to an online high school, so they stashed him at the high school to try and put us on unfamiliar turf. Alex looked at him, mild disbelief on her face. Center High School? Yeah, replied Dean. Oh dear, said Jenna. They are smart. No they ain't, said Alex. It's a junior-senior high school. I went there for 2 years. And this is Alex we're talking about. Dean turned to Jenna. She knows every nook and cranny. Jenna's eyes went wide. Oh. Okay, that's actually really funny. She began giggling. Yeah it is, said Dean. He turned back to his daughter. Any ideas where they would have stuck Sam? 4, ordered by the level of stupidity, said Alex without hesitation. At a way to be, said Dean, coming to his feet. All right, girls, suit up. We're going to gank some demons. Alex switched off the lights and the engine of her Cavalier and let it coast down the street. Once she was satisfied with how obscured they'd be from the school, she pulled the vehicle over and brought it to a halt. Nicely done, said Dean from the passenger seat. Thanks, she replied lightly. They both climbed out and went to the trunk to collect the necessary gear. They were both pretty relieved they had moved a lot of their usual weapons into the bunker these last few weeks. Making a stop by the liquor store to gather from the back of the Impala would have been not only irritating and time-consuming, but dangerous should Amy or any of her companions still be hanging around. In addition to their regular handguns, they pulled out a couple sawed-offs and several pocketfuls of rock salt rounds. Dean pulled out the demon blade and handed it to Alex. You're leading the way, baby girl, said Dean. Better have this on ya. Alex took the knife and tucked it safely out of sight. Where's Jenna? Dean asked as they finished up equipping themselves. Alex peered around her open trunk to see the back of her friend's head through the rear window, completely immobile. Grappling, said Alex. She walked around and opened the rear driver's side door and bent down to look inside. Jenna's head whipped around to look at her. Alex saw exactly what she had expected. Jenna's eyes were full of fear, her breathing rhythmic but intense. Hey, said Alex. You ready for this? All Jenna could do was shake her head. I know it's scary, said Alex, and it's a big run for your first time. But you've got to do it sometime, and you might as well do it when it's all of us. We've got your back. Jenna hesitated, then nodded. What if I, she began, but Alex interrupted her. I'm going to stop you right there, said Alex, and she was quiet but firm as she instructed Jenna. Because there are a lot of what ifs, in hunting, and if you ever bothered to think about any of them, then you'd be paralyzed and all of them would happen at once. So stop thinking of them. Right now. No exceptions. Just climb out of the car, grab your gun, and follow our lead. Okay. Jenna nodded again and scooted her way out of the back of the Cavalier. She looked like she was trying to flip the switch in her brain, but it was obvious it wasn't going well. Alex was just glad she was moving at all. Jenna came to stand next to Alex as the taller woman sized up her alma mater. Jenna could only guess at the calm, cool assessment her friend was making as she inspected the building, but all Jenna saw when she looked at it was a hulking mass of brick, within which was the unthinkable. Demons. Lots of demons. A horde of demons that wanted to do horrible things to her, her friend, and her friend's family. A little over a month ago and she wouldn't have even believed it. But the idea would have sent a shiver down her spine, like she'd seen a psychologically twisted scene in a horror movie. But now she knew it was real, she knew what she was facing, and it was like looking at death itself. And they had Sam. How could they have taken him down? He was supposed to be highly trained and extensively experienced in all this. And he was huge, yet they had still managed to capture him. Jenna tried to shrug off how much this disconcerted her, because she didn't much like her odds if Sam was so easily accosted by these demons. So she made up excuses. Maybe he wasn't much of a fighter. Sure, he was a good shot and was great at letting Alex throw him around for fighting practice, but she'd never seen him really exert any force, hardly even lose his temper. He really did seem like the brains of the operation, the logical, bookish one. He was a nerd who went to Stanford. A hot nerd who went to Stanford. Probably the most fighting he'd done was playing Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, that's what it was. He was the easy target, the red herring that was actually a breeze to knock out even though he didn't look it. All that height and sinewy muscle was just for show. It was actually Dean and Alex who were the bruisers in the group. As she wove together this delicate web of cherry-picked facts to cover up the obvious truth, Dean came up on Jenna's other side. He tapped her shoulder to get her out of her reverie and she looked down at his hand to see it was holding a couple of pocket knives. "These are for you," he said. Jenna tentatively took them. They were definitely the biggest non-kitchen knives she'd ever held and it baffled her as to why she felt so uneasy with them in her hands in spite of all the times she had expertly wielded a chopping knife or a meat cleaver. Perhaps it was because she hadn't been trying to kill anything with those particular blades. "Alex is going to take the lead," Dean said, laying out the plan. "She knows she's going and can make a move on anything that we run into. I'll bring up the rear so we don't get jumped from behind. Jenna, you stay right in the middle, and be ready to fight, but don't go out of your way to get your swings in, okay?" Quote. Jenna nodded. "Now we've got the rock salt shells, but we're going to avoid shooting until we absolutely have to," Dean continued. "They're not going to kill him, just make him hurt. And we want to avoid being found out before we get to Sam if we can help it. See if we can get the jump on them. Jenna, your job is going to be to cut Sam free as soon as we find him." Jenna tried really hard not to pass out at the responsibility she felt this put on her. "That's what those knives are for. One for you, one for Sam. Give him one right away in case you get preoccupied while cutting him loose. Then he can still work on getting himself free while we're busy with the demons. Everybody clear on the plan?" He addressed both of the women, even though they knew he was mostly checking in with Jenna. "Sounds good to me," said Alex calmly. "Yep," said Jenna, her voice squeaky and weak. "All right then," said Dean. "When you're ready, Alex, let's roll." Alex nodded, looked back at the school defiantly, then made for the building with a confident but stealthy stride, choosing a very precise route to avoid detection from any onlookers within the school. Jenna felt heat rise under her skin as terror tore through her, but there was no turning back now. She followed close behind Alex as quietly as she could. Dean held steady at the back of the pack. Blank. Ever so slowly, Sam awoke, his blurry vision steadily clearing until he could see he was sitting in the middle of a gymnasium. About half of the lights were on, and with that illumination he could see a few people milling about. He quickly remembered what had happened, and realized they were demons. But he wondered why they had brought him to this particular location. The middle of what seemed to be a school's basketball court seemed a bit of an odd choice. And as he took in his environment and his eyes finally landed on the school's team logo plastered across the wall, it bewildered him even more to realize he was in Alex's 7th and 8th grade school. He shook his head slightly, squinting at the banner over the collapsed bleachers. "Good morning, sleepyhead," came a voice to Sam's right. He turned quickly to see Amy, the demon occupying the liquor store clerk's body, standing a few feet away. As he turned, his motion put pressure against Hi's bonds and he looked down to see he was tied to his chair with a thick hemp rope. He huffed a sigh and looked grumpily back at Amy. "We thought we'd make it easy on us," she said with a grin. "Work smarter, not harder." "What do you want?" Sam asked. "You," said Amy. She began to pace slowly around to stand in front of him. "And Dean and precious little Alex and that big personality in a tiny package you call Jenna. Just for shits and giggles." "For what?" Sam pressed. "For a little bit of damn peace," Amy bit out. "Your chat with the king of friggin' hell didn't go very well, we heard." "Hey, we tried," said Sam. "It's not our fault he decided to be a dick." "No, it's not," said Amy. "But it is your fault he keeps sending us to do his dirty work. His dirty work being getting the shit beat out of us by you. You're the assholes he's always fighting. So we're taking out the cause to better the effect. We're taking out you fucking Winchesters. So your plan is to just off all 4 of us tonight," said Sam. "Finally do the job Crowley started decades ago. He hasn't been very consistent, has he?" Amy cocked her head mockingly. Then her tone turned icy again. "Well, we won't be." "Well, then," said Sam. "Why am I still alive?" "Because you're bait, you moron," answered Amy. "Live bait's always a lot more tempting. If you were dead in here, they'd screw off as soon as they saw you limp and bloody in your chair." Sam kept his face empty of thought and feeling as he came up with several ways they could have killed him and made it look like he was still kicking. Hell, even if he was covered in blood from an obviously fatal wound, he was pretty sure Dean would charge in anyway to be absolutely certain his little brother had bought the farm again. So instead he aimed at a different flaw in the plan. "So you're going to wait until all 4 of us are in a room with you?" "That's how a trap works, bud," said Amy. "Of course, they'll have to get through all our guards out in the halls. See, we scoped out the place really carefully before you came. We know everything you don't." Sam looked skeptically at her. "Really?" "Oh yes," said Amy. "We know you're the away team at this ball game. We did our research. We know Alex never set foot in a high school, so why would any of you?" Man, was Sam getting to practice his poker face to maintain the upper hand in this conversation. He did his best to look a little defeated, as if she had pulled one over on them. He said, "We've been hunting in a lot of unfamiliar places. We don't necessarily need to know where we're going to get the job done. Not to mention, if all your guards are out there, that doesn't leave many of you in here when the cavalry comes. Alex told us there were only 10 of you." Amy gave a throaty chuckle, a delighted half grin on her face. "Not anymore, bucko. See, the king of hell didn't like us going rogue with you. So after your little round table, he came to visit, chewed a few of us out, made a few martyrs, which always gathers some more to the cause. I've got 25 demons holed up in this place." Sam's breath became heavy and his jaw set as he felt a wave of dread surge through him. 10 would have been somewhat manageable if his brother and niece got the drop on them, but 25. Center was not a big school. There could be a demon at every corner and in every hall, and if they made it through unscathed, they'd still be facing a formidable number of enemies gathered in the gymnasium. They had certainly fought a great deal more demons at once before, but back then they had had more people on their side. More time to plan, a chance to pour salt lines and draw devil's traps and rig the sound system for an exorcism. That time they were the ones setting the trap. The circumstances were flipped and Sam hoped that the things the demons didn't know would give Dean and Alex and Jenna just enough of an edge to prevail. But his heart still raced. He began discreetly testing the ropes about his wrists, searching for flaws in the knots. As he did so, Amy walked up to him and put a placating hand on the side of his jaw. "We've got you all beat, Sammy. Especial. Why, since we've got one more guest coming to the party, the guest of honor. The one running this whole revolution. And she is pissed." Alex picked the lock to the service entrance and they entered into a shallow, out-of-the-way hall. Immediately, she knew exactly where they were and what angles to check as they delved into the darkened school. Jenna snuck in close beside her, trying to be quiet, but her quick, shallow breathing was like a bandsaw in Alex's ear. She reminded herself to keep a close eye on Jenna as they went. As Dean carefully eased the door closed, he caught sight of Alex's glance of concern at her friend. Immediately, he got his daughter's attention. "Hey," he mouthed, his voice barely audible but still firm. "I got her. Worry about them." Alex gave a quick nod of acknowledgement and did as she was told. She focused in on her surroundings like a hawk on a mouse in the meadow grass. She kept her shotgun in her right hand, but drew the demon blade with her left and held eye at the ready as she crept forward into the deserted hall. Within a few steps, her awareness opened up and every possible point of detection became like a visible, flashing target. She picked her way along, following a precise path. It was trickier now than it had been in school. Back then she was usually avoiding one particular vantage point at a time, now she had to avoid all of them at once, and it was a much more complex puzzle. Luckily she had considered this puzzle on a few occasions in 8th grade. Along the way, they did encounter demons. Luckily, many of them were holed up in a classroom. And oftentimes they were taking their guard duties too casually. Alex managed to escape their sight simply by ducking under the door windows. She was tempted to take them out if she could, innate as many as possible before getting to her uncle, but she also knew any unintentional noise would draw other demons, and then they would be trapped by a flood of enemies long before they could free Sam and enlist his aid. So she stuck to stealth. But there was an inevitable encounter. Alex made her checks as they came to a corner. She glimpsed down the hall with the help of a highly reflective classroom window and spotted 2 demons midway along the wide corridor. And this route was one she had to take to get to her first guess at Sam's location. Her face twisted in a snarl at the roadblock, but she remained silent. She looked back at her father, held up 2 fingers, and jabbed her thumb over her shoulder in the direction of the obstacle. He nodded, and set his gun in his shoulder. But before he could act, Alex glimpsed the lockers on the wall currently opposite them. She waved for him to stop before he took more than a step. "I'll lure them down," she mouthed. "You grab one, I'll get them both." She indicated the demon blade. "What are you going to do?" Dean mouthed, obviously concerned she was going to jump into the middle of the hall and start waving her arms. She pointed at the lockers. Then she moved back down their corridor the way they had come, switching to the other wall. She found the locker she was looking for, cracked its combo, and eased the door open. Then, with gusto, she slammed it. An empty locker at the end of the row, clearly in the view of the demons, popped open. "What the hell? That's weird." Alex rapidly returned to her original position and waited as the demons made their way towards the mysterious self-opening wall unit. "Neat trick," Dean mumbled when she returned. "The other kids used to say the lockers were haunted," she replied in barely a whisper. But her wide grin denoted the laughter she would have emitted under less stealthy circumstances. Dean handed his shotgun to Jenna so he had both arms free to grapple one of the guards. Luckily, the demons inspected the open locker first, proceeding far past the corner and leaving their backs to Dean and Alex. In an instant, Alex pointed at the demon she was going to take, then both. She and her father launched soundlessly off the wall to their chosen opponents. Alex drove the demon blade deep into the throat of one while Dean grabbed the other, covering its mouth to avoid an alarm call. In that same motion, he turned the demon toward Alex. As quickly as she had stabbed the first, she withdrew the blade from its neck and sank it into the second's chest. Dean brought the demon's body quietly to the floor. They returned to where Jenna stood silently. Dean took his gun back from her. It almost broke her out of her reverie. She had seen Alex fight before, but not like this, not this quick, not this precise. And not with a weapon. She was as deadly as a sniper's bullet. And she hadn't seen Dean fight at all. It shocked her how quickly and quietly he could move, and how much power he had exerted over the demon in the second he caught it off guard. Not to mention that the almost psychic way in which they had worked together to defeat their enemies in the spare 2 seconds they were given was terrifying. But also Jenna had never seen anything killed in front of her. She stared at the corpses. "Almost there," Alex hissed. Dean nodded. Then he noticed Jenna's vacant expression. "Hey." He got the young woman's attention and she pried her eyes from the bodies on the floor. He raised his voice just enough so it would resonate in her ears. "File this for later, okay? Don't think about it now." She nodded, and did her best to forget what she had seen. She felt the faintest spark of pride as she realized she was getting better at flipping the switch in her brain. And thanks to how many times she had already practiced tonight. They proceeded down the hall, and Alex took them with a rapid pace, as it was a long, open hall, and their destination was right in the middle. She came to a halt beside a set of double doors, and peered into the gymnasium. Dead center of the basketball court, bound to a chair with ropes, was her uncle. "Good job, Alex," whispered Dean. "What level of stupid did you choose?" "Mid-range," Alex replied softly. "I figured they were trying to be clever, but missed the step a little. The gym is difficult to defend once we're in, but it's not the best." Boiler room would have been full of blind spots. Are we ready? Asked Alex, putting a hand to the door handle. Nope, said Dean. Look. Alex's brow furrowed and she looked back into the gym. They're everywhere, said Dean. Damn, hissed Alex. That's way more than 10. We've got to spread out like they've spread out. There's multiple entrances, so let's each pick a door. I'll come in through the main here. Get their attention. Jenna, that side door on the corner has a straight shot to Sam. Alex, pick your favorite. The other corner's got a lot of cover, said Alex. I can sneak up with the blade on a bunch of them. Sounds good, said Dean. All right, you two get in position, and when you are, text me. I'll go in first and once I've got them distracted, you make your moves. Got it. Alex and Jenna nodded. Jenna, remember, said Dean, locking his gaze with hers to make sure the words got through, go straight for Sam, and give him a knife right away. Okay, Jenna hissed, nodding. It was hard to keep her voice quiet as her heart was pounding so hard it was affecting her lungs and bronchi. "'Kay, go," said Dean. Alex snuck off down the hall, gripping Jenna's arm to pull her along and keep her close. "Alex," Jenna couldn't stop a squeak from entering her whisper as they walked. "Alex, I can't do this." "Yes you can," Alex replied confidently, keeping her focus on her surroundings as they moved rapidly to the corner. They stopped there and Alex checked around the wall to make sure the hall beyond was clear, which it was. "No, really, Alex." Jenna felt tears fill her eyes. A hard lump in her throat. Alex pulled her friend along as she paced to the first corner access door. "Jenna, you can do this," Alex replied. "How can you know that?" "Because everyone thinks they can't do something until they have to," said Alex. "And then they can." Jenna stared at her friend. She had never seen Alex like this. She had known her being cool and confident and a total badass. Calm under pressure in so many different situations. But this was different. This wasn't just her being sure of herself. This was the shadows. This was all the things she had seen and dealt with. The dangers she had faced and the pain she had endured, and how much it had taught her about how to handle the worst of the worst. In this moment, right now, she was a soldier. At once it made Jenna realize just how serious the situation was that Alex had become all the ferocity she needed to be. It made her feel small and frightened and very, very safe. How could they prevail with someone like Alex on their side? "Right now," Alex whispered as she came to a stop next to her chosen door, "all you have to do is wait for my dad to go in, then run to Sam, give him a knife, and cut him free. That's it. Easy. You can do this, Jenna." Jenna nodded agreement, and suddenly she believed herself. "Now go." Alex nodded to the last door at the end of the hall. Jenna took off, and though her legs wobbled, she knew they wouldn't give out. When her friend took up position at the door, Alex took out her phone and texted her father. Ready. Dean had kept his phone in hand, awaiting his daughter's text. When he read it, he pocketed the device, settled his shotgun in his grip, turned to the door and kicked it open. He strode straight in between the bleachers, the demons, turning at the cacophonous sound of the doors opening. "Did someone ask to pass the salt?" he shouted. Then he shot the nearest demon. Alex burst through her door and was immediately upon the two nearest demons, both of whom had turned away from her at the disturbance. The first she stabbed in the back. The second turned in time to see her and took a swing. She ducked the blow and rose up behind his arm to thrust the blade into the side of his neck. Jenna was through her own door almost before Alex appeared. A sudden rush of adrenaline had given her the will to abandon all caution. She dashed across the gym floor as fast as she could, focusing in on where Sam sat so as to ignore all the dangers around her. Most people didn't think she could move very quickly given her short legs, but her center of gravity and the rapidity with which she could pump her limbs actually made her a very effective sprinter. But she lost a little bit of her control at the end and didn't gauge her distance well enough to quickstep to a halt. So she slammed into the back of Sam's chair, startling him. He whipped his head around in time to see her blonde hair flipping into his field of vision. "Jenna," he said. Jenna couldn't reply. She was fumbling at his ropes, trying to figure the best place to cut without slicing into him. "Give me the knife," he instructed. "Oh, yeah," Jenna suddenly remembered, inwardly scolding herself as she had just screwed up the most important thing Dean and Alex had told her to do. She pressed the one she had been intending to use into Sam's open hand and he immediately began working at the ropes around his wrists. "Now get out of here," he said sharply. "I'm supposed to cut you free," said Jenna in a panic, her hands shaking as she worked at the ropes around Sam's chest. Why was it so much harder to cut rope with a knife than it looked? Get out. There's too many of them. You'll get bulldozed, he insisted. You three need as much help as you can get, she replied. About the time Jenna got through one of the strands, Sam managed to free his hands. He glimpsed movement out of the corner of his eye and spotted a demon headed straight for Jenna. Look out, he shouted, but he was too late. Jenna felt the impact to the side of her rib cage at the same time she heard Sam's warning. She didn't really see it happen or recognize where she was, but for a second she was flying through the air. The next thing she knew she was on the ground, landing heavily on the hardwood of the court. Everything hurt. She couldn't even form the thought that she was in danger. And she needed to get up and turn to face her attacker. She only knew pain and shock and confusion. So she stayed where she was. The demon who had kicked her to the ground moved to go after the fallen young woman, but Sam was already up. He grabbed the chair he had been tied to and smashed the demon with it, sending the man to the floor. The makeshift weapon now in pieces, Sam grabbed the shotgun Jenna had put down and sent a rock salt round into another demon bearing down on him. Then he ran over to where Jenna was struggling with her befuddlement and soreness and hooked a hand around her upper arm. Come on, he said. Urgent but not unkind. Gotta get up. Jenna finally shook off the last of her cobwebs as she felt herself suddenly unburdened by her own weight. Being hauled to her feet by her arm wasn't exactly comfortable, but it was surprisingly less painful than she thought it would be, and the assist solved the daunting struggle with gravity she was facing immediately after taking her first punch or kick ever. Now steady on her own 2 feet again, her surroundings finally made sense. You've got to run, Sam said, before Jenna could protest again, or a stronger case could be made. Another demon barreled out of nowhere and tackled Sam to the ground. It surprised Jenna enough that she gave a short scream. She thought for a second about diving after them to help, but she quickly realized she would only get in the way. As soon as they hit the ground, the demon made to pin Sam, but the younger Winchester struck his opponent in the face hard enough to make him reel backwards. Given the newly made space, Sam was able to get a leg between them and kick the demon several paces away. There went Jenna's theory that Sam was the nonviolent one. But he still needed backup. And though Dean and Alex were pulling most of the attention, more and more demons had noticed that Sam was free, and they were fixing to do something about it. Sam was getting to his feet as another opponent raced over to him. Jenna saw the shotgun on the ground nearby, Sam having dropped it upon being tackled, and it was too far for him to grab it in time. Jenna lunged, snagging the weapon and setting it in her shoulder to shoot at the demon as quickly as she could. She hit it. It dropped to the ground from the impact and the pain. As soon as she had downed the first one, she saw the demon Sam had kicked away was already back on his feet. She turned quickly and shot him, too, and he convulsed as he fell. She was dumbfounded. She looked down at the gun in her hands, mouth agape. Had she just shot 2 different demons on the first try in the middle of this chaos? Good job, Sam said quickly, running over to her. That's 2. Reload, reload, reload. Jenna suddenly remembered she had more shells in her pocket and fished wildly to pull them out. She felt her fist get caught in the material and she tried to wrench it free with little success. When finally she did, Sam was by her side watching out for more attackers as she attempted to thread the casings into the holes in the broken gun. Why couldn't she fit them in? Were they the wrong size? Did she somehow have shotgun shells that didn't fit this shotgun? Or vice versa? Here, Sam said, taking the weapon and the shells from her, and in a couple seconds the gun was reloaded and ready to fire. Jenna took a half a heartbeat. To wonder how he kept his hands that steady in a situation like this. Was he under this much pressure that often? Or was he just that practiced at loading a shotgun? She didn't realize the answer was both. And to a degree she couldn't yet fathom. Okay, he said and shoved the gun at her. Now take this and run, damn it. Jenna took the gun back, but before she could decide to either acquiesce or rebel, Sam got thrown easily 20 feet across the court by an invisible force. Sam, Jenna shouted, but then she screamed in surprise and pain as someone grabbed a handful of her hair close to her scalp and hauled her backwards. She reached up and clamped her hand around her attacker's wrist as her other, gun-wielding arm was snagged and restrained by the demon. Jenna worked her feet as she attempted to keep her balance and avoid having her hair pulled out of her head. So, they taught you to shoot in our general direction, did they? Said a woman's voice close to Jenna's ear. Then the dem untwisted her arm in a way that tweaked at her elbow and shoulder, and Jenna was forced to drop the shotgun with a yelp of fear. She didn't know what to do. She hadn't been taught how to get free of someone who had a hold of her hair. So she did the only thing she could think to do. She released the demon's wrist and drove her elbow into the woman's lower ribs as hard as she could. The demon released a burst of breath as she was struck, then chuckled. She didn't show any signs of pain, she didn't release her hold, and she didn't even seem to move much from the force of Jenna's blow. And it terrified Jenna to think, firstly, just how strong Sam was to have punched and kicked that demon so far away, and secondly how formidable these evil beings were in a physical fight. "Good try, itty bitty, but you don't have the juice for this," said her assailant. "You know what?" Jenna thought. "Fuck my hair, and fuck my arm." "Yeah, maybe," she said to the demon. "But it's not always about juice. Sometimes it's physics. And low woman wins." She was one-handed, so she had to improvise, but she lucked out in the correct guess. She reached back with her free arm and grabbed the base of the demon's skull. Then in one swift motion, she reset her feet so they were underneath her and slightly underneath her attacker and slammed her hips and back into the demon, hauling on her neck with all her strength. The demon flew over Jenna's shoulder and toppled to the floor. It wasn't without consequences, of course. Jenna's hair definitely got yanked hard, and her trapped arm was tweaked again as the demon twisted over her. But the worst result she didn't realize until it was too late. The demon landed with a roll from her shoulder to her stomach. She flung her hair up and out of the way as she propped herself on her elbows. She glowered at Jenna for a moment, then slowly a malicious smile oozed onto her face. "What?" Jenna spat, panting. The demon held out a hand, and from it was hanging Jenna's T possession charm from the broken leather thong. Jenna's eyes widened in horror. She looked down at her chest and grasped at her neck, finding nothing but her own skin and shirt collar. "Chloe's going to love this meat suit," said the demon. Jenna slowly lifted her gaze back to the demon. She hissed, "Shit." Alex counted 5 demons dead in her wake. She had managed to catch most of them off guard, easy kills. She almost felt a little bad bringing them to their ends. They had barely been back on Earth long enough to really understand their powers, and it didn't always seem like a fair fight. However, her glimmers of sympathy were often quelled by the force with which they struck her. And now the tides were turning. Her element of surprise had lasted as long as was reasonable, and the demons were now aware of her deadly presence. And although a good portion of the battle's start had confused them as to which Winchester to fight, many of them had begun to opt for Alex over her father. Dean had certainly knocked down his fair share of the demons, though not without taking some nasty hits himself, but they had figured out that the rock salt wasn't killing them and the blade in Alex's hand was the real danger. And while Alex did her best to staunch the flow as one demon came, then 2, then another one, she found herself unable to hold against their assault for long. At last, each of them had the wherewithal to use his telekinesis. Having just off the last opponent near her, she suddenly felt a force lift her into the air and send her flying into the collapsed bleachers. Shish. Landed awkwardly amongst the cluster of metal arms and chair backs, a grunt leaving her lungs thanks to the impact. As soon as she made contact, she rolled down the steep incline and fell hard onto the court. "Alex," she heard her father yell. Her adrenaline rushing, she ignored her reeling head and the aches all over her body and immediately made to get up. But as soon as she put the slightest bit of weight on her right elbow, she felt a sharp, searing pain lance from her shoulder all the way down to her fingertips, as well as up into her neck. She had a superb tolerance, but this was so unexpected and severe that it made her fall back to the boards with a cry of agony, gripping her shoulder. Given what she had just felt and what she could palpate now with her left hand, she surmised that the joint had been completely dislocated. But yet another demon was bearing down on her. Doing what she could to keep her injured arm tight to her body, she rolled to her good side and hauled herself up. She knew, however, that she was too late in making the move. Her moment of distress had been just a few seconds too long a delay, and even though she would try to stand and fight, the demon would be on her before she could even get her balance back. And she was right, but a gunshot rang out, and her would-be attacker stopped in his tracks with a jolt and collapsed as the rock salt overwhelmed him. Then Dean was at his daughter's side, wrapping his free arm around her rib cage to get her the rest of the way to her feet. "What's wrong?" he asked rapidly. "Shoulder, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good," Alex blurted as she cast about for the demon blade. She had dropped it upon hitting the bleachers. She quickly spotted the weapon a short distance away and darted for it. Dean tracked along with her and shot any demon who got close while she was unarmed. Then she had the blade back in her grip, and Dean had a chance to reload as she fended off the next oncoming opponent left-handed. There was A reason he had made her practice all her fighting skills with both hands equally. But now they were clumped together, and although this meant they had fewer indefensible sides, it also meant the demons were swarming them. Shoulder to shoulder, they did their best to beat back the horde, shooting, slashing, and punching wildly as they were hounded. Slowly their clump shifted to one end of the gymnasium. And then the demons got the best of them. As Dean made to reload again, one of them grabbed him and threw him along the bleachers. He landed over a dozen feet away, smacking his head against a corner of a chair. He crumpled to the floor, unconscious. "Dad!" Alex screamed, and then another demon sent Alex soaring across the last bit of the gymnasium to pin her against the wall beneath the basketball hoop. She called out as the invisible force slammed her injured shoulder against the bricks, manipulating her arm in the process. Growling at her pain, she looked over at her father, worry and fear pulling her gaze. He showed no signs of rousing, and she could barely make out that he was breathing. Then she assessed the rest of the gym and saw that her uncle was pinned much as she was, Oot on his back on the floor rather than the wall. And there were still at least 9 demons alive, many of them slowly rising to their feet. And now she could see a 10th because a short distance away from Sam. Jenna was kneeling as a tendril of black cloud forced its way down her throat. "No," Alex roared. Then, much more quietly as the reality of the situation set in, she almost sobbed, "God damn it." When the cloud had submerged itself, Jenna fell forward onto her hands, her head hanging. She paused for a beat, the fresh lull in the battle giving her time to recover from the transfer, and when she slowly lifted her chin, she opened her eyes and they were black. A grin crept onto her face. "Oh, yes," said Chloe. She looked down at the petite body she had just inhabited, rising off her hands. "Oh, this is going to be fun," she purred. She stood and turned to the Winchesters, looking over them with glee in her gaze. "I could not have picked a better meat suit than this one," she told them in the sudden heavy silence that had overtaken the gym. "I mean," and she began to wander toward Sam, "dear, sweet little Jenna, the truly innocent one in all this, finally free of her cruel family. The one you've been sheltering and saving and building back up into a strong, empowered person. And now she's being dragged to this tortured end." She leaned over Sam coyly with a sad smile, "By all of you." "Hi," she waved. "I'm Chloe." "Screw you," Sam bit back as he struggled pointlessly against his psychic restraints. Chloe gave a delighted gasp at his response. "And there it is. Do you see how perfect it is?" she said, straightening and pacing about. "It's not just guilt for you, it's not just that she's some bystander who's caught a stray Winchester bullet, no. Jenna's not the only one losing something here, going from not knowing about her shit to realizing she's got shit to dealing with her shit and feeling better about her shit to finally just ending up here. It's a friggin' roller coaster, but damn. That's just her sorry side of it. The other side is that you've all grown so fond of her. Or, at least, she hopes you have. She's not that convinced, really. She still has that touch of insecurity. Trust me, I know." Chloe pointed to her head. "I've got a front row seat to this wool shit show. Of course she knows you care." She whirled and gestured at Alex, who glared down her possessed friend from the wall. "She's pretty sure of that one. All those nights spent together pouring your hearts out, laughing and crying and examining every inch of life in the world. Yes, she can tell how you feel. And then there's good old Dean." She turned and waved absently at the eldest Winchester's limp body by the bleachers. "She doesn't really know if he likes her directly. But she knows that any friend of his daughter's is a friend of his. So it's not like he likes her for her, he's just nice to her because. Though, she'll take whatever she can get. She's never really met a father who cares the way Dino does, and if she can bask in a few of those rays now and again, she is grateful. It's certainly more than she's ever had before. Oh, but you," and she rounded slowly on Sam. "You're the one she struggles with the most." Chloe wandered back to where he lay. "She knows how much you dislike her, how uncomfortable she makes you feel, and that bothers her that she can't stand. Because you're the one she wishes would feel comfortable around her more than any of the others." Chloe stepped over Sam's waist and sank down to her knees as she was straddling him. Sam felt knots of anxiety twist in his stomach, half from his own disconcertion, half imagining how upset Jenna must be right now, trapped in her own mind and out of control. He knew the feeling. It doesn't matter how you said such nice things to her, or how you held her tight after her mommy called and bitched at her, Chloe continued, clutching her hands together saccharinely. Because there's always those moments when you turn all red in the face and don't know what to say, and she's so worried that you just can't stand even the sight of her. She just wants you to like her. You don't even have to like her, just like her. Then Chloe chuckled lightly. It's so satisfying, the amount of agonizing conflict in her head right now. She is so incredibly concerned with how uncomfortable I'm making you right now using her body. So worried about how you feel. Then Chloe bent forward and ran a hand from Sam's abdomen up over his chest. Oh, but she loves how you feel. Sam managed to turn his head away, grimacing as Chloe sank down and sucked on his neck. Dean, now would be a good time to wake up, he begged his unconscious brother, frustrated. Why, was he always out cold when crap like this happened? Dean didn't move a muscle. Chloe lifted her head and followed Sam's gaze, and he could feel the heat coming off her face, her cheek was so close to his. Ah, she said in false sorrow. Looks like the cavalry isn't coming. Too bad. She gripped Sam's jaw and turned him back to her. Me and my ragtag crew have to get ahead of this whole Winchester problem and off you all. Otherwise we would have so much fun. She grazed her thumb over his lower lip. You let the girls go, Sam demanded in a low, menacing tone. Do what you want to me and my brother. Torture us, kill us. I don't care, but you let my niece and her best friend go. None of this is their fault. Chloe lifted herself away by a few degrees, a satisfied grin on her face. Okay, I have to tell you this. Because I know Jenna does not want you to know, she said brightly, but her heart just broke because she doesn't want you or even Dean to die, ever, but she also got about 3/4 of the way to finishing because you basically just said, I'll die for her, which is, you know, super hot. Sam huffed in exasperation and glowered at the demon with a scolding, withering look. For a fraction of a second, Chloe was a wayward child again, a flash of memory from just a few centuries ago, with a whole lot of hell in between, and half considered apologizing, she felt so reprimanded. But she managed to recover just in time to make her case. But no, she snapped, smacking both hands down on Sam's chest to shove herself off him. That is not how tonight is going down, Sammy. She walked a few steps away from him in Alex's direction, staring down the young woman like a piece of meat. You want me to show mercy? Notes of anger crept into Chloe's voice for the first time that night. Do you think the King of Hell showed mercy on me and my fellow lowlifes every time we failed to end you fucking Winchesters? Or when we took matters into our own hands? When you had your little talk and tattled about our visit to campus? We were trying to compromise with him. Sam shouted. Well, it didn't work, asshole. Chloe yelled back without turning. She lifted her end defiantly and pointed a condemning finger at Alex. Alex goes first, Chloe said, a note of quiet, level finality in her tone. She whipped back around to Sam. So you can watch your niece slowly come to a tortured death long before her time. And then when Dean wakes up and sees his beloved daughter dead, we'll hold him captive and he can watch his little brother, his built-in partner in crime, give up the ghost, too. And you can listen to the grief in his voice as he begs for your life, just before your lights go out. And once you two have kicked off, then Dean comes tumbling after. As painfully as possible, of course. 'Cause it's just a mercy killing at that point if we don't draw it out. But Jenna I won't kill, Chloe continued. No, she and I will have some good times. I mean, I get that she's fresh off the line. But she ain't working these curves the way she should. But after all the fun and games, once I get sick of her, I'll drop her off at her parents' house, because I know that's the worst thing I could do to her. You bitch, Alex bellowed from the wall. Chloe's head whipped around and she grasped at the air with one claw-like hand. Alex began to gag and choke as the demon inside her best friend worked to crush her throat. And here we go, Chloe said quietly, and the grin on her face showed how much she enjoyed the suffering she was inflicting. No, Sam yelled. He knew better given the situation. But he had no other cards to play, so he incanted, Exorcismus te. Almost immediately the demon keeping him tight to the floor gagged him telekinetically. Sam's eyes squeezed shut and veins stood out on his neck as he worked desperately to regain control over his vocal cords even though he knew it was futile. But his initial shout was what finally pulled Dean back to consciousness. His eyes eased open and slowly the gym came into focus. The first thing he saw was the numerous demons who had gathered, closing in on the scene at the end of the court. All of them had turned away from him, entranced by Jenna, but it wasn't Jenna. When he saw what she was doing to his daughter, he knew that somehow she had become possessed. His head lifted and his breath quickened, anxiously trying to determine what to do. He rose up on an elbow as he saw his brother struggling on the floor. The best thing going for them was the naivete of these rookie demons, with none of them keeping an eye on Dean. But what could he do? His initial instinct was to charge in and slay every enemy within arm's reach, but if the 4 of them had been overwhelmed, he had little chance of success on his own. If he tried to exorcise them, he would quickly be gagged and pinned as helplessly as Sam. But maybe if he struck a precise blow, took out the ringleader, it would shock the demons enough to get back the edge. A wave of dread overwhelmed him at the thought, for he had an uncanny sense that the head honcho was the demon that was controlling Jenna right now. And then he saw it. Just a few feet away, the demon blade. Time was running out. As quietly as he could so as not to draw the attention of any of the demons, he picked up the knife and rose to his feet. He wouldn't get to Jenna in time to simply stab her. The other demons would thwart his attempts as soon as he entered their field of vision. He would have to throw it. It happened in a mere few seconds. He hesitated, his face twisted with grief. Jenna was undoubtedly one of the most outwardly genuine people he had ever met. She meant well in everything she did, even if sometimes she did entirely the wrong things. And she had been through so much without realizing her trauma, and was finally liberated, finally beginning to heal and only getting a few weeks of freedom. And Alex loved her so. In just 4 months, the two had become inexplicably close, supporting each other through the trial by fire that was their first semester of college. And now Dean was about to kill his daughter's best friend. Alex had already lost her first boyfriend. What would it do to her to lose the closest friend she had had since she had come back to live with her father and uncle? And Dean knew that she would understand. She was too level-headed and logical not to, but that didn't mean she wouldn't hate him for it. And the thought of what he was about to do to these 2 young women felt like a buzzing, numbing ache at the base of his skull, and his entire body protested the motion he would force himself to make. But his daughter's panicked face was turning blue, and he felt his body slowly overpowering his emotions. He reversed the knife in his hand. In the last moment before the end, Sam looked over to see his brother conscious and upright, and holding the demon blade, ready to throw. He kept his reaction minimal to keep from alerting their enemies. But he locked eyes with Dean, and seeing the terrible sorrow there, he immediately knew what the elder Winchester was about to do. Dean saw Sam's expression fill with the same pain and grief he was experiencing. Then the younger turned his face to the ceiling and shut his eyes, an action that released a few scant tears to run down to his temples. He gave a very small nod. Dean looked back at where Jenna stood, and with a grimace he cocked back his arm to hurl the demon blade across the room. Then Chloe faltered and ducked her head and growled with anger and exertion. Dean stopped. Alex's vision began to lighten again, and she realized the grip on her throat had weakened ever so slightly, though it didn't go away. But suddenly she could suck in enough air to come back to the land of the living. She looked curiously down at the demon trying to end her life and wondered why she had stopped. Chloe took a couple ragged breaths, her lips curling in something between a snarl and a smile. "Oh no you don't," she hissed. She looked back up at Alex and redoubled her efforts, making the young woman cough violently, then lose the ability to make sound at all. She felt her lungs burn again and her head swim. But then the pressure decreased once more, and Chloe hunched over, her face strained. She looked like she was trying to lift a truck. She was struggling so hard with something or someone. Then finally she let loose a vicious, ear-splitting, wordless bellow, and when she fell silent, she stumbled, panting, gasping. And she looked up at Alex, her eyes wide, her mouth agape. And her expression that of profound shock and disbelief. And Alex knew she was looking into the eyes of her best friend. Her throat now released of all constriction, she rasped, "Jenna." And Jenna knew she had one shot, and she knew her natural gift was for noise. And when she opened her mouth, her voice rang off the walls, so loud it hurt. "Exorcisamus te, omnis iam mundus spiritus, omnis satanica potestas." Ah! She convulsed as the exorcism worked on the demon she had restrained in her mind and body. But it was enough. The demons were so stunned by the turn of events that they didn't even realize what was happening, and it gave Jenna time to get far enough into the incantation that it started to debilitate them. So when she lost the ability to speak, Dean was able to take up the chant. "Omnis incurcio infernalis adversari. Omnis legio, omnis congregatio et secta diabolica." Every demon in the room was stumbling and writhing, their heads whipping back and forth with inhuman speed. One of them desperately tried to keep its control and reached a hand toward Dean, and his throat was caught for a moment by the demon's power. But Sam and Alex had already been freed. Sam leaping to his feet and Alex slipping from the wall to the floor, coming to her knees and catching herself with her good arm. Sam bellowed, "Ergo Draco maledicte. Ut ecclesiam tuum secura. Tibi facias libertate servire. A demon scrambling and screaming in agony knocked into him, making Sam stumble several steps. But Alex needed only a few words to finish them all off. She roared, "Te rogamus, Audi nos." Every demon still living threw their head back and 10 streams of black smoke flew to the ceiling of the gymnasium, surging and weaving their way through the bricks and the wind. OWS until at last they disappeared and the bodies they had controlled collapsed. Including Jenna, Sam, Dean, and Alex, the only ones still conscious in the room, all let out a breath of relief. It was over and they had won. And now to pick up the pieces. Sam knew Dean would go straight to Alex, and Dean knew Sam would check on Jenna, so without a word they ran to triage. Sam came to his knees next to Jenna where she lay, gently shaking her by the shoulders to rouse her. "Hey," Sam said firmly. "Hey, Jenna." She gave a soft groan of discontent, her brow furrowed as she rolled her head slowly toward Sam's voice. Finally she opened her eyes, and suddenly the sight of his face brought a surge of 1,000 painful emotions that threatened to destroy her. "You okay?" Sam asked intently. Jenna nodded, but tears were welling in her eyes and her chin quivered. "I'm sorry," she squeaked. "I'm so sorry. What I did, what I said." Hey, that wasn't you," said Sam. "You can't be blamed for that. That was the demon lying and exaggerating and making you do things you wouldn't even think to do. Trust me, I've been there. It's okay. Such horrible things she made me do such horrible things to you," Jenna said. Her tears streaming down into her hair and ears. "I'm sorry. I don't care about that. None of it matters, because that's not what you did. What you did," and Sam shook his head, his face lighting up with a wide smile, "was save the day, Jenna. We're all alive right now because of you." All Jenna could do was sob as relief swept through her, evaporating her anxiety, her embarrassment, her self-loathing. To leave nothing but the warmth of her joy. No one had ever absolved her like this, and in the same breath praised her so honestly and wholeheartedly. And he said it like he meant it, like she deserved it. And for the first time in her life she felt like she did. "No one's ever," she tried to squeak an explanation she didn't need to give, flapping her hands gently. "No one's ever." Sam couldn't resist a chuckle at the quirk of her personality showing through even in her most cathartic breakthrough moment. "Okay, easy now," he said warmly. "Deep breaths, Jenna, hey. Come here," and he hauled her up into his arms to wait for her to calm down. Then, "Hey, Sam," Dean drew his brother's attention. Sam looked up to see Dean walking slowly toward him and Jenna, keeping a very weary-looking Alex tight to his side to guide her along. "You want to pop Alex's shoulder back in?" he asked. "Oh, Alex," said Sam sympathetically. He paused before leaving and asked Jenna, "You good?" When she nodded, he rose and moved to Alex's side. Carefully, he put a hand on her shoulder to assess the new positioning of the ball and socket. Alex gave a tiny wince at the contact. "Oof, that is way out," he commented. "Don't say that," Dean groaned under his breath, grimacing. "Can we get this jacket off?" Sam asked Alex. "Yeah," she replied, almost casually, and pulled from her father to roll her good arm out of the leathers before anyone got the chance to help her. She got part way before she ran out of mobility, but Dean was quick to ease the stiff material off. One arm free, it was easy for Sam to slide the jacket over the other without much manipulation. There was a need for a brief, minute tug, which pulled at Alex's injury just enough in just the right way that for a fraction of a second she felt a white-hot twinge zip through the appendage. Her breath caught, but she recovered quickly. "Okay, here we go," Sam said as he took up Alex's arm in one and placed the other on her shoulder. He repositioned the limb just slightly to get the right angles, making Alex grimace as the aching grew stronger. "On 3, okay, agreed Alex. "He never does it on 3, said Dean anxiously. "Dude," Sam scolded, giving his brother an exasperated look. "I'm sorry," Dean said, his expression pained and oddly innocent. "I didn't want her to be taken by surprise. That's the whole point." "Dean," Sam bit back. "So she's not dreading the pain for long and tensing up." I know, replied Dean. "I just know it hurts so bad. It's only for a second." He quickly turned to his daughter, looking her dead in the eyes as he tried desperately to reassure her. "It's bad, but it's only for a second, and then it's over. Well, there's some aching after, but..." Alex let out a sudden, short, high-pitched shriek. Sam had taken advantage of her distraction, hers and his brother's, and popped the joint back into place. "Oh God," Dean blurted as soon as Alex screamed, clutching her to him. He didn't know what purpose this action served, he just felt an instinct to wrap her up tight and hold on for dear life. Wow, Alex said, her voice uncharacteristically low from the shock as she leaned into her father's jacket. That was wow. Sorry, Alex, said Sam softly, giving her back a comforting rub. Hate to do that to you. It's okay, she said, a little distantly. It's definitely better now. Good, said Sam. Then he looked over his niece's head at his brother and said matter-of-factly, you are such a baby. Yeah, well, Dean grouched back. I can't help it sometimes. Having recovered from the repositioning of her bones, Alex turned her attention to the young woman who stood a short distance away. She looked sad and anxious, and her face was still damp with tears as she watched her friend get put back together. Alex pulled away from her father and walked toward her. All the pain she had just gone through, all the fighting, her life threatened at every turn. None of it had upset her enough to the point of crying. But now her eyes welled. Jenna, she said, her voice thick with emotion. And Jenna replied with just as much distress. She was going to kill you. And you didn't let her, replied Alex. I couldn't, said Jenna. I couldn't let her use me to do that. You saved me instead, said Alex, finally reaching her friend and pulling her in for a tight, one-armed hug. You saved all of us. You beat a freaking demon with your mind. Jenna gave a watery laugh into Alex's shoulder. I don't know how I did it. It wasn't your mind, Jenna, said Dean. Yeah, agreed Sam. Doing something like that takes a lot of love. The brothers avoided looking at each other. Even now, nearly 2 decades later, it was still too much to directly acknowledge what had happened at the edge of Lucifer's cage. And they didn't really have to talk about. Well, if I was going to save anybody, said Jenna as she and Alex parted, it was going to be the people who saved me. How can I not love you, Alex? After all you and your whole family have done for me. Alex smiled at her best friend. Still feel like a victim? She asked knowingly. Jenna made a noise halfway between a laugh and a sob. Then she quirked her head proudly and said, no, not really. Then she stomped a foot and complained at the ceiling, ah. Except I got possessed in the first place. This elicited a laugh from Alex. Again, how did that even happen? Ah, it's inevitable, said Dean, ambling over to where the girls stood, Sam trailing behind. Those demons have fingers like grappling hooks. Whatever ward you've got on ya, comes off eventually. Don't feel bad about it, Jenna, said Sam. It happens to the best of us. Maybe it's time for something they can't take off so easily, said Dean. Oh wow wow wow, Jenna squeaked in a high-pitched whisper. You're almost done, Jenna, said Alex between gritted teeth. Jenna was squeezing her hand very tightly. Just stay still. It, hurts at first, but then you get used to it, but then you get to that point where it's been so long, said Jenna. Her leg jumped in the chair. Hold still, Alex chided. Sam and Dean entered the tattoo parlor, toting a few plastic convenience store bags with them. How's it going? Dean asked. Just about there, Alex said, giving her father a smile that turned out to be more of a grimace. She's hanging on pretty tight, huh? He asked, grinning. Alex nodded. Ha, it burns, Jenna piped. Dean chuckled as he and Sam pulled up a couple chairs by Alex. Well, we brought comfort food for after, he said. At least once you're done you won't have to do it again for a few years. A few years? Jenna looked up at Dean, panic in her eyes. What do you mean, a few years? I have to do this all over again in a few years. Not all, said Sam. Just a touch-up. The ink fades a little after a while. Oh, God, Jenna said. How long do I have? You say, a few years. How many? 2, 7, 25, 4, it depends, replied Sam, stifling a laugh at her hectic cavalcade. It depends, Jenna repeated with disgust. Yeah, everyone's tats fade at different rates. Sam explained. It could be a really long time. Mine sticks pretty good. Dean's, on the other hand. Yeah, mine fades really fast, Dean grumped as he absently inventoried the contents of one of the bags. It's like every couple years I have to get it touched up. You're just about due, too, Sam commented. Dean looked up, his brow furrowed. How do you know? I don't, Sam shook his head blandly. Sometimes I just suggest it and half the time I'm right. Dean almost rolled his eyes at first, but after a moment's contemplation he pumped his brows with a head LT to admit that this was actually fairly accurate. He returned to his bag. Oh, God, I hope I don't fade that fast. Jenna whined despairingly. Then an expression of terror flashed to her face as guilt gripped her. No offense, Dean. He looked up, confused. For what? For making out that it was some terrible, awful thing that you had to live with. She looked incredibly embarrassed. Dean barely laughed. Hun, I have been through worse. Finally, he seemed to settle on a couple choice items in the bag and he asked Jenna, which one when you're done, cake or pie? Jenna glanced from him down to the bag and back up. And inquired, what's wrong with both? Dean grinned back and set the bag aside. I like the way you think, kid, he said. You don't have to get them touched up all that often if you don't want to. The tattoo artist suddenly mumbled without looking up from his work. Jenna turned her attention to him and flinched as she realized she was still in pain. The thought of a sweet reward for her suffering had distracted her for a few glorious moments. It's really only if you like clean lines, the artist continued. Some people don't mind the faded look. Jenna looked back at Sam and Dean expectantly. Hopefully. Dean gave her an apologetic smile. We have to keep ours pretty tidy, he said. Otherwise, they don't work very well. Jenna sighed and let her head fall back to loll on the chair. Don't worry too much about it, said Sam. It doesn't hurt as bad as the first go, and doesn't take as long. Abby's open for walk-ins the next couple hours, the artist mumbled again. Huh, Dean asked. If you need a touch-up, he elaborated. Nah, not today, said Dean. Why not? Asked Sam. We're here, might as well get it over with. My collar's not loose enough. I can't hold it down the whole time, was Dean's excuse. Guess you'll just have to take your shirt off, said Sam, and he looked over at the elder Winchester with a deadpan stare. Once his brother returned the look, Sam flashed him an evil grin. Jenna's mouth popped open, her eyes alight with glee. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He's getting him back for the day you moved in. She whispered loudly at Alex, who snorted a laugh. Dean glanced over at the girls, a little less irritated thanks to their amusement, but still pretty pissed at his little brother. He paused a moment in consideration, and held his collar open to inspect his tattoo. Noting it was considerably faded, he let the fabric fall back into place and shut his eyes, shaking his head with exasperation. Hey Abby, he called to the room at large as he heaved himself out of his chair, removing his jacket. Jenna dissolved into stifled giggles. Then she sighed noisily. Oh, man, why did it take me so long to find all of you? Alex shrugged. Timing is everything. Well, we're glad you're here now, said Sam. Really? Asked Jenna with an uncertain but hopeful smile. Yeah, said Sam. We do actually like you, Jenna. I mean, Alex, obviously, but Dean and I, too. You grew on us over these past weeks. Jenna's smile became more confident. I am an acquired taste. Yeah, Sam laughed lightly. That is a good way to put it. But seriously, we can tell you're a good person, and you'll always fight for those you care about, and that's the kind of people we want Alex to have in her corner. And that we want to look out for, too. Right, Dean? Sam raised his voice and looked over to where his brother was now seated. Right what? Dean called back. We like having Jenna around, said Sam. Oh yeah, Dean replied casually. If for nothing other than entertainment. This gave Jenna another round of giggles. Seriously, little miss, you're good people, Dean continued, and if that's who my daughter is bringing home, then I can die happy. Ah, said Jenna, looking a little tearful. You guys are going to make me cry. And not because this really friggin' hurts. She looked back down at her new tattoo. Well, it's over now, said the artist blandly as he turned off his gun and gave the fresh ink one last wipe with some clean gauze. You're all done. Jenna just stared. She had never had a tattoo before. Dee never really been inclined to get a tattoo. The only time she had honestly considered it was to spite her mother, who told her only tramps got tattoos. And then she had wanted to get something really stupid and meaningless. Like a butterfly smoking a cigarette located somewhere on the interior of her thigh. Now she was imprinted not only with something meaningful but useful. And it was beautiful. In spite of the redness and swelling of her tortured flesh, the lines curved precisely, the black ink standing out stark against her pale, pink-accented skin. She couldn't stop trying to follow each line of the interwoven pentacle. Surrounded by a perfect halo of ferocious but orderly flame. It would keep her safe. But she knew what would keep her even safer, and so many ways were the people she now shared this emblem with. Wow, she breathed. You are officially a hunter, said Alex. She held up a hand for her friend, who gave her a solid, vehement high five. Yeah, Jenna growled enthusiastically. Welcome to the life, Jenna. Dean called over from his seat. We're sorry. Jenna threw her head back and cackled. Hey there, tall, dark, and brooding. Peter looked around from where he sat at the bar, perusing a philosophy book he had pulled from the UW library to keep him occupied over break. There was a reason it was his as of yet undeclared major. It could almost be called an obsession. But he could always be pulled away from it if he needed to be present in the immediate reality. Like when a friend appeared unexpectedly, looking to hang out, as Teresa was now. She gave him a brilliant smile as she trotted over to the open seat next to him, her sandy blonde hair glittering in the dim bar light as it floated with her motion, not a strand out of place. Tall, dark, and brooding. Peter parroted back to her with a calm smile, shutting his book. That's not one I've heard you use on me before. Well, I haven't had a chance to let loose, she said, sitting down next to him. I've been so tied up with school. Gosh, it's so stressful, isn't it? Peter sniffed a laugh. It's a lot, that's for sure. And you, jumping in with both feet with philosophy, Teresa added. I'm in your class because I have to be. Not because I want to be. I mean, you're going for chem, and that's a whole different kind of confusing, said Peter. Teresa gave a musical laugh. Yeah, but I can calculate chem. Philosophy has no one set in stone answer. That's what hurts my brain. Never really knowing if I got it right. I guess I can see that, Peter conceded. Although, you could also look at it this way. You may never know if you were right, but that also means that you can never be wrong. Okay, Schrödinger, Teresa teased him, getting them both to chuckle. See, that's what I'm going to miss the most about our class. We have such good conversations, and you usually actually clear up my questions in group discussions and stuff. I wish we had a class together next semester, too. With the comment, she laid her hand on his thigh. It only lasted a second and it was nearly casual, but it was firm and lingered enough for Peter to notice it was more than a platonic misstep. But he brushed it aside, hoping he was wrong. Well, he replied, trying to root around the implications, there's a lot of semesters to go. Maybe we'll end up in another one sometime. Maybe, Teresa shrugged a little. Peter couldn't help but notice her delicate smile match the softness that had come into her eyes. This was so weird. He hadn't really thought Teresa was interested in him before now. Maybe it was like she said. She'd been too caught up in her schoolwork to let her thoughts or feelings show. But he let it be. So what are you up to during break? She pivoted the conversation all by herself. Peter took in a slow breath, glad he wasn't the one who had to steer the subject around. Oh, I'm hanging out on campus for now. Long way home, and not much of a celebration this year. Not even just hanging out with family? Asked Teresa. You've got a whole 6 weeks to get there and back. Peter shrugged. There's not a lot of us. And it's usually just stressful anyway. I'm sorry, said Teresa. That sounds lonely. Peter inspected her sympathetic gaze for a moment. I've been lonelier, was his response. You know, and she carefully reached over to Peter's hand on bar and ran a fingertip along the inside of his wrist to the heel of his palm. I could keep you company. Listen, Teresa, he began, but she gripped his wrist playfully before he could fully pull away. Oh, Peter, you're always so formal, Teresa giggled. I've told you about 1 billion times to call me Tess. Peter sighed, and said insistently, Teresa. But she hopped off her stool and came up close to him. Besides, if anyone gets to be that informal with me, that intimate, and she came near enough to his ear he could clearly hear her whisper, but she never quite touched him, it's going to be you. Peter took hold of his book and calmly stood, turning as he rose so his stool was between them. I'm not looking for intimate at the moment, he said. What, have you got some secret girlfriend who's got you all tangled up? Teresa asked, keeping him from walking away. Because the word on the street is that you're footloose and fancy-free. Peter gave it a fraction of a second's thought. But he knew better than to admit to anything he had with Alex. She was a private person, and at the moment wasn't putting any labels on their relationship, was too strong a word. Better to phrase it as, what they were doing in their free time together. So he went for an excuse instead. But not necessarily out of a sense of respect, or duty. That was the cover he put on it in his head. The absolute truth was he didn't want to jeopardize any chance to continue being with her, because any time he got with Alex was better than none at all. It's like you say, Peter answered. I'm all tied up with schoolwork. I can't even fathom being that close with someone right now. He turned to leave, but Teresa snagged his jacket and tugging them together before he could walk away. Peter was surprised to find she was stronger than she looked. Her intense gaze sank deep into his, yet he didn't shrink from it. What's it about her, Peter? Teresa asked. Does she make your heart quiver as much as your loins? Because believe me, you haven't seen all the colors in this world until you've been with me. Whoever this girl is, whatever spell she's cast on you, will be long forg. Otten after we've spent the night in each other's arms. Hell, you won't even remember your own name. Well gosh, if I won't remember my own name, said Peter quietly, letting his body press against hers as much as she pressed into him. Then stands to logic that I sure as shit won't remember yours in the morning, will I? He stared her down defiantly. She raised an eyebrow at his audacity, her jaw askance. I'm not marching to your fife just because you bat your eyelashes and make promises you can't deliver on, he said. You're going to need more than a pretty face. What he stopped himself from saying was, you think you're better than her? Because you already failed that test. He didn't want to give a single hint that he was seeing anyone at all, so he left it at that, and took solace in knowing for a fact that no one could truly hold a candle to the young woman he wasn't really with. Plus, this had gotten far too weird for his liking. Teresa had never acted like this before. Ever. Continuing this interaction was the last thing he wanted to do. With that, Peter extricated himself from her grasp and left her standing open-mouthed in disbelief. He cast a parting word over his shoulder as he exited the bar. See you round, Teresa. She stared after him, frozen, until finally she just barely managed to shake herself out of her shock. Holy shit, she breathed, turning away, amazement glazing her eyes. She headed towards the bathrooms, pulling out her phone and finding Chloe in her contacts. She waited, holding the device to her ear as it rang. How'd it go, Mark? Came Chloe's voice after more than a sufficient number of rings. Holy shit, he reiterated. I flung myself at him and he didn't even flinch. What? Chloe piped incredulously, her voice hitting a high note. Are you sure you weren't just being a dork instead of sexy? Yeah, replied Mark. Even if I was, it probably wouldn't have mattered. You should see the meat suit I'm wearing. This bitch could bag a Clooney and leave him high and dry the next morning without breaking a sweat. I don't know if Alex Winchester is just friggin' mind-blowing in the sack or if she's dropped a love potion on this poor sap, but either way. Pete ain't budging. Honestly, I think it'll be easier just to kill her. Yeah, well, we're working something else out right now, replied Chloe, sighing. All three of 'em are holed up at their bunker right now, along with the little blonde. We're thinking of catching one and making them bait at the high school. Just ditch out of there and help us set up the trap, okay? Yeah, okay, replied Mark. By the way, Chloe stopped him before he could hang up. You know how old the Clooney reference is, right? Mark sighed, exasperated. Yeah, well, I haven't been topside in a couple decades. What do you suggest? Silence filled the line, until finally Chloe bit off, I don't know. Whatever, get your ass back here. Two shakes. With that, Mark hung up, tilted his head back, and evacuated Teresa's body. Once the cloud of black smoke had escaped out the narrow bathroom window, she collapsed to the ground. Slowly, Tess awoke, her head throbbing. She eased herself up, relying heavily on her braced arms to hold her, and looked around the bathroom. Eventually she recognized the place as one of the 18-plus bars she had stopped at a time or two this past semester. But she didn't remember getting drunk. And she didn't feel drunk, or even hungover for that matter. It was a different kind of headache she had. What she did remember were vague flashes of her encounter with Peter. Was that a dream, or an alcoholic-fevered delusion? But she wasn't drunk, and it was so odd and so unlike her. It kind of grossed her out a little, actually. She grimaced at the thought of how forward and sexual she had been towards him. He was a nice guy to be around and she hated to think she'd made him that uncomfortable. But she shrugged it off, thinking, well, at least I don't have any classes with him next semester. She hauled herself to her feet, dusted any chance debris from the floor off her legs, and exited the bathroom. The Impala's engine idled within even rhythm as Dean sat in the loading zone, waiting for his daughter to exit her elementary school. It was a Friday, so he assumed she was making her long goodbyes to her select friends. He had worry at the start of the school year at the quantity of companions she kept, that she was shy, or being ostracized by the other kids, having just moved to a new town with a new family and a complicated history. He had quickly discovered, however, that she was actually being, he decided to call it, discerning. Which had given him a great deal of relief upon the realization. Having a few people in her corner who understood was better than having a bunch of people around who didn't. However, it seemed she had left her schoolmates early today. She appeared quicker than he expected, and she beelined for the Impala. She hopped in the passenger side, shutting the door sharply behind her, and plopped her backpack next to her on the bench seat. Crappy day, huh? Dean asked as he pulled away from the school. Yeah, Alex mumbled. You want to tell me about it? Alex just heaved a sigh through her nose. All right, don't tell me, Dean replied. I'll guess. Oh, God, don't guess. Alex shut her eyes and leaned her head against the glass. There was a man-eating bunny, Dean started in. It rampaged through the school, leaving a wake of blood and guts smattered across the walls. No, Dad, there wasn't a man-eating bunny. Alex rolled her eyes, trying really hard to sound exasperated rather than amused. No bunny, said Dean disbelievingly. Weird, that's usually what happens. Happened every day at my school. Did not, Alex protested. Absolutely, it did, Dean insisted. Bloody bunny's a mainstay, like the principal or the librarian. We called ours Gerald. Alex couldn't stop from laughing, her high, light, musical chime cutting through the Impala's rumble. There it is, said Dean, smiling. That usually gets ya. Now do you want to tell me what happened? Alex sighed again, this time more in recovery from her laughter. She collapsed back against the seat, staring out the windshield. My teacher told us the mother-daughter dance is next month, she explained. Mother-daughter dance, said Dean. They have those, apparently, replied Alex. Huh, said Dean. Seems kind of progressive for the middle of nowhere Kansas. Alex didn't respond. She just stared solemnly at the passing scenery. Dean looked over at her, and slowly he felt a dull ache creep in. His daughter had no mother to take her to the dance. I'm sorry, baby girl, he said, warmly but still with a hint of sorrow he couldn't quell. Thanks, Alex replied. She sounded sad, but also a little short, like she was holding back anger and Dean wasn't sure why. He decided to offer a solution, half in an attempt to cheer her up. Maybe you could take your Uncle Sam. He's got long hair, close enough. Alex rolled her head over to look up at her father, fixing him with the most sober 10-year-old stare through her eyebrows. Her expression completely devoid of humor. Dad, she implored, this is serious. Dean had to turn his head away and bite his lips together to keep from bursting out laughing. For one, he didn't want to irritate her more. For another, he couldn't let her think that every time she gave him lip like this he would dissolve into laughter. Then she'd be mouthing off at him all the time. As soon as he could gather himself, he said, watch the attitude there, kid. While he managed to keep his tone instructive, it had very little bite. Sorry, Alex mumbled, turning back to her window. They went on in silence for a short time. Then finally, Alex scoffed. Where is she? Where is who? Dean asked, confused. My mom, Alex replied. What do you mean, where is she? Like, where is she? What happened? Alex complained. All the other kids whose parents are separated or divorced or just dating, their moms are around all the time. They go live at their house on certain days, or even come to visit sometimes. Some of them aren't around at all, but they'll still show up for plays and parent-teacher conferences and stuff. I don't even know what my mom looks like. Like what the hell? Hey, language, said Dean firmly. I'm sorry, but seriously, where is she? Alex continued. Did she just drop me on your doorstep one day and never come back? Do we even know where she is? Why does she hate me? With her last sentence, she started to sound a little tearful. Dean felt a pang of sympathy at the wobble in his daughter's voice, but his bewilderment overshadowed it and he asked, Alex, what are you talking about? Why do you think? And then it hit him. She didn't know. The past several months had been such a whirlwind of getting Alex settled into her new life, setting up her room, finding her a school, getting into a routine, starting her training that none of them had really talked about Alex's past with her. And her suddenly being 10 years old made it seem like she innately knew her life story already. But the last time Dean and Sam talked with her about her mother's death, she was barely old enough to understand all the words, and nowhere near old enough to remember. Oh my God, Dean breathed to himself, running a hand over his mouth. Alex, I am so sorry. Why are you sorry? Asked Alex. She's the one who abandoned me. She didn't abandon you, and she doesn't hate you, said Dean. She doesn't live somewhere else. Trust me, if she could, she would be here. Then why isn't she? Asked Alex. Baby girl, your mom died when you were 5 months old, Dean said gently. Alex stared at him, her face practically blank with surprise. Oh, was all she said. Dean gave her a minute to let the news sink in, and was a little nervous to see her expression lack any change. Are you okay? He asked. Yeah, she said vaguely. Then suddenly she burst out, oh my God, I'm a horrible person. And buried her face in her hands. What? Said Dean. No, you're not. How did you get there? Alex. I feel better. Alex sobbed. I feel better now I know she's dead. Given the realization, Dean couldn't stop himself from chuckling. That's actually really understandable. Alex struggled to pause in her sobs to look up at him. What? Well, now you know she loved you and misses you, said Dean. That's a lot easier than thinking she didn't want you at all. And don't worry, you'll be sad she's gone at some point. It just hasn't hit you yet. Alex sighed, wiping her tears from her cheeks. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I really am sorry, Alex. I should have told you sooner. Dean continued. I've lived with the fact of it for what feels like forever. I didn't realize that was something you didn't just know. And we've been apart for so long and missed so much. He tried not to think about those 7 years. It was too fresh in his memory to confront safely. It's okay, said Alex, sadly but honestly. We just have a lot of catching up to do. Dean gave a small smile. You've got that right, baby girl. What was she like? Alex ventured. Dean took a long, slow breath as he absorbed his daughter's question. He rapidly tried to shore up his emotions. All of a sudden, today was the day he'd have to dredge up the memory of the long-dead love of his life and then describe her to their daughter. Well, he said, faltering. Then he gave a bitter laugh and threw up a hand, shutting his eyes briefly in the effort. Where to begin? What was her name? Alex prompted. Damn, how did she know instinctually how to support him like that at barely 10 years old? Dean gave a slow nod. Her name was Lisa. Lisa Braden, not Winchester, Alex asked, sounding slightly confused. Well, we never married, said Dean. And even if we had had the chance, I don't know if she would have taken my name. He had to smile at the thought. She was strong and independent like that. Probably the strongest woman I've ever known, and that's sayin' something. And then it started to roll. She took absolutely no crap from anyone, but she never blew up at people. If they tried to screw with her, she would tell them how it was, and be honest about how she felt. And then instruct them on what to do about it. The most even-keeled person to walk this earth. And I tell you what, if anyone was going to handle the disaster I was when we were together, it was going to be her. You were a disaster? Alex inquired, lifting an eyebrow skeptically. Oh, yeah, Dean chuckled. You know how once in a while, me or your uncle will die and come back. Alex's face turned grumpy, reminding Dean of her moody moments as an infant. You mean like when Castiel stabbed you and you came back a few minutes later? She grumbled, and she obviously still had a bone to pick with the angel. Exactly, said Dean. That particular time it was your uncle, and I was sure he would never come back. So I was pretty upset. And your mom got me through it. Picked up my pieces all the time. And if I started to turn into a jerk, she'd give me a good kick in the butt and get me to behave. That made her an incredible mother, of course. That patience and confidence she had. I mean, it was old hat for her by the time you came along, but still. Even the late-night feedings, she never complained, not once. I don't know, maybe she was just glad she wasn't doing very single one by herself like she had to with Ben. Ben? Alex asked. Yeah, Ben, Dean confirmed. Who's Ben? Dean reeled. Oh my god, he scolded himself, rubbing his forehead with his free hand. What? Asked Alex, concerned at her father's reaction. Dean sighed. Ben was your half-brother. I had a half-brother. Alex gaped. Yeah, said Dean sheepishly. Sorry Alex. Holy crap, she breathed, staring off into space. He let her swearing slide this time. Well, where is he? Dean paused. He was starting to get sick of dropping these bombs on her. He died the same time as your mom. He's dead too? Asked Alex incredulously. What happened? Dean's jaw set and he paused. They were caught in a house fire. Alex looked away and stared at the dash, terribly solemn. Dean sighed and shook his head. This is too much to put on you, Alex, I shouldn't have. No, it's fine, I want to know, Alex interrupted, confident in her statement. How old was Ben? He was 11 when you were born, Dean answered. Whoa, said Alex. Yeah, it was a pretty big gap, agreed Dean. No kidding, Alex commented. And you said half-brother he was mom's kid? Yeah, said Dean. Oh, said Alex, nodding thoughtfully. Then she looked a little nervous. How did he feel about me? Oh, he loved you, was Dean's immediate response. Really? Said Alex with surprise. Oh yeah, said Dean. I mean, when your mom was pregnant. He was a little grumpy, but as soon as he met you could just see his brain make a 180. He was the geez, Dean thought hard and counted absently on his fingers. Fourth person to hold you the day you were born, if you don't count the doctors. And when he did, it was like there was no one else in the room to him. Wow, Alex said it like she didn't know what else to say. It was actually really funny and kind of annoying, Dean continued. Those first few months before you were sleeping through the night, he would actually get up when you would cry and try to come help your mother and me. And we'd scold him, Ben, go to bed. You have school in the morning. That made Alex laugh. Oh, man, she said. I don't even remember him and that makes me miss him. Then, slowly, her face fell again. And my mom. She sniffed and wiped a tear that appeared on her cheek. Told you it wouldn't take long, said Dean. He pinched the fabric of her jacket shoulder and gave a tug. Come here. Alex scooted across the seat and snuggled in at her father's side. Dean put an arm around her shoulders. She cried very quietly but very steadily for a while, oddly stoic given the situation. Dean had a sense he would be up in the middle of the night at her bedside when the quiet revealed all the things she wasn't feeling yet. Can we go visit Matt? Alex asked after a while. What, your brother Matt? Dean asked. Yeah, Alex confirmed. Absolutely, said Dean. God, you haven't seen him since just after the funeral, have you? Alex shook her head against Dean's shoulder. Well, we better fix that, he said. I'll call Laura when we get home and we'll set up a time, okay? Okay, Alex gave a watery smile. We've lost a lot of people in our family. We gotta hang on to the ones we've got left, said Dean. After a pause, Alex peered up at him and asked, do you have any pictures of Mom and Ben? I'm sorry, baby girl, I don't, said Dean regretfully. Lost them all in the fire. Quote, Alex just let out a slightly disappointed breath, and leaned her head back onto her father's shoulder. They drove on without speaking for a while. Then Dean broke the silence. Your mother was beautiful. We will continue in next part.